That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run, let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard.
I love a 10 on you, I get the gang on you. You better pray for it, I put that thing on you. You ever play with it?
To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. To the world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend is jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super, super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day, we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Welcome back, everybody, to the second part of today's British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel, sponsored by Barclays and Monster Energy. This segment is going to be focusing on one of my personal favorite games, and that is going to be League of Legends, a game that brings me a lot of joy and mainly a lot of pain, to be completely honest here. But again, a quick reminder that there is a lot of action happening this weekend specifically, but in general, the NSC does focus on bringing esports opportunities to the university scene. So if that's something you're interested in, make sure to follow them on their socials and just check out their website. So far this weekend, we have actually been able to crown 2 teams already. So we were able to crown Rushby from University of Manchester as the champions for CSGO, and earlier today, we actually crowned UCL for the Dota 2 champions. Right now, we're going to be looking to crown the League of Legends champions, and honestly, I'm incredibly excited. These games have been really entertaining. Even the teams that weren't the favorites just walked away with the dub, and that was just incredible to see. So hopefully, this is going to be translating into League of Legends, and we're going to be seeing some exciting content, because let's be completely honest here, who doesn't love a 2-sided 5-man inting fiesta? So without further ado, everybody, let's jump right into this action. It's League of Legends Best of 5 from DMUT1 against Warwick Grey. I'm Janiro, your host for today, and your host for the rest of the weekend. I know this is getting old, so sorry about that, but joining me today for the cast for League of Legends are going to be Dota and Kaiksa. Hello guys, hello, how are we doing? Welcome, how's it going today?
Yeah,
that was
okay, you go first.
I was gonna say that was a clean transition. That little zoom out there coming from Jakey. Ooh, I like that. I've not seen that one before. I'm doing all right. I'm good for some Legend League action, and I kind of want to see the Rocket League later on as well. I'm unfortunately a Portsmouth graduate, so I kind of want to see if they can tear it up once again in their final.
Yeah, I mean, I'm doing good. I'm a Warwick student though, so kind of sad about the Dota final. That wasn't necessarily gamer hours right now though. Rooting for them, of course. As a caster, I have to stay unbiased. So for legal reasons, I am an unbiased caster. But let's go, Grey Warwick.
For legal reasons, let's just see if that's going to actually be checking out. So, League of Legends, the game we all love to hate. So we have DMUT1. They have an incredible track record. They actually represented the UK in the University Esports Masters after winning the NSC Winter 2020. So Warwick Grey, again, it's another incredible team in their own right. They have been competing for 8 years now. That's quite a while. There's been some ups, some downs this year, but the team this year has really managed to stay consistent. So how do you think the team's performance this season, has gone? And do you think that there have been any specific expectations, something we need to look out for, Kaksa?
Well, I think the MUT1 definitely had a bit of a weight of expectation coming into this year. I mean, you can see their past performance in the NSC. I believe last winter they won not only the NSC, but also the NUL. So their League of Legends team was just really good. So coming into this year, I think they had that same expectation, and you can see it basically has, come to fruition again. They only dropped 2 games in the regular season, clean run to the finals. And then on the other side, Grey Warwick, I felt like last year they definitely had a bit of a slump in their performance. This year, Pop and Heathen coming in to the team, Pop, from Cabbage Family, they definitely made this team feel stronger. And well, my expectations at least are met, but I feel like if you look at this team objectively, you could even say they exceeded their expectations somewhat.
Yeah, so definitely not biased here. And honestly, the teams are just absolutely cracked, which we love to see because we're in for some good action, fingers crossed. Some interesting trivia is really here showing up on the screen. We have a trivia that DMUT1 is all Polish, except Sam. So he usually doesn't have a clue what is happening, which sounds like an absolute fiesta. So interesting to see how that plays out. Warwick has actually managed to bag Pulp. So he is the jungler for Kent last year. And they won the Spring 2021 split. So I'm not going to say jungle gap, but, jungle gap. So Dota, can you tell us a bit more about these teams, really? How can we expect them to perform based on all the elements that we have going on right now?
I mean, well, as you say, a little bit of jungle gap, right? Porp is someone that we have seen tear it up across the UK university scene multiple times. Like you said, coming over from that winning position over in Spring. And then before that, he's also been in about the UKLC as well. And it's not just Porp that's played at that higher level over on the Grey Warwick side, as Spark and Heathen have both also played in the UKLC. So I think that looking over just those 3 members for Warwick, you've definitely got a lot of experience and sort of like history there. However, we look at the DMU side. We'll take Sam out the picture, as you said. not speaking the same language as the rest of the team can sort of be a little bit of a problem sometimes, which is crazy, bearing in mind, it's what you got, the English University League. So it's like, yeah, okay, I'm ready for this one. Coming in and speaking English, we'll have a good time. And then it's just not happening. It's like, wait, did I go to the uni in the wrong country? But from all accounts, True Invis is an insane jungler as well. We got a strong top side, and Gaska's been saying that he reckons that Soxu and Idol can actually stand up to that bot lane of Spark and Heathen as well. So we should have some really interesting matchups all over the map today, and that'll make for a really exciting game. You have to see who is it that's going to break through first, and then see if each team can capitalize on those advantages once they've managed to get just that tiny little foothold. So
based on all the information we have here, based on Kaxa's point as well, believing that they can stand up to, DMUT1. And as a Warwick grad, I'm going to give Kaxa the first honors of saying, what is your prediction? Who's going to be winning today?
Right, so my brain is kind of leading me towards DMUT1. Okay. However, I do know that there are definitely a lot of people from Warwick now. And I kind of have to back the boys. And I don't think it's impossible. I think actually this game is going to be quite close. So I'm going to go 3-2 for Grey Warwick.
3-2 for Grey Warwick, okay. Just gonna write that down. I'm gonna actually see if this is gonna happen. What about you, Doctor? What do you think? Are you gonna go for Grey Warwick, DMUT1? What are we saying?
I mean, DMU have been tearing it up since they sort of, made their first appearance, right, here in the UK university scene. But again, at the same time, not for any sort of I go to that university cringe bias reasons. But I look at Warwick. Porp's my boy. He's been around, a bit. Spark and Heathen as well. Get tearing up. I like the look of the roster, but at the same time, I know that DMU have been going massive. I kind of also wanted to say 3-2 Grey Warwick. I think it'll be really, really close. But I mean, there's actually nothing on my line, so I really can just go ahead and pick the same score. I'll say 3-2 Grey Warwick as well. Okay, so have you guys ever heard of the caster curse?
Yes.
Never once.
Yeah, so do you guys gotta know what you just done here?
Yeah, it's gonna be 3-0 for Grey Warwick. Let's go.
3-0 for Grey Warwick. Okay, you guys have both picked the same team. You're both putting your money on Warwick. As a Warwick grad, I'm honestly just here to see a good game. So we had it with CS:GO, we had it with Dota 2. The teams that actually were not expected to win were the teams that won. So there's always something going on here. So really excited to see how this is going to be playing out. For those of you at home, just a very quick reminder that there are not one, not two, but 3 giveaways happening at the moment. I see quite a few people spamming monster drop. So yeah, just write monster drop. There is a chance to win a monster energy stock for today for the League of Legends games, and then later on as well for Rocket League. Intel is also doing a giveaway, so one of the drops that they're going to be giving away does have a Christmas jumper. Are both of you wearing t-shirts? Because I think you guys need that Christmas jumper if that's the case, because it's a bit cold. Okay, you're safe.
I got sleeves.
Okay. It's just getting a bit cold. So, if you want to win that Christmas jumper, make sure to do ! giveaway so you can see how you can enter. And then, last but not least, NSC branded socks. Just something quite cute to have. Just make sure that you post a picture of your viewing party on Twitter using hashtag BUC Winter 2021 and hashtag Socks for Socks so you can enter. Casters, any final remarks you would like to make before I throw it over to you and you guys can give us some more in-depth analysis of what we can expect?
Yeah, if I take a picture of just my POV right now, does that count as a viewing party? Can I enter that?
Does that count as a viewing party? You know what?
It's a one-man viewing party.
We can just go for it. Why not? You want those socks, don't you?
Yeah, the more the merrier. I mean, my feet get cold, man.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can say, have you tried wearing double socks?
I actually have some obscenely thick pairs of socks sometimes. Look, I'm saying it is a long way from my heart to my feet. All right, anyone that's seen me knows this.
We get it.
They get cold.
Okay.
Okay, are you just height shaming me? I'm not sure.
It is what it is,
Yeah, you might be tall IRL, and you might think that you're it, but in game,
yeah.
Let's just not go there. Let's not go there.
Facts, yeah.
Well, thank you guys so much for having this discussion with me. I'm going to throw it over to you guys. Bring out those big brain strategies and expectations. Just tell us what we can expect. And wishing you guys all the best for the cast. And good luck to both teams as well in the games today.
All right, so Doctor, I think honestly the most the role that I'm looking at the most has to be jungle here in this matchup. Like Pop versus True Invis. We've seen Pop in action. True Invis kind of tearing it up as well this split. Like surely this is the matchup to watch.
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, that's going to be where it's at. I'm going to love me just a bit of Pop. I want to see if Pop's going to bust out the Poppy again. I'm 90% certain that he is one of the Poppy mains in the jungle, but at the same time, there's like a lot of UK junglers, myself included, that love playing Poppy, so it's sometimes a little bit hard to keep up with who's doing it. Wait, is it Pop that plays Gale Force Poppy?
Wait, what? No, that's the first. You know what? I'm not. You got me there. First I hear of this.
No, there's one Poppy main that in the UK that plays Gale Force Poppy. And at the time when I first saw it, which I think was like last finals, so it was or spring finals, so it was either Porp or whoever it was that Porp was playing against. I was like, why would you not use Stride Breaker, which at the time also had the dash? And they're like, dude, trust me. And honestly, it kind of worked, but it kind of didn't. But it kind of did.
Yeah, that would be definitely interesting. I mean, I know Xmas also plays quite a bit of Poppy top lane, so to be honest, DMU might just bat it out. So we might not even see that champion. I'm gonna have to break it to you, unfortunately. There's no Gale Force Poppy today.
So what an absolute tragedy. I'm sure I'll find something else to bust out. I believe there's also his Gragas is relatively well known. I think he's pulled that one out a couple of times before, and he sort of tends to go for those more early game focused champions. And bearing in mind that True Invis, as the name may suggest, does like to play things like the Evelynn, things with a bit more scaling. That does mean that Porp could have some avenues and some opportunities in that matchup if we end up getting something, like a Evelynn versus Rek'Sai, for example. That's something where Porp could really have the opportunity to take over the game. But of course, we will have to wait and see as we enter on into the bans.
Yeah, we have DMU T1 sitting on the blue side and Grey Warwick on the red side for the first game of the day. Xerath is specifically a ban against Thonk, and I mean, Sam J. Syndra is something that I would have gone into in more detail. One of his best picks, I would have to say, and it is going to not see the light of day today.
Neither will the Evelynn. That one taken away from True Invis. Again, as the name may imply, that's something you don't really want to see in his hands. I think that one of the other classic Porp picks... Oh, wait, no, I'm getting confused with Puru. Wait, is Puru the... Maybe Puru's the Poppy player.
I honestly don't know.
Maybe it was Porp, but... it was... Okay, I was thinking about, like, Zax and stuff, because that's what Puru is known for playing. But I get the two confused with alarming regularity. Either way, it wasn't a Zac ban. And okay, I was wondering if we would see the Viego taken out if just that much respect was going to be shown to True Invis, who's very much known for playing those two champions. And it has been, so he will be playing something he might be feeling a little bit less comfortable on. And, if the plan for DMU-T1 is to play through True Invis, if True Invis is that big carry for the team, then yeah, targeting him out, getting him away from those preferred picks is always going to be a smart move.
Yeah, but that does mean that, there are no AD carry bans. Jinx is a champion that we have seen, very high priority in the meta, and Annie, I will assume, is a placeholder until I hear otherwise. I'm not going to comment on the first pick because I don't know what it is.
Yeah, we'll get that one confirmed at some point. As, I'm pretty sure that first pick B1 Annie isn't the play.
Maybe not.
In recent times, but I don't know, it's preseason. These things go on. Wait, that's a Porp classic. That is a vintage Porp pick. I'm pretty sure he has been known to bust out the fiddlesticks from time to time. To be fair, I feel like Porp is one of those players that does just play literally everything. And so anytime he locks in anything, I'm just like, oh, that's a Porp pick for sure. But I have seen him on that fiddle before, and fiddlesticks is not doing too shabby in the current state of the game.
Not at all, and it is going to be paired up with the Varus. But we have the response on the other side of that Hecarim and Lulu. Hecarim is, a jungler which has kind of seen the light of the meta back again, and True Invis already pulled it off, and it's just a really strong engagement, a really strong ganking jungler.
Okay, and it's looking like, so we're going to get the classic bot lane of Karma of Varus, which is something that could basically get priority in any matchup, And especially if we assume that Annie was just a blue one. Oh, it is! Oh, yeah. I'm crushing it. Okay, yeah. The Annie was a blue one Jinx pick, and that means that, the Varus versus Karma are going to have just permanent prio over this Jinx Lulu lane. They're always going to be able to push in, and that is great when you have the Fiddlesticks in your jungle who does need that little bit of extra help. Yeah, and versus the Hecarim, maybe now you look to get some invades off, or at the very least you are protecting him from getting invaded by the Hecarim. And now all you have to do is pair this up with some sort of, potentially a roaming mid laner or a mid laner who can try and force prio. The classic to go with Fiddlesticks is the Nocturne because of the synergy between, Fears and Nocturne getting his move speed, but really anything that can just get out of that lane in mid, and suddenly the bottom half of the map gets really, really scary when you're worried about, Varus ultimate, Fiddlesticks diving you, maybe a Twisted Fate is teleporting in, or again, the Nocturne coming down to join. So we've got a bit of a plan here to try and play through that bot lane already.
Yeah, and the bans reflect exactly that. We've got the Kiana ban away from Stonky Rally. I'm pretty sure it can be played mid, so again, that roaming mid laner, and Grey Warwick trying to remove something which prevents exactly that. And I'd say mid is definitely even more important for another reason, because if you don't have prio mid, then suddenly Hecarim can just gank you bot whilst you're getting prio, which is not the plan if you're playing Varus Karma. Like, you're not getting out of there alive.
Oh, no, not at all. Which is why, again, we look at those bans. It's 2 long-range mages, so I'm thinking, it has to be either TF or Sylas, because those are the two champions that do pretty poorly against like Orianna and Victor, who can just out-wave clear them and just poke them out of the lane. With those two off the table, you can feel pretty comfortable blind picking your Sylas here. And also at the same time, there's a world where that Sylas can be flexed up to top, depending on what the matchup is. If we say that, we've got the Jinx Lulu, so we don't need a carry up in the top lane, especially with the Hecarim, we want something that's a bit of a front line, a bit of a tank, like the Ornn, you can very happily just go and put Sylas up against an Ornn if you don't like the matchup in mid.
Yeah, you for sure can, and now that means that we need to have a blind pick in the mid lane. So far, LeBlanc is the hover, and it actually is going to be the pick for Soundji, blind LeBlanc.
Okay, it's LeBlanc comes in. I mean, LeBlanc tends to have a decent enough time versus the Sylas as long as you play the lane out carefully. It's, when you W in, it can get very scary because you'll throw yourself on top of the, the Abduct as well as the Kingslayer from the Sylas. So if you're sort of cognizant of that and you play the lane out a little bit slower, you work on your spacing, then you'll be having a fine time. But maybe it's not for Porp. But the Poppy does get locked on in, which means that Sylas will be moving down into the mid lane, and that Poppy will stay up top. And Poppy, you have an AFK lane versus the Ornn, but then later on into the game, Poppy's going to do a great job of stopping LeBlanc getting in from assassinating the backline. You can launch her out, you can keep the Lulu away from the fights as well. You can even stop the Hecarim. You actually will find that the Steadfast Presence does deny Hecarim's E when he gets that little hop at the end of his jump. That will actually get grounded. Suddenly he can't get the ult off, and you can very quickly lock him down and stop him healing up. So I'm liking the Poppy pick, because again, just have a nice weak side top laner who can get in and do work in the team fights later on, whilst you continue to try and play through the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and I mean, let's think about how DMU want to play the team fights. You've got the Ornn, you've got the Hecarim, and then Jinx Lulu. LeBlanc kind of does her own thing on the side, but the core of 4 champions wants to play front to back. So having the Keeper's Verdict on the Poppy, yeeting that front line away, is just so much value for Grey Warwick here.
Yeah, the other big part of the Poppy as well, not only can she get rid of the front line, but she can actually stop the Ornhorn coming through. If you're not careful, the Ornhorn as an initial engage should be fine. But if you try to deploy that halfway through the fight, the Steadfast Presence will actually stop Ornn from getting his headbutt in when he tries to go for the second cast of his ultimate. And that means you're never going to get that ult off unless it is, again, the initial cast. So there's a lot of things that this Poppy can do in a late game fight, which we really love to see. The important part of this game is going to be that mid lane matchup, though. That Sylas versus LeBlanc, because Sylas is not having a good time early on. Once you get an item under your belt, once you're hitting like level 9 and you can really start just mashing out Kingslayers, you'll be a little bit better, a little bit safer, especially when you're at the point where LeBlanc will start trading the wave instead of trading you. Once she can one-hit the wave, she'll go for that, and then she'll leave. That's the moment where it's going to be a little bit dangerous, because if you give it a couple of minutes, the Sylas will be able to scale up, get in the game, join some fights. But during that window, bot lane's going to want to be very careful, because they're not going to be able to push up and play with the high priority that they might have been used to before that. And similarly as well for Porp in the jungle, he may not have that level of prio from the mid lane that he wants to. Definitely not in the early stages of the game, but especially not once you hit that window where the LeBlanc really gets unlocked. So the idea for DMU here is going to be, okay, we just chill. We get to that sort of like 12-minute mark where LeBlanc hits level 9, gets the first item, and gets it before Silas, then we need to make something explode before suddenly, Silas is joining in at these team fights around the dragons, for example.
Yeah, and if you think about sort of what the logical conclusion of DMU being ahead is, that Grey Warwick don't have great tools of trying to come back in the game, because you only have one dedicated tank, and someone's going to face check bushes. If you're behind, that's the unfortunate truth of playing League of Legends. Someone needs to face check, and if you've got a Fed LeBlanc, that's a win condition in of its own, because DMU T1 can quite easily then just get more and more objective until the game is basically going to be won by them. So yeah, I agree, that mid lane definitely going to be sort of the one lane to watch. But then also, how do Warwick play around this bot lane? Because like you mentioned that straight away in the draft, that bot lane is going to be the place for Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, bot lane is where it's at. They'll have the Varus Carbon be able to get that prio with their range advantage, take over the waves, and push in. Again, they will just need to be careful to remember that they are not going to have that mid lane assistance for quite some time, and they're not going to have the early prio. However, given the state of the game, as long as they're not getting ganked at level 4 by the Hecarim, they should be relatively safe. You just have to be aware of that as an option. And if you're keeping attention on where Hecarim is, bearing in mind that both junglers in this matchup should sort of just full clear until they hit 6, there's not really going to be a lot, no one is ever going top. And if bot lane play the waves correctly, which we'll assume that, Spark and Heathen can do, given their time in the UKLC, they should be able to build up waves and then back off as they crash and not ever really be at risk of getting ganked by the Hecarim. And if that can happen, then both junglers just sort of never go bot, never go mid, and never go top. Maybe they go mid a bit, but again, if both teams are aware of the win conditions of mid, then there shouldn't ever be an opportunity for junglers to turn up there. And we sort of AFK farm until everyone hits level 6, and that's when it starts to get a little bit crazy.
All right, well, that does make sense. Now, something also that I, running through the comps in my head that I noticed is Grey Warwick very much going for champions, which I wouldn't necessarily call top tier meta right now. I don't think I've seen Karma Varus come up that much. I don't think I've seen Fiddlesticks in the jungle in this preseason, to be completely honest. So I feel like what this shows to me, at least, before we get into the game perspective, is Grey Warrior clearly have some idea. Like they want to throw a curveball to DMU T1, and the impact of it is, if it works, great. You've got a game lead with unconventional strategy. But if it doesn't, then suddenly, you start worrying, is our master plan just going to fall apart?
Yeah, I mean, it's preseason, so you can make some arguments that's like, who knows what's meta. But at the same time, it's been preseason for a while, right? People are starting to figure stuff out at this point. But even though Varus Karma is something that's a bit more vintage, I think because of the strength of Varus Karma, again, in basically playing around priority, playing around waves, it's something that historically, when you see it in things, like NFC and in this sort of like this tier of competition, the strength of the lane relies on extreme understanding of just the fundamentals of League. And that's something that can be fumbled a lot in this tier of play. However, again, as I said, Spark and Heathen, they do have experience at that higher tier playing up in the UKLC. So if they have the understanding of these necessary fundamentals, then I think that even though it's something that may not be like as meta, the picks don't matter to meta. It's the concept behind it that's the important part. If they execute on that, then they'll be able to have an absolute great time down there.
All right, well, that does make sense. And I guess in a more sort of neutral way of putting it, is the bot lane to show what Spark and Heathen can do? Can they, step up and perform and use this bot lane, which, as you said, relies on the very fundamentals of this game to beat DMU T1? Because if they don't, well, that's not great news for Grey Warwick, is it?
Yeah, no, you are going to get a little bit outscaled if you can't get yourself an early advantage down there. But, I mean, if you can get an early advantage, this game gets really, really scary for DMU because, as you were saying earlier, when it comes to face checking, if you don't have a tank, it's hard to face check. If you have nothing but tanks, it's hard to face check because everyone's melee and no one has any range to just throw things out there. And sure, you can send in the Hecarim, send in the Ornn to go walk into a bush, but like if they just get chain CC'd, there's enough crowd control over on the Warwick side that they will still go down. And once ground is gained by Warwick, they have the Fiddlesticks, which means they have so much just extra free vision from the passive. And then also, it is terrifying to go anywhere without the vision because you could just get Fiddlesticks ulted, right? So if we have the control of the map through this bot lane that then transitions into mid lane into the late game, it is absolutely terrifying for DMU, so they really don't want to risk that.
Alright, but we are going on to the Rift for the first game of the day. DMU 2-1 against Grey Warwick, and straight away, first strike on Spark on that Varus in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's showing exactly what Spark wants to do in this lane, is that you have to play to your range advantage and, you know, take those aggressive trades, and that's something that Spark should be able to do here with the Karma and versus the Jinx. You have that range advantage level 1, and that's going to be important because, again, the Jinx will outscale, so Spark is clearly saying, look, I don't care about the team fight. I don't care about, you know, having my build set up nice later on and, you know, popping off with like a crit or an on-hit build. I want to get the gold now, play for the early game, play for the mid game. We'll probably end up seeing go for something that's a little bit more on the lethality side of the builds here, and then you'll get the extra damage on those long-range Qs as well. So Spark very much knows what he's playing for, and this means that we're going to have a very scary, you know, 1 and 2 item stage for Grey Warwick here when we look at the champions across the board.
Alright, and both junglers seem to be starting at the top side as well, so they realize how important this bot lane is to this game, and yeah, 3 and 4 minutes, things could get definitely spicy out here, but other than that, no level 1 shenanigans.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, I think it would be actually interesting to me if something does happen bot lane, because both junglers are pathing down there, but that also means that nothing should happen because it would sort of neutralize out. Porp will probably be the one getting the crab, but, you know, it's as we're in preseason now, the crabs have been nerfed significantly, so True Invis probably isn't going to care too much about losing that crab, and then both junglers will reset and go ahead and full clears. You see, Porp, he's doing the hang about.
Yeah, Thong getting a really good trade down to Samja, but Samja retaliates. Hold on, that's the electrocute down. You gotta be careful. Thong down to about 100 health, and Samja pops back out victorious.
Yeah, see, this is the worry for any melee versus range matchup, is that, you know, you are going to take extreme exit damage and sort of the entry damage as well there. Thonk not able to get a second proc of the Kingslayer off, and that does mean he is now has to be a little bit worried if he doesn't get too close to kill range. But, you know, he's confident taking that trade, knowing that Sam has teleport instead of the ignite. It is just something to keep an eye on, that if you're not able to get those Kingslayers off at the right time of these trades, you can just get popped, especially when that electrocute is off cooldown, which is why he's making sure to take any trade he can whenever he has this level advantage, as he has managed to build up a nice wave. You just have to be a little bit careful, as I believe that Thonk did start with the Doran's 2 pots.
Yeah, maybe if we could see the scoreboard,
yeah,
that would be fun. But yeah, I do believe...
Yeah,
okay, yeah, there we go.
So that's a bit of a worry. A bit of a worry for Thonk there, as he will get out-sustained by the Corrupting Pot. We'll just come up, and you assume that if Sam's running the Corrupting Pot, that means they're also taking the Inspiration Tree secondary, and then we'll be seeing the Biscuits come on through as well. And if that's the case, Thonk will get sustained out of this lane. However, Sam is taking a lot of damage just to stop those minions from hitting the tower. It's not even going to freeze or anything, it's just so that he gets all 4 of those minions. And that does mean that Thonk finds himself in a decent spot as the wave pushes up towards him. And a lot of the kill threat of Sam has been lost just by tanking that wave.
Yeah, and also just looking at the bot lane, we had Soksu and Didol recall first, and Spark and Heathen sort of follow it up. No major advantages. I mean, Spark technically did recall on the 6 CS more, but as you can see by the items, it doesn't really have too much of an impact.
Well, it's an okay impact, because he gets himself the tier. And, you know, 2 longswords doesn't matter as all.
Oh, here comes True Invis, gank in the mid lane, brings Stonk right back away. Forces the flash, Stonk tries to heal back, but first blood picked up by Sam J.
Oh, even not knowing about that pad coming down there. Thinks they can flash on in and try to finish off Sam J, but unfortunately it just ends up being a burnt cooldown once the Blanc can jump back to that distortion. And it's a scary time for Thonk as well, who kind of wants to teleport back to a lane with that cannon sort of, you know, setting the wave up in not too happy a state, but it's like they will just have to walk as they are afraid of the gank, not putting respect over onto True Invis there, and then a little bit overconfident, you know. Level 4 Silas, you know, okay, level 9 Silas with some items can heal up and 1v2 that, but level 4, not so much.
Yeah, man, True Invis really played it, you know, pretty well. Full clear into the recall, gets the boots, goes mid lane, sees Long punished. So clean early game from DMU T1. Now Pop will be looking to make a difference up in the top lane, but I don't know if he killed Boozy here. I mean, he's got flash, he's an Ornn. Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, it's just sort of showing at the end of the day, which is a little bit worrying for the bot lane, although you have to assume people knew where he was. But you can see Sam J happy to play very aggressive up in the mid lane, knowing that Pop has just shown up on the top side. So You could be a little bit careful going for ganks like that, which ultimately can never really get anything going, as the wave is crashed on mid by Samjay, and you see Samjay immediately pathing down towards the bot side of the map. However, Porp does have the Sork shoes picked up, so he will be able to come and get to that lane pretty quickly, should it be needed. However, Samjay turns around and Porp will continue to farm, which means that the Sork shoes are actually going to be a bit of a detriment, because they don't really help your farming ability at all. And again, Porp is just waiting for level 6. He wants to just farm, farm, farm. So he will be slowed down a little bit in that regard. But perhaps it won't matter all too much. So they look to maybe be thinking about that Drake, because I believe that Spark and Heathen might be building a wave up, having it bounce off their tower. We'll have to get a look down at that bot lane wave to see if that is the case. But with True Invis lurking around nearby, that could be dangerous. If that is the situation. Top lane, nothing going on. Yeah, they can trade, but no one has any kill pressure on each other as Hecarim is down in bot lane.
Okay, yeah, and that is Porp actually turning the gank around. Great Warwick picking up a kill for themselves. He's looking for Didal, forces the flash to come out. And the silence down as well. The arrow, is it going to be enough? One more auto will do it. Flash away from Soxu, and Porp with a great counter gank.
Okay, yeah, pick that one up nice and easy. I'll take it back. Tier 2 boots coming up huge as they bring a little bit of extra damage and also blow a ton of summoners. We've lost the flash from both Leosia and the Jinx. And we got the heal out as well. So Porp now, lurking in the tri-bush there. Spots out Sam, but True Invis is coming back. And that is a very far away Silas, although he does have to teleport.
Yeah, Porp still doesn't have the Crowd Storm either. He's going to just fear Samjay away, and Grey Warwick trying to disengage. The ethereal chains go wide, and Grey Warwick seem to be just safe enough here.
Yeah, nobody really has any damage right now. To be honest, not a lot of burst other than coming out of Samjay, but Porp does need to be careful. Thonk is here, but...
Yeah, Porp doesn't have the flash either. Silence down onto Samjay, slows down the engage. Blast Cone over the wall, but True Invis is there to finish Porp off. And now Thonk, maybe out of position, has to use that hijack, Onslaught of Shadows to get over the wall. And with that, DMU-T1 have got the position to take the Drake.
Yeah, it's a strong collapse from DMU. They know they have the inside track. They know that Thonk isn't going to be throwing himself into that fight anytime soon, and Leosia is on the up and up as well. So they can confidently go ahead and pick up that kill and grab the Drake as well. First Dragon secure for DMU, and this is when they do want to start getting those advantages. When you can unlock the mid lane, that's when you're going to be having a good time. As Thonk really just, there's nothing going on mid. We got no mana on Samjay, but Thonk, he can't really get anything going. He still has that teleport, hasn't been able to use it quite just yet. The question will be now, what is the plan for True Invis? Do we continue to play through bot, or do we reset and go for the Herald? And it looks like he just wants to go bot lane again.
Yeah, but it's a bit of a bot lane angle. Here comes the Onslaught of Shadows. Teleport immediately being channeled by Thonk, but the Heathen's getting low. Nice sized away from the Zap, and double Tikis coming in from Grey Warwick. Didal is going to be left to die, and that Spark with a kill. Explis now running forward, but I do believe Soxu is a bit too far away. Or the Poppy. 2 teleports for a kill.
Yeah.
Questionable, maybe.
Bit keen, that teleport, bit keen for Explis to come down and join on that one. Maybe if Samjay or Bootsy actually had their teleports up, they would be fine to trade that, but realistically, just sort of burning that TP for not a lot. However, the Drake's not up for 4 more minutes anyway. You probably didn't need it during that time, and the state of the wave meant that, it's just going to turn up and crash into a tower right as Explis gets back there, so that's fine as well. Hang about.
That is both Spark and Heathen dying to a gank by True Invis here. That is the exact opposite of what we wanted to see from the Grey Warwick bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's not where it's at.
And that's a nice way of putting it, yeah. But DMU-T1 now with a 1,000 gold lead. If you look at where the kills are, True Invis has 2 kills, 2 assists. We have some gold on Samjay, some gold onto Soxu. This is basically exactly who you want to be strong for DMU-T1.
Yeah, that is absolutely where you need that gold to be. As the Herald is picked up, Thonk must be a bit careful, but this Herald needs to be used bot lane. That's got to be ran down there by Porp. Get that one out and try to get those plates into Spark. As you continue to, continue to build an advantage. The advantage hasn't really been built quite yet because of these deaths that we've seen off the back of True Invis's ganks. So anything we can do to get them back into the game is going to be important. As Thonk,
Flames to flash away again, slowed down by the Glitter Lance. The Ignite is ticking down, and Didal takes the kill.
Thonk, man! There's no Ignite ticking down. He's chilling. He can just walk away.
There is no Ignite. Yeah,
he wants to go back in for the Kingslayer. The thing is that the only way he's going to need the Kingslayer is if Samjay distorts into him. And if Samjay distorts into him, that's the Kingslayer picked up. So there's really no need to turn around there for Thonk, but... Oh, now Pop.
Yeah, finally a gank in the bot lane from Pop, exactly the way you want to see it. Spark taking the kill, so good play for Grey Warwick. They've got the Herald. Do they just fully commit for the plays right now?
Oh yeah, this should just have dropped this one already, but they're looking to clear out the wave. How in earth do you get a solo bolo up in the top lane expert? That's crazy. But what's going on bot? I'd be happy if we never saw top lane again. As DMU's throwing ult down.
Here comes the onslaught of shadows. Oh! The Jinx rocket goes between everyone and Pop flashes over the wall. That must be the saddest counter synergy I've seen in a long time.
That is unfortunate, but a very well-timed engage, as Pop never actually got to get the Herald off. He held onto it for too long, a little bit greedy on that, and it means that those plates are not picked up by Spark. Pop will now have to try again. He actually didn't reset. He's gone to clear his jungle instead, but Pop will need to go back to bot lane. So it's kind of weird to clear out your bot side jungle, because now you're not going to have anything to farm when you get there, but at the same time, you want to make sure that True Invis doesn't go ahead and pick it up right now. It's just that Pop does need to get this reset going off sooner rather than later, so that he can come back to the bot lane.
Yeah, and 2-1-1. Spark finally getting some gold. That Yumus is completed. So, you know, Grey Warwick, despite an unfortunate start, they are making their way painfully slowly to their win condition.
Yeah, they're getting there, however. First item picked up for the bot lane of Grey Warwick. That Yumu's secured for Spark, so a fair bit of power there. And important to note, because he can go ahead. Oh my god, Explicit is doing it again.
I think it might just be no ultimate there, so not going to fully commit.
Nah, Boozy can just will quit. I mean, that's crazy that Boozy can take that much damage, but usually the thing with these tank matchups is that there's almost never really any burst, so it's very hard for Boozy to still die in this situation, even though he's this low, except for just the passive of Explicit, right? Like, it's just a lot of consistent damage coming out from the Poppy. But
that's a double TP.
Hang about.
DMU T1 are going to get 4 members down in the bot lane against the 3 of Grey Warwick. Let's see how this one goes. Boozy finds the knock-up down onto the Heathen Pop, dropping down the Crowd Storm. Samji is getting silenced. Coil of the Forge God coming out, finds the knock-up onto Pop, and he is getting just nuked by Samj. Mark and Heathen, though, managed to make it away.
Let's keep an eye on Thonk. He's looking for the flank, but he will be spotted out by that ward over the wall should he try to go. And so it just looks like everyone's just going to back off. A nice coordinated double TP from DMU. Even more impressive when the call may have been in Polish, that Sam still manages to turn up on time. As they get those kills, pick up some plates, and probably the Herald as well. As ultimately in that play, a bit of a tragedy for Porp, who drops that ultimate quite early. Ends up not getting the fear off, and then doesn't actually get the most damage out from the Crow Storm either. We saw that he was sort of just between everyone, and didn't get 90% of the damage from that Crow Storm out onto Samj. Samj was always just outside of range, and now the bot lane looks like it might have overstayed a little bit here, lads.
Yeah, at least a bit. Heathen is absolutely just going to get destroyed. As teleport from Thonk, that was eager.
Yeah, that's a bit of a keen one. I mean, it does dissuade True Invis and Samj from pushing any further onto Spark, but at the same time, they already used a lot of their committal to get onto Heathen. And so maybe they weren't going to go any farther, so it feels like we're a bit 0 for 2 on teleports right now from Thonk. However, he gets a good bit of damage off onto Samj there, and with Porp lurking in the wings, even without the Crow Storm available, Samj will still have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, gold-wise, it's actually surprisingly even, I have to say. However, DMU T1 have got that 2-dragon advantage, and we are with Infernal Soul.
You know, it is and it isn't, because a lot of that code is on Explicit.
Okay, yeah.
Explicit got a solo turret. He got 5 plates, a solo kill, and First Blood turret as well, so...
He might be about to get more as Bob tries to gank Booty, and unfortunately the one will die, but on the other side of the map, Spark is just dead, and the Heathen is just getting run down by Soksu. The Zap double kill. Soksu 3-1 and 2.
Yeah, more gold just being picked up, put into the Jinx, and now perhaps some gold for True Invis as well, as Thonk has a Blast Cone and will be able to get themselves away, but the turret is picked up bot lane, and I think if we go ahead and look at the gold, we'll see the sort of split between how much of the gold is on Explicit and how much of it is on the Jinx, right? Like,
yeah.
I would not be surprised if Explicit has like a 1500 gold lead up in the top lane, and then, it's going to be a bit, I don't know how much Manager will have, but it'll be a lot.
Yeah, I mean, Thonk, you have to imagine, is also quite far behind in mid lane if we do get to see the gold, then... Yeah, it's honestly not looking that great for Grey Warwick, I do have to admit. Yeah, mid lane down 1.5k
Yeah.
gold, bot lane 500. I mean,
Okay,
not the
but
worst,
it's
but
closer than,
yeah, but you're supposed to
closer
be
than you
winning
think,
bot.
but- Yeah, the only issue here is that it's a 2k gold lead in the top lane. So realistically, when we look at the actual gold, overall, when we just take top laners out of the equation, there's like a 2k lead for DMU. That's the kind of the problem here. It looks like people are grouping up towards the mid lane. I mean, Porp does have the ultimate available. Crowstorm will be ready if he wants to look for an angle here, but there's nothing really to fight over. You know, there's a Herald up, which Porp is doing, but who cares? It's second Herald. As everyone instead on the side of DMU looks to maybe just make their way down towards the bot side of the map, possibly look for the kill, but also just set up vision and try to wait for that dragon that will be spawning in 2 minutes. They can play for the soul. They've already got 2 drakes. It's an infernal map, and they can go ahead and give that one a go, as they know that they have scaling on their side. They are happy to play for a later game win condition.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to just bring that up. It feels like Grey Warwick need to be the ones that are looking for engages right now, and you've got the Chains of Corruption. And I guess if Thong can hijack Call of the Forge God or Onslaught of Shadows, that is good. But talking about Thong, he's getting ganked by 4 people right now. Truinv is going in deep with the ultimate, forces the teleport to come out from X-Plus, and DMU T1 taking the disengage.
Yeah, but I think that DMU are really happy with that exchange. They've got rid of the Call of the Forge God off of Thonk, who won't be able to use that later, and the teleport is now not available, so Boozy can go side lane whilst they wait for the Drake to spawn. However, a great response to deploy the Herald, but it shouldn't really get much more than just that one turret.
Yeah, Pop with a clutch fear here, as DMU T1 looking to punish Grey Warwick for that mid lane plane, but will be unable to do so. So a turret and a charge onto the tier 2, not the worst response in the world for Grey Warwick here, but I feel like my biggest worry for that team right now is even if they start finding plays, they might be falling behind on damage significantly.
Yeah, that will be the problem for Warwick. DMU, no such issue. The Jinx is scaling up. They've got a Jinx Lulu. They've got a strong Hecarim as well, who's doing good burst damage when he jumps in. They're having a fine time, and now see they just try to take control of this bot side of the map. You know, pick up some jungle camps, get some vision down, and critically, they have that double TP play available again. And because Xplis just had to use his teleports to defend Thonk, that's all that DMU wanted. You can see they turned around the second that TP came in. They were ready to disengage that play, because now they know they can set things up on the top side of the map. They can go and get themselves a turret for free, even though the dragon is spawning up in just 30 seconds. It looks like they actually delay the resets a bit too much to go top lane, but with the state of the wave, they'll have a really nice wave coming back to them after this play has been done on the bot side anyway. But it means that they can just send everyone down. 5 members walk straight to a dragon. Don't even need to waste for TPs. Maybe save those.
He's almost getting nuked down.
Oh, that's an empowered W right there.
Gets that healing clutch in time, but he's out of the fight basically already, and Grey Warwick, the dragon is coming up. It will be a 4v5.
I mean, you don't need to recall here. Spark has the heal if you ultimately need it, but also just having Heathen around just to throw out rogue Qs and just shield people would be really, really nice for this fight. However, DMU don't really appear to know that he's reset, and they don't want to force anything. They have a good window where it's 5v4, but they don't want to try anything when they don't have full information, especially not when Porp could just be sitting anywhere with an ult. You see Samjay and Truinvis now trying to scope out that right side of the river because they do not want to be hit by a Crowstorm. But with the vision they have, they should know that Porp can only really be coming from that bush from the top side.
Alright, Boozy already getting chunked down. Xplis channeling that ultimate. Gets only Soxu. That is not really the target you want. Also, no shadows coming in from Truinvis onto the backside. Porp with that Crowstorm into the pit, but Soxu goes golden. Thonk takes the first kill of the fight. Samji on the side looking for assassination, but Thonk already with a double kill. And Grey Warwick finding 2 kills already. The health bars are down to half. Truinvis looking for a round 2, but Xplis bobs him into the wall. And that's a shutdown picked up by Porp. Grey Warwick finds 3 kills. And they're looking for the dragon.
Oh, Sam.
You have to hold your breath. Samjay not going to go for it, though.
And that is great execution from both sides, because DMU, they knew exactly where Porp was. They had perfect process for elimination, and you could see that they were playing that fight exactly out of Porp's range. They knew Porp can only be coming from that bush, maybe the one above it. And so no one would walk any further up. You can see Xplis is trying to bait them back a little bit, get them to walk into him, but they will not take the bait at all. They only fight in that position where Porp cannot hit them. However, Porp gets a little bit custom with it, channels the ult, doesn't care about the flash, doesn't care about the fear, because we'll see in the replay how he manages to get through onto the Jinx. But look at this. DMU, they know there's no world they overcommit. They are happy to just keep hitting Explis to make sure Porp can't get it. But Porp, he just ults in, boom, flashes and proto belts. He doesn't care about the fear. He just wants to get onto the Jinx, who's the only person that's actually doing damage to Explis. And they managed to take down that massive carry. Suddenly the fight is over. Everyone's been pushed back. You know, they've already used the Onslaughts of Shadows and they have no way to follow up. And the rest of the kills can very easily be picked up by Warwick. So that's a great execution from both sides. It's just that, yeah, they weren't quite ready for Porp to bust out the flash and the proto belt and to disregard the fear as well.
Yeah, but Grey Warwick kind of get back in the game. Gold-wise, it is, you know, looking much, much better. 2 items on Spark. I feel like that's the biggest thing that changed after this fight. This Varus is now going to pack a serious punch.
Yeah, we're also looking like we're getting that Manamune pretty soon as Porp is lurking over that wall.
He's going to be channeling the Crow Storm. There he goes. Soxu is the target and taken down by Spark already. Teleport coming in from Thonk on the backside, but it's a 1-for-1. SamJ is the one carry left. 2 calls of the Forge God going through. Not sure which one is which, but Thonk is zoning 3 members of DMU T1 alone. And Bootsy just falls down 2-for-1 in favor of Grey Warwick.
Yeah, you can see even without the Zhonya's available, Porp happy to just go in and do that damage, put himself in the middle of 5 people. They have to be a bit careful as well. Sam gets caught up, but he's probably going to be able to jump out that one pretty easily, as there is not a lot of sustained damage from Warwick's side. It is really all Porp. Other than that, there's a bit of burst from Explis and obviously a lot of poke from Spark, but, you know, committed all-in fights, they don't really have the damage once the Fiddlesticks ult is out of the picture, and that is something they need to be aware of and just need to play it around a little bit. And we see now they're being a bit more reserved. We're going to go ahead and back off as they know that they're not doing the most damage to Samj or True Invis after the initial engage. But they play well to get that pick. Again, disregard the fear. Just go for a you know, Chains of Corruption coming out from Spark. And it's something that a lot of people will tunnel vision on both teams. Is going to be the Fiddlesticks ult, the Fiddlesticks fear. Everyone's thinking about stay out of Fiddlesticks range. That you just forget that Spark can lock you up, and then you don't need the fear.
Yeah, and I mean something that kind of I guess I get confused about is SamJ. Despite, you know, being somewhat ahead on the LeBlanc, you can just see he's completely zoned away by Thong. Like, he's struggling to find an impact in those fights.
Yeah, with the LeBlanc, you need to be ahead. Oh, hang on.
That's going to be Chains of Corruption. Down onto True Invis, absolutely bursted down, and Spark takes the kill. Dido has to use that wild growth. The arrow from Spark. That's the double. And Grey Warwick are going to turn towards the Nasher.
I mean, that's so close. The Proto Belt went into the wall. I don't think a single one of the bullets actually hit onto Leosia, but Spark gets the snipe with that piercing arrow, and, you know, without the Hecarim alive, there is no way to really go ahead and contest this. I mean, Call the Forge God is available. If they want to try, Samj could look for something over the wall, but I think Samj's really just going to go up here. And, oh, the ult does come through, but it's not going to be close enough to get that execution, as the trade will be made for that tier 1 turret. They'll get damaged onto the tier 2. I don't think they'll actually be able to get the turret itself, and I mean, even a Porp turning up does mean that we have to be a little bit scared if we're DMU. Oh, that is not a blast cone you want to take.
Yeah, and Soxu is basically just stuck. Flash Everfrost from Thong going all in. Spark goes on a rampage. Bootsy now is just going to get locked up. Punch the Ornn. It's a new game, everyone. Double kill picked up by Spark.
It's a little bit keen, you know, from Thong to flash in for that one, but they want to make sure they can get that kill, be ready for this Inferno. Actually, no, you don't want to kill before they actually wanted that to take longer, so people would be dead before the Infernal. But now at this time, you know, Manager will actually respawn in time for that Drake. But, you know, with True Invis not having the ultimate, you have to think that TMU are going to want to give this one up, especially with these Baron minions knocking on their base. The Dragons should just be equalized. The Spark, Explis, and Heathen, they can walk up and hit this turret pretty safely. They have a lot of disengage to be able to just walk away after picking up that turret.
And Grey Warwick taking that inhibitor tower. Hold on, they're going to be camping on the bush, so I will just hold one of the points that I wanted to make, because I feel like we're gonna see a fight very soon. True Invis charging up. Porp goes over the wall and flash away from Soxu together with the Wild Growth. Explis goes straight into the backside, charges up the Keeper's Faith, and SamJ is out of there, but Grey Warwick struggling to get anyone down. Explis very low on the front side, and there's the first kill. Thong goes on a killing spree. Explis is going to get bursted down by SamJ in the backside. Call over the Forge God from Thong coming through. SamJ with the double. Soxu on the backside is still very much alive and just raining hail, but Spark takes him down with the hail of arrows. Triple kill is going to be picked up by Thong, and that is going to be ace from Grey Warwick.
Again, it looks like DMU think they have a window to turn around that fight, to re-engage. and they start getting kills after the initial pick comes through, but Thonk is left untouched, and he can slowly but surely bring in that sustained damage, take down those tanks, and win out the fight as Spark and Heathen stay alive. Moving on to the Nexus, they should be able to secure the first win of this series and get it ready with a Grey Warwick 1-0 start to the best of 5.
And I'm going to be honest, Doctor. I am very confused how quickly this game turned around. Like, you know, my brain can't really quite make sense of it. But we talked about how Grey Warwick aren't, you know, really hitting the spikes that they want to be hitting. They aren't making the plays that they want to be making. They're getting run around the map. Then this one Drake fight happens. And suddenly they just win the game.
Yeah, I mean, they played that fight to perfection, and then they had too much control of the map that suddenly the comp really falls apart, you know, for the DMU side. The issue with the DMU comp is that it's very good at going in, but there's a lot of disengage, you know, available for the side of Grey Warwick. And as we said before the game, once Grey Warwick have control of the map versus a Fiddlesticks, it's really hard to regain that control. You're terrified to ever walk up anywhere or to ever get into your jungle. And if you don't have control of the map, LeBlanc can't get the flanks that she needs. She can't get behind. She can't, you know, get to the positions she needs to get to try and assassinate Spark or even to assassinate Thonk.
Yeah.
And because of that, you know, this Porp versus, or, you know, the Fiddlesticks versus LeBlanc, if one of them's ahead, the other one is useless. And that's sort of one of them. If one of them's team is ahead, I should say, then the other one is really going to struggle. And that's what we saw here, that once that little bit of ground was gained by Grey Warwick, they can just completely take over the map. And again, it is all just off the back of this team fight, which they played so well.
Yeah, and I guess something that I specifically paid attention to at the beginning was why didn't Samjay go in? And Samjay is basically always getting zoned by someone. Now, you can see right now, he can't really... Well, now he's going in for the kill because there's no one there. But as soon as Stonk and Xmas arrive, he's out of there. He doesn't want anything to do with those frontliners for Grey Warwick. And it doesn't matter if you have a LeBlanc if she can't blow people up.
It's because Samjay can't go in. It's not, you know, LeBlanc does not like the front to back at all, because she's just going to be stopped by Keeper's Verdict or Heroic Charge, you know, or the Steadfast Presence. She can't just go in. She needs to go around. She has to get around the side, get a flank off, get that perpendicular angle in to try and assassinate Heathen or Spark or maybe even Thonk. And because they didn't have control of the map, Samjay could never find that. In the same way that, you know, if DMU had been the ones ahead, Porp never would have been able to find that. And it just means that in the state of the, you know, the state of the game from how the teams are seeing it, it's basically a 5 versus 4, and DMU T1 manager a bit overstepped a couple times too many. See, fights like that, that's where Samjay can get around, get onto the backline and hit someone. This is when the fight looks good. It's just that Thonk is basically untouched because Samjay had to use the big cooldowns to kill other members of the team, and that means that Thonk can go on and pick up all these kills. But yeah, in the fights before this, we see Samjay can't get the damage that they need. DMU manager overstepping a couple times is immediately just picked off, no hesitation from Spark or Porp. Suddenly the fights, both of the carries aren't able to get anything going, and Grey Warwick can just steamroll through the map and pick themselves up the kills, the Nexus, and the first win.
Yeah, and honestly, the fashion in which they did is also kind of impressive, because they didn't get ahead in lanes, but they just sort of clicked. So now if you're DMU T1, you are definitely going back and thinking what happened, and I kind of wonder if the response is going to be more along the lines of, let's pick something that can match early, or let's pick something that works more cohesively in the late game and not make any mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for DMU is that they had a strong early and a strong late. You know, they had the scaling on their side, and they had a very good early game, by all accounts. It was really just that one throw at the Dragon fight, which again, they played that fight well. They knew exactly where Porp was just by the process of elimination. They did a great job of scouting out each area, just nice and slowly, nice and casually, until they checked everywhere and they said, okay, we know exactly where Porp is. You know, he's not in Tri-Bush. He's not in that little bush opposite the Gromp. He's not up in the banana bush. You know, he's not in our side of the jungle. He has to be in Pixel. It's just that they weren't ready for the extra flash range to come through. You know, manager overstepped a little bit, and the fight went downhill from there. And so I think you don't have to change that much if you're DMU, other than maybe we get manager on something that's a little bit safer if he does overstep, because again, there was times where he'd then be the one hit by the Chains of Corruption, or we switch up a little bit and we say, okay, you know, instead of having like the Ornn in the top lane, we want something with a little bit more peel. Let's get something, I don't know, like a Maokai, for example, something that can try and defend manager a little bit better, and we can still try to play through that Jinx.
Yeah. I'm also just gonna throw it out there. No, I mean, you know, I'm gonna give credit to great work for that. Poppy, great counter pick to LeBlanc. I think, you know, Sam J getting off to a great start in lane, massive CS lead over Thong, got a kill, or few neutralized. Doesn't get to do anything in the team fight, so,
I mean,
yeah.
I really can't stress enough that, like, for Sam J in these fights, it's not like an individual thing. It's not like Sam J not looking for the right opportunities. It's not that like the Poppy's keeping him out of the fights or anything like that. It's just the team and the map as a picture. It is not possible for Sam J to get the angles that he wants, and that's because of Warwick as a 5-man unit controlling the map in such a strong way, as you would expect of a team, you know, with their history, with their years of play and their resources available to them and such. But that is a bit of a worry for Sam J. You know, if you want to be playing that LeBlanc again, it's something you need to be ready for. You know, maybe we get someone who can get a bit more vision available, with someone with more ranged on the team elsewhere to be able to, you know, face check things a bit better. Maybe we don't go for like an enchanter support who will really struggle to contest vision. Maybe we just ban out the Fiddlesticks. You know, there are other options where Sam J can still pick that LeBlanc, and it's just going to be up to the team as opposed to up to Sam J to get the control that he will need to be able to find those flanks.
Right, and I'm just reading that Warwick have chosen red side for the game too, so we will be staying on the same sides, which means that, well, DMU T1 get the first pick, however, Warwick still have the counter pick, and we've just seen them, you know, take out the Poppy, which really filled out their composition. So, in the light of that, how would you maybe expect DMU T1 to adapt the draft?
Again, I wonder about the Jinx. That, you know, Jinx, it was doing fine. But manager overstepping a bit, you know, is that manager not being comfortable on Jinx? Is that just manager in general? Or are we going to see maybe something like, you know, for example, the Xayah come out for manager, where you can just have that little bit of an extra safety net? Other than that, as I said, maybe we swap out the Ornn for something else, but maybe we swap both of the bot lane champions, and again, don't play with the Enchanter. But really, the draft was fine by all accounts from DMU. It was a strong draft. It was a good draft. It's just that you know, that one team fight and then losing control, and suddenly it just went bam, bam, bam. 3 quick succession fights, and the game gets steamrolled. And I don't think that's something that a change in draft will solve for DMU. I would not be that surprised if DMU went for the salty run back, because they had the strong early game, they were ready with the late game insurance. It really was just a small sequence of mistakes that were capitalized on so aggressively by Warwick that ended up costing them the game.
Alright, and I guess here I just want to bring some context for a good news for DMU T1, because the only time these teams have faced each other, because both NSC and Newell, is Newell lower bracket. It was a best of 3. DMU T1 won this 2-1. And the thing is Game 1 looked very similar to this one, where DMU T1 got ahead, Warwick then won a team fight, and they just snowballed the game from there. So we've already seen this team come back from a loss in Game 1 like that. So honestly, that is where I'm looking at, to see if DMU T1 can repeat the success they had in, you know, the lower bracket of Newell.
It was a tactical throw.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying.
Like, look, we know exactly what we have to do to pick up 2 wins. First thing, we need to lose the first game, you know? And once we've lost the first game in the exact same fashion, we will win the next 2 games in the exact same fashion. And then it's a best of 5, not a best of 3, so they might need to be a little bit more careful about that. But they'll figure something out when they only need to pick up that one final game afterwards. So, you know, this is all part of the plan for DMU. I'm excited to see how they move into the next game.
Yeah, I honestly don't think the bans are going to be any different. So, like, we had basically full comfort bans, definitely from Warwick. Warwick went with, Syndra, Evelynn, Viego. I largely expect those to be staying the same, and my brain's working really hard. I don't think I remember the 3 bans from the MUT1. Xerath.
The other 2 bans. Yeah, Xerath, Camille was the 3rd.
Yes, what was the second?
The second... I'm not too sure. Ziggs. Second was Ziggs. Yes. And then it was Aurelia and
Kiana.
Another top laner. Oh,
no,
Kiana, yeah, that was the
yeah.
one. Yeah. And then the other 2 bans were the Orianna Victor over for their Warwick side. And I wonder if Warwick actually run it back as well. I mean, they had a good time in this comp, and if because DMU can very happily run this back. And that means that Warwick will probably still run it back as well. Maybe they swap out the Sylas, but, you know, we did eventually get to that last fight where, you know, exactly what the Sylas needed happened, and Thonk was able to, you know, get that long exchange. So if DMU run it back, I would be surprised if the Sylas changed, but at the same time, wouldn't be surprised if Warwick ran it back either.
Alright, yeah, so far so good. The same bans. The sides are, of course, the same as you guys can notice. And yeah, the MUT1 really taking their time to think about this one. That was a Ziggs ban that they took away second, which they're gonna go for the Camille, so still deliberating on the Ziggs, but wanting to take Camille away from Xmas, which fairly understandable.
Yeah, get that one out. I mean, if you're playing Ornn, you're not going to want to be against that Camille anytime soon. As, again, the bans do seem to say the same. Will we see that Ziggs taken away? Let's have a look-see. Ziggs, again, still very strong in the bot lane. And, you know, want to bust them out in the mid lane as well. You're not going to have too bad of a time. But it's actually the Fiddlesticks. They do put the respect on Porp, again, after we saw just how scary it could be last game. And that does make me think that, again, maybe it's actually going to be another LeBlanc angle for Sam J.
Could very well be. I mean, Fiddlesticks was definitely a big part of why you just couldn't go for those flanks as much as you wanted to now. Well, they go for the Jinx first pick again. It's been a top tier meta pick in this preseason, but I've casted enough best of 5s in this preseason to see where Jinx is just a bait pick. Where people pick Jinx and it's not necessarily the best one in the series, but the placeholder means it's probably going to be Jinx again.
Yeah, it's probably a Jinx, yeah.
Probably a Jinx.
I'll work on that assumption pretty safely. It's Hecarim. Yeah, actually.
Okay.
That first pick. And that's an interesting one. That it's not something you do see, you know, first picked as much anymore, but still something that True Invers will be comfortable playing. And with the Fiddlesticks off the table, maybe now they think that, okay, we get rid of that, you know, that similar style champion that has that strong level 6, and then we can go ahead and capitalize on that moment for ourselves. And they managed to do it well in the last game, where it was those similar champions versus each other. Now that it's going to be the Hecarim versus a Graves, maybe they can pull that one off even better, as there'll be less of a contention around that first dragon. But at the same time, you know, Porpy has been known to bust out a pretty mean Graves, and this is another champion that can really take over the map, especially if they want to pair it up, you know, with the Jinx, not the Jinx, the Karma Varus. That was the bot lane. You know, if you play a similar bot lane again, you would have a good time. Oh, never mind. It was a Jinx. I was right. I'm a genius. Crushed it.
Yeah, you were accidentally just predicting the future, you know? Sometimes you're not aware of your own power. It happens, you know? But I do agree on Pop Graves. It's definitely a pick that he has pulled up many times, and it has impressed me most of the time. There were some games where it got shut down. So I guess it's a matter of not getting shut down. I mean, yeah, just win forehead. Literally how to win League of Legends. Like, just don't lose, man.
Okay, well, the Lulu has been taken away, isn't it? Oh, and it's picked up with the Cogmore as well, so that's another way to play this one out. You want to have the Hypercarry versus Hypercarry matchup. It will now be interesting to see what the response is going to be for Heathen. I mean, you do have multiple ways you can try and play this. You can try to pick something that's a bit more all-in. That can be very dangerous to do versus the Lulu, but at the same time, if it's something that Porp's on board with, you can have a good time bot. You can match it with another Enchanter and just try to play the same style, or you could even go for something, you know, I was going to say like a Braum to try and completely neutralize the Cogmore, but instead, it is going to be matched with another Enchanter, although I do believe in the early stages of this lane that would be favored over to Lulu and Cog. So that's something that, you know, Spark and Heathen will have to be aware of. They're not going to have that same level of prio that they may have originally wanted. And there's now going to be a lot of pressure on Porp to hit the best smokes of his life to stop Manager from absolutely just tearing through the team. A smokescreen can single-handedly win team fights in this match, and it's going to be something that Porp will have to pay very close attention to.
I do agree. Alternatively, we could see either Thonk or Xplus be put on the duty of, you know, backline diving. That's technically an option. We still need a frontline to be coming out from Grey Warwick, presumably. And the phase 2 bans, basically just running across the solo lanes here. Orianna and Malphite are going to be taken away by Grey Warwick, so, you know, tending towards that team fighting, and just 2 top laners knocked away from Xplus.
Yeah, I mean, now it gets really interesting for Warwick. How do they want to play into the Lulu Cog? And it's going to be the Cho'Gath. Okay, they need a front line, but obviously Cogmore has a great time just burning through them, and you don't want to pick something that dives Cogmore too hard blind right now, because if you do, depending on where the rest of the DMU comp goes, you can just get immediately torn up. I mean, I know the Camilla's banned, but for example, if it wasn't, if you dive in onto that Cogmore, depending on the rest of the comp, you are just getting one hit immediately. So they go for something a lot safer with that Cho'Gath, who should be able to tank the Cogmore for, you know, at least 3 seconds before you realize that Cogmore will just melt through the entire team. But having the extra range on your utility, you know, as opposed to having to fully commit yourself in, having that long range knock-up can be very beneficial when it comes to trying to shut down this carry. At the same time, though, that could always just be a Cho'Gath mid, and then we keep the top lane open for even more options. We've got a lot going on in this comp right now for Warwick as the final picks come through.
Yep, Cho'Gath definitely a flex here. We have Mundo for Boozy, one of his, I'm not sure if preferred, but definitely well-rehearsed picks, you could say. And Samjay going for the comfort of Victor, very standard meta champion pool. And when I think of Samjay, Control Mages is usually what I align him with, so that here makes sense. Now, will this Cho'Gath go mid or top lane? Grey Warwick, you have to make your decision now. And it looks like it will go mid.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was expecting the mid one because the Victor matchup is fine. You just sort of trade waves and you're chilling. I don't think that, off the top of my head, Cho'Gath has the best matchup versus the Mundo. And the other thing is that versus the Victor, you do often just sort of get your scaling control mage matchup in mid lane, which isn't really going to do a lot of favors for Warwick right now, given the way these sort of comps are looking. And they want to have something just got a little bit more threat that they can maybe play through. So I was expecting to see potentially the Renekton up in the top lane, but Vanar will do the same, where they can actually try and get an advantage up against that Mundo just early on, and try to leave that. We already saw what Xblitz can do. He was getting the solo bolo in the tank versus tank matchup, and he managed to then get 5 plates and first blood turret all by himself. Maybe now on a champion that's even stronger, early with more agency, he can do the same, and then transition that into a really strong team fight. I mean, if you look at the Warwick comp, this is just a very standard, like, we've got a good mid game, we've got a good team fight, we've got a decent early game. Like, this is a very nice, holistic, you know, all round. If you want to use like your Magic terms or whatever, this is just like a white mid range kind of deal. I don't play Magic, but I think that's the right term. I don't know. This is like Demacia or something for Legends of Runeterra. You know, you're having a decent enough time.
Yeah, for sure. And I definitely like how Grey Warwick effectively opened up another front in this best of 5, because you mentioned Gnar having more agency. They're basically saying, look, Xblitz already beat Boozy up in the top lane in the game 1, so now we're going to give him a champion where he actually can be a threat if that happens again. And the MUT1 essentially have even more things to worry about, because it's not only just about the mid and the bot lane, you also have to worry about top lane now.
My one concern for Warwick here, and obviously, you know, a concern but in a positive way for DMU, is going to be that Cogmore. Because, you know, we've got Hecarim and Graves, Mundo, and Gnar. So these guys are all going to play that sort of just front to back. We have it's not like front to back in the head-on collision kind of way, but we've got, you know, enough bruisers that will be standing next to each other, pushing each other back and forth a little bit. And that's something that Cogmore is more than happy with. Cogmore can just take over there, sit back, be very nice, very chill. And there's not a lot of dive potential onto that Cogmore, other than a really nice angle of engage for the Gnar, or potentially a casual Cho'Gath knock-up here and there. And if this Cogmore remains untouched, they will be able to just completely cleave through the fights, which is why that playing through the top lane becomes so much more important for Warwick, because you can play through bot lane, but that Cogmore's going to get there eventually, you know, and the Jinx is only going to be able to do so much versus another front line. But if you play through top lane, you shut down the Mundo, maybe you shut down the Hecarim as well. If the frontliners of DMU cannot match the frontliners of Warwick, that's when Cogmore will start to struggle, because the frontline just goes immediately, and now it's 5 men on top of the Cogmore, as opposed to the controlled fight that he would like.
Yeah, and also let's not forget Pop is on the Graves. That champion definitely has some serious carry potential, because I agree with you, Warwick, ideally looking to close this game off by mid-game. If this goes late, you're gonna start running into problems, but Pop, if he gets a few kills, doesn't matter which lane really, to be honest, then he's rolling. He is going to be absolutely chilling on that champion.
Yeah, again, preferably we're getting those kills in the top lane and in the jungle. Not those kills onto Porp, because we want to be shutting down the Mundo and the Hecarim, so that Porp can, you know, just cleave through them, get through and get onto that backline. Again, if the fights are relatively contested in the front line, Cogmore's having a great time. If the top side of the map are behind and they aren't able to be that defensive wall that they need to be, suddenly, you know, boom, Jinx is getting resets. Porp is just straight through that. Xblitz is able to easily just get the bounce over and land on the Cogmore, and it all falls apart. So despite the fact that this is 2 hyper carries down the bot lane, you know, the Jinx versus the Cogmore, I do see a world where Warwick are like, actually, we're just going to let those two do their thing. because we know that whilst the Cogmore is the most important part of this game, that means that it's not the Cogmore we should look at. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but it checks out.
Yeah, no, it definitely does check out. If you go towards the Cogmore, you're not really getting that much of a lead, you're not getting the right people fed on your team, and DMUT1 are likely going to be able to stall. But if you hit the stalling champions on DMUT1, then Cogmore never gets there. It's kind of as simple as that. There you go, play-by-play dumbing things down for people, you know, who aren't, who haven't got a big brain, or people like me, basically. So yeah.
Oh, hold up! I've just spotted the time. I need to get my monster drop in. I didn't do one this hour. I did it last hour. Whew, get that down. Nice. Gotta make sure we get the. They're not every. Oh no!
Oh, you just got baited.
I've been baited. It's different to last time. It's not a monster drop every hour. It's just the one. Understandable. What a switcheroo. In that case, I have got my monster drop in. I got that one in already, but. Whew. Oh wait, I can gamba my channel points as well. Oh, I do love a good gamba.
Ooh, hell yeah.
That is insane. Who has 78,000 points to spare in the NSC channel?
Clearly someone who is very invested in amateur... Sorry, not... UK university.
That is biased as all, but Hench's is dropping 78k on that. But, either way, we'll be diving on in relatively soon. And yeah, I'm ready to see how this game plays out. I mean, I'm expecting, well, both junglers. I think that Warwick will want to start on the bot side. We might just see that DMU will end up starting top side because they want to play through the Hecarim. I think that Warwick can recognize from what we saw last game where they knew how they need to play out the game. I would expect Warwick and Porp to recognize that it is actually the top lane they want to play for. The question will be, do DMU recognize that, or do they want to play for the Cogmore? That's going to be the interesting part. If both teams just play for bot side, then, you know, what I've been saying for the last, 5 minutes just doesn't happen. But the game will still be, even. If they both play for top side, great. But if one of them knows they have to play for top side, and one of them doesn't, then that's when the game will really crack open.
Yeah, and we've seen DMUT1 put a lot of focus down towards bot side last game. We've seen True Invis have a lot of successful ganks in this lane, so let's see if he can do it again as we are going on to the Rift for the second game of the day. Great Warwick, 1-0 lead. Let's see if DMUT1 can bring it back.
Alrighty, nothing too crazy happening off the board. Happening off rip, we'll have a little bit of a gander at the rooms. We actually have got that first strike set up for Samjay, which I do like. Get that one in on the Victor versus the Cho'Gath. You know you will basically be getting the initial trades off, and you're not going to be getting huge amounts of gold off of it, but a little bit here and there. No point in going airy. You know, you're not really going to be able to poke out a Cho'Gath, but it will be interesting to see how they do later on in the team fights when they don't have something like the Phase Rush, for example. That is a rune that can do very nicely versus a Cho'Gath, and they are not going to have that option available to them. Again, I cannot stress enough to keep an eye on Porp and his smoke screens as we get into the later stages of the game. Again, a well-placed smoke screen is going to absolutely ruin Manager, but also to note that Manager has gone ahead and picked up that Ghost. That is a confident move for a Cogmore. I mean, it's one of those, you know, L9 2k LP scripter Cogmore moves that you have to do. If you can make it work, you are just unstoppable, but you need to have the movement to be able to pull this one off in a team fight.
Yeah, I definitely see the utility of the Ghost over the Cleanse, since the only crowd control is going to be X-Place, and in an ideal world, you're not getting hit by him in that Mega Gnar. So I definitely see the reasoning here for Soxu to go for the Ghost. And Boots start as well with that refillable potion. Definitely some tech going on down there.
Oh, the refillable as well. That's confident. I mean, they do have the better trades, I'll say that, but I've never seen the Boots refillable. Boots 4 is one thing, you know, because you can get good trades just by spacing alone. Again, you have to be very good at your Cogmore to pull it off, but it does end up being usually the better option. And when you have it, the other thing to note that will be interesting is how Manager wants to play the build. You know, is he going to go for a more vintage Cogmore, or is it going to be one of those, you know, kind of tankier, bruiserier Cogmores? And I think in competitive and with this team comp, you can just go for a full damage setup. You don't need to go for the, for the bruisery type. But it will be an option if they want to look into it. And that is something that you do often see when people go for, you know, again, the Ghost and the Boots start. It's just play for that unkillable Bruiser style. I forget the name of the guy that invented it, but
yeah, I don't know.
He always used to go Ghost as well when he pulled that one out last season. So there are options available for Manager.
Now, Doctor, we haven't talked about jungle path. I don't think we get to talk about it now either, because Soxu is forced to flash away the heal learned by Dido, but I think that is going to be the end of the trade. No, Spark getting very low here. Is gonna throw down the zap. Flash away from Dido. Flash follow through. Grey Warrior going all in. Picking up the first blood. Looking for the second one. Spark dropping the heal. No, Soxu wins that one, but will fall down to the Heathen. 2-for-1 with the bot lane of Grey Warrior.
Oh, very close there. They managed to pick up the kills, and yeah, just a bit of a miscommunication between Manager and Leosia there, because there was a lot of upfront burst from Spark and Heathen there, as there often tends to be with an early level Karma. But once that was all used, DMU had the advantage in the fight, which is why we saw Leosia move in, as Thonk might be able to 2v2.
Yeah, Pop is coming into the mid lane as well. Thonk is out of mana, but Samjay has to flash away immediately. Both mid laners losing that summoner. And True Invis just continuing the trade with the Ghost. Pop down to 200 HP, but it is going to be the trade of flashes.
Anyway, for so rudely interrupted by True Invis there. Yeah, it looked that Leosia recognized that there was no burst left. Leosia wanted to continue the trade, moved on in, got really good damage down onto Heathen, but Manager wasn't there. And then suddenly the cooldowns come back up, and Spark and Heathen can re-enter the fight, pick up that kill, get the reset onto Spark as well, and it all goes a little bit downhill from there off the back of miscommunication. I mean, also, maybe Manager didn't have the cooldowns to try and extend the trade, didn't have the W available, in which case Leosia is the one at fault there, but either way, they just weren't quite on that same page, and it means that 2 kills were secured in the bot lane. As now Porp makes his way down to this summonerless lane.
Yeah, he's got the flash as well to close in with some crowd control if he wants to, but the slow seems to be just enough. Here comes the teleport. Bootsy going to respond to the gang. Throws the cleaver towards Heathen, and well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, well, it does get them control of the area, though, for a potential Drake if they want to go for that one. But, you know, Explis will have the teleport available to join and can have a really strong wave setup as well. So, DMU, they don't really want to go for it. Bootsy doesn't want it. He knows if the Dragon is attempted there, he is just losing a plate in 2 or 3 waves. But it also means now that Warwick, you know, Explis can build up this wave and then be in a great spot to teleport down if he needs to. However, Porp is also reset and will be just going up to farm that top side of the map instead. As we see everyone move away from that Drake for now.
So a very calm early game so far. Nothing really happening. There we go.
There's been 3 kills.
What do you mean? It's calm by my standards. Okay, I'm a gold player. There is supposed to be at least 10 kills by now. Or
yeah,
I'm getting bored.
I'll take it.
Well, True Invis is going to be starting up the Dragon.
He's going to give this one a go. I don't think there's any information about that for Warwick. I mean, Warwick at this point shouldn't really expect this to happen because True Invis was already bot, so you'd assume he cleared out his bot camps on his way to get to the bot lane. But instead, he didn't. He went back, got them, and then moved on to a Drake. So I think that Warwick are thinking that, you know, Invis reset and moved to the top side or was doing a stop camps, but no, he was able to pick up that Drake, even though it was doing a fair bit of damage to him off the back of that bot prior. So they're happy to go ahead and grab themselves yet again the first Drake, but it's only a Cloud. Won't be doing anything too crazy for them. I don't think Warwick are too upset about having lost that. Meanwhile, Explis is having a good time up in top lane and maintains his TP advantage whilst still being able to set up what should be a reasonable little freeze there to really start to set Bootsy behind.
I mean, he's been freezing since Bootsy teleported down to the bot lane.
Yeah.
So Explis is absolutely just swimming in CS. You can see a 14 CS lead Pop using, you know, the information that True Invis was on the Dragon to do a bit of counter jungling. Okay, I thought he was maybe going for a play. It's just an elaborate point to go for the blast cone. But lane swap from DMUT1.
Yeah, they swap up to get ready for that Herald spawning up in just a minute. But, I mean, it's okay. You know, they'll get to Manager a lead here and they buy some time for Bootsy as well. But ultimately, if Warwick want to contest this Drake, Explis could just reset right now. And if it resets, they'll be able to get down to that bot lane in time. And then we can bring Spark and Heathen up as well. There's still, again, basically a full minute before that objective spawns. So if Spark and Heathen can reset on this wave, then they'll be able to get to it in time. And I think they should. You know, you don't really want to be handing over this Herald for free, especially you don't want to be giving it over to the Cogmore.
Yeah, and if, you know, play it to Cogmore, but also there is the potential to just look to break open a mid lane tower, or really any tower and start establishing control in the jungle, which Okay, we're gonna see the replay of that ball in 2v2. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very clear. But yeah, you see here that Leoza is really walking up, getting good damage out onto Spark, but DMU is just not putting up decent. Yeah, okay, DMU didn't have the Bio Arcane Barrage up, didn't have that W, and so yeah, he wasn't actually really able to bring too much damage in, which means that although Leoza had the right idea, you have to play around that Kog'Maw pass or the Kog'Maw W cooldown. It is long early days, and so they had this. They thought they had the sustained damage, but just wasn't there as manager couldn't get involved in the fight. And then Spark and Heathen are able to just turn it around once they have their burst for a second time.
So where are we standing with, both the teams and how they want to be playing around? Because we haven't seen... Yeah, the pause is going to be ending right now. Bootsy, I assume just walking away. This is a standard spectator bug after every pause. Nah, this is just Riot Client. Should hopefully be fixed in a couple of seconds. No, nothing you can do.
Okay, we've rewound a bit.
Exactly.
Try and get away from it. Okay, we reround to mere seconds before the pause. Nothing new going on here. So, I mean, the question is going to be, do Spark and Heathen reset here? Are they going to push this wave and then back out? The fact that they're actually poking Bootsy instead of hitting the wave makes me think maybe not. Maybe they plan on staying and playing for the plate here, but that is going to just be a free Herald going over. As they're putting good damage onto Bootsy. He has to just pop the ultimate as, there's actually just a solo Merlo up in the mid lane. Which is pretty impressive. There's no flash from Thonk used either, so he just somehow managed to get that kill, I don't know. But with Spark and Heathen staying down bot, it looks like we won't be playing for this Herald, and that should go over to DMU, which will be used to then funnel back Kog'Maw a little bit better.
For sure, and if you do land the Rupture on the Cho'Gath with Glacial Augment, that's basically a death sentence if someone doesn't have the flash, so I assume that's how things went. Yeah. True Invis now walking towards the top side, definitely looking to play around this Herald, punish Xplis for being alone under this turret. He's got the flash, but nowhere near Mega, and will go under this turret. The Ghost is popped. Xplis getting away with it.
Yeah, manages to get out alive. And that will be pretty beneficial. But Bootsy might not be able to say the same, no ultimate.
Yeah, has got the flash, but yeah, no, he's not getting anywhere near killing it. Okay, I said, but there's a one more time.
No, it's Big Brain. It's Big Brain. Heathen dies so that they don't steal the plate gold from Spark.
Okay, yes, that makes sense.
See, this is why Heathen won that one split. Was he on Diabolus when they won? I don't know. Maybe
I don't remember, but Thong looking for a play up in the top lane. Soksu and Idol both have the flashes, so I assume this Cho'Gath won't have an easy time getting to anyone. And there we go, that's the flash heal burned. To win this, they came on the top lane, has got access to that ultimate. Here comes the Shadow, and Thong just flashes out.
Yeah, it's a bit of a keen one, but you can see Funk did have to flash, as there's a lot of that. Wait, hang about.
Yeah, that's
be careful there, manager.
Soksu, you can't walk up here. The Raptor is the good man.
That is a rough one for the Kog'Maw. As that actually means that a lot of the pressure has just been lost. This Herald is now no longer contestable with that Kog'Maw off the map. Again, manager just overstepping, being shut down. And that is huge for Warwick, as Warwick were able to now move up and contest the Herald as well. That's absolutely great. I mean, I was looking a bit worried about Warwick's chances when they didn't rotate up for that Herald, because I wasn't sure if they'd be able to actually get a lead for Spark down the bot lane, but they managed to get that kill, and now they get the blue buff, they get the Herald, they push Invis out of his own jungle. They're having a great time, because I know I said that it's not important to play around the the Kog'Maw too much. I was like, that Warwick should play through top, but it's if Manager and Spark are even and they're playing through top, it's fine. In a world where Manager is getting that Herald given to him and Spark's getting nothing, that's very scary for Warwick. But not only do they deny the Herald, they also get the kill down bot lane, setting back Bootsy and getting gold onto Spark. Really could not have gone better for Warwick.
Oh no, Samjay flashes in place! And that is going to be Spark with a kill.
Oh, that is a rough one.
That is not what you want to see from the mid laner of DMU T1. Grey Warwick now 3,000 gold ahead. Spark is 2-1-2, gonna get some plates in the mid lane. Grey Warwick are gaming.
That is a rough one for Samjay. Oh no. But yeah, Warwick gaming just a little bit. Spark not going to be able to get that plate. A little bit scared here. Manager will be putting out a lot of damage if he can just walk up and get in range, but it's not going to happen. Spark, you got to be careful. I don't think they actually got that plate. There it is.
There we go.
Have to be a little bit careful there, but they managed to pick it up. You don't want to take too much damage here because that Drake is spawning up in 15 seconds. However, Leozia actually cancels the recall, does not reset for this objective. Although again, all Leozia needs to do is what I was saying last game about Heathen on the Karma is all spark flashes.
Yep, Truenvis did commit that ultimate down in the mid, which means not going to be available for the Dragon. I think in the short term, this might just end up being worth for Grey Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, they can still move to go and contest this Drake, and now with Invis not having the ultimate, there's no real way to get in, as Explice actually finds the solo bolo as well, up in the top lane, shutting down the flashless Samjay. True Invis knows that this Drake is available, but he can't get into the pit, he doesn't have the ult, and so Porp is happy to solo this one, because there is just not really a lot of ways to contest it. True Invis cannot get into the pit, and this means that Spark can even continue to put out the threat in mid lane.
Yeah, Spark just picks up the kill. I think he is going to go down to the Captain Surprise. Actually, Daigle picking up the kill, so the gold going to a Lulu, not something that you want to be seeing. Heathen finding the root down onto True Invis, and that is Stonk picking up the kill. Grey Warwick, that is a complete turnaround from game 1, I have to say, because they are just hitting the ground running from the early game.
Yeah, and a great control of that situation there as well. I mean, Manager, you know, he doesn't... they give the kill over to Leoza so that Manager can get the extra bit of damage from the passive to try and help True Invis, but Heathen is just able to stay alive, doesn't go down, and then the rest of the team can turn up to secure that kill as well. Now, not only is gold picked up in the mid lane and Manager taken down, but they can finally grab that Herald, and they will still have a minute and a half to actually deploy it and funnel the gold as well. The pings imply that it might be going up into the top lane, but Porp could use it for Spark help as well. It just looks like Spark is probably going to get that mid lane turret regardless, and so Porp will be using it potentially up in the top lane. He's resetting. He has time to reset, but it will need to be a very frantically placed Herald if he wants to make sure that they can still get those plates.
Yeah, only 1 more minute until those drop, and it feels kind of depressing seeing Samjay at level 8 in the top lane. He has just been bullied quite a lot this game so far. As Heathen looking for Soksu, gets some poke down. Here comes the onslaught of shadows, and Spark is feared the wrong way. Is just going to be able to walk away. True Invis getting killed in mid lane, and no one is hitting Soksu. That Cosmo just free hitting onto everyone. He wants Pop. Just going to drop the ultimate and flash away to safety.
I mean, but this is good for DMU. This is time that Porp is not using that Herald. He's got 30 seconds. He needs to lifesteal off that camp and get that Herald down if they want to put the gold through onto Spark. You want to be able to deploy that one before the plates go down. He has dropped it now. Will Manager and Leozia be able to clean it up? It looks like they won't, as Porp has healed up a lot, and this Herald can be escorted in as Manager tanking that one to make sure that Leozia can stay alive, and they just managed to get those plates. But now True Invis is coming up with a flank. Does not have the ultimate, though. Might still look.
Is lurking, but there isn't really an easy target to be picking off. Grey Warwick are now splitting Spark all on his own, and Soksu flashes forward, takes him out. Teleport the flank from Samjay. Can he finally have an impact on this game? True Invis in the front line tanking up the damage. Samjay not quite able to kill the Heathen, and now he's getting chased out by Grey Warwick. Stonk joins the fight. The Rapture is thrown down, and Samjay just slowed down by the boulder toss. Pop takes him out. It's a 1-for-1. But Grey Warwick keep their control of the map.
Yeah, they're staying on advantageous position, and everything's starting to go well for them. They're picking it up. I like that. Porp has gone for this. What you call it, for the Gale Force. By the by, because they have the advantage they need. True Invis has been set behind. Everything is going really well for Grey Warwick. They are winning that front to back setup. And so instead of going for something a bit more like, sustain, for example, the shield bow that you'd often see the Graves go for, Porp knows, like, no, I just want to one-hit something. I just want burst. I can either go through and try and one-hit Manager, or I can try and one-hit through a front line so that I can get to Manager. And I like that a lot as an adaptation for Porp. And it's a sign of why this game is going so well for Warwick right now, who find themselves, 5,500 gold in the lead, just 15 minutes in.
So, Doctor, can you set maybe a time of game or amount of items that Soksu needs to hit on that Kog'Maw for DMU-T1 to have a chance of winning this one?
It's not about Soksu.
Okay.
It's going to be about Bootsy and True Invis. And the thing about Hecarim is that it's not really ever about Hecarim's items in a vacuum, but it's about Hecarim relative to the rest of the game. Any drain tank is the same position as Bootsy. Just going to go down.
Yeah, Spark hiding very
not
easily.
A lot to be said. Yeah, he's just going to be dropped. He's overextended there. But, Manager.
Yeah, that is a bit of a bigger fight happening. And the top lane, Soksu is just going to get nuked by the tower. Explice on a killing spree. He's trying to dance around, picks up the double, and he survives. No way Grey Warrior get away with that. 3-4-0 in top lane.
Easy peasy, and I have to say, a great zoning cue, by the way. Just from Thonk spotting that one, like, puts it perfectly between the two, but like it zones Leosia away, and it sort of guarantees that the Invis is going to go down to Explicit as well. Great work there, but they managed to get wins on both sides of the map. They pick up the bot lane turret as well. Everything is going positive for Grey Warwick right now, and yeah, again, they're in an absolutely brilliant spot.
So you were saying how it's about the items on Boozy and True Invis. I'm trying to basically, think of ways in which DMU T1 can come back in the game. So basically, it's going to be good if Boozy can somehow survive all the damage that Grey Warwick has.
It's all relative, Like a 6-item Cogmore does nothing if his frontline is getting popped. At the same time, a 2-item Cogmore can 1v9 a game if his frontline isn't getting popped, right? It's everything about Cogmore and about drain tanks like Hecarim is relative. A 5-item Hecarim, it can be basically full build, but it doesn't matter if he cannot sustain through the damage and stay alive, then he's useless, right? At the same time, a 1-item Hecarim, if he lives in the fights, can easily pick up 3 kills. And so when True Invis is behind and he's not able to sustain, that's when it's going to go downhill for both him and Manager.
All right, now the MU2-1 trying to turn on to Xmas, but Spark is alright. Wait, Spark is just dead. Sox just destroys him, and Thonk joins the fight from the bot side, and he then takes down Sam J. The turret is going to be the target. Sox trying to kite Thonk around, but you can see this Cogmore doesn't necessarily have too much. He's actually just space gliding right now on this Cogmore. Let's see how long he can keep it going for. Sox keeps going forward, has the wild growth, forces Thonk to flash away.
It's not that strong of a term, but look, Invis is sort of on the flank, sort of being collapsed on, as Porp should be able to pick him up, grabs him with the Gale Force, and Manager showing exactly why he's comfortable to play the Ghost Cogmore variant, as he dodges out on all of those skill shots, never getting tagged by Thonk, and Thonk didn't have the feast available at the time, so he was not able to go on in and pick up that kill.
You know what? If Spark is dead from Grey Warwick, I can see DMU win fights. I mean, if Soxu does this again and just somehow manages to dodge everything, then yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, the fights are front to back. So if the hyper carry goes down, it is relatively over for Warwick. The issue is that Spark can 1v1 the front line, which is never really where you want to be as DMU. But at least the teleport is blown by Xbliss, because let's be honest, that one was pretty close. But it does mean that the Herald is still going to be picked up by Porp, and Thonk will get himself an extra stack after dropping the feast on that one.
The MT1, they're hunting. They're camping for Xbliss. Xbliss is going to realize someone is on the bush. I'm not sure if he realizes it's 3 people. Well, now he does, because they step out. And never mind, the bait is not going to work out. Come on. Are they actually just going to try and kill Xbliss here? I guess the answer is going to be yes. Predator is going to be pulled by True Invis, and okay, yeah, that was quick.
But there is a Herald in mid lane, and also Thonk is getting himself a turret for free up in top lane as well. Actually, there's not a Herald in mid lane. Porp was reset. I thought he was hanging out with Spark and Heathen, so it will actually just be gold picked up, and as we see, the bounty secured as well. But Samjay
dodging away from the rocket, but one more.
No, Samjay, what?
And Samjay
not
picks
again.
The kill.
Oh, it actually is not again. It was Thonk that did it last game. But holy man, just walk away.
I mean, it's difficult, away, you know. You
it's not. It's one click. It's not that difficult. Just press the B button on your keyboard. You're chilling. Oh god, it's like Thonk in the last game, walking up trying to get that Kingslayer under his turret at level 4 as well.
I think Booty should be able... Okay, maybe not. That is quite a lot of damage coming down from Spark. He continues to chase. Does not have the ultimate. And here comes True Invis. On Sword of Shadows. Good flash away from Spark. Pop coming in from the side as well. The target is going to be Sox. Wild Growth comes down. That is a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Pop goes unstoppable. And there you go. That's your point demonstrated. If you don't have a front line, you don't win on combo.
Yeah, I mean, it was close. Manager was putting out good damage, but he was ultimately just tanking 3 people. Again, if Porp didn't drop that smoke screen immediately, there's a world where I see like Manager does clean that out. But because Porp didn't have the smoke screen available once Manager was actually doing the damage. But fortunately for Warwick, Manager did end up going down. But it was a little bit scary. It was a little bit close. However, kills are secured. Summoners are burnt by Spark. Quite crucially, does not have that flash for the next fight. But ultimately we are at this stage now where Porp can one-hit pretty much anyone, you know, on that DMU side, which is great. Explis is doing good over in the side lanes. We've got 2 items on Thonk as well, so he's really starting to stack up. And 3 items for Spark means that DMU are just absolutely terrified.
Yeah, 21 minutes is a bit early to be hitting 3 items on Jinx, but hey, here we are. Spark is now the absolute hyper carry, and you know, we talked about in draft how, yeah, technically Kog'Maw is going to outscale the Jinx in terms of the comp, but not if the rest of Grey Warwick are ahead. So they again managed to basically get to the point where it's gonna take a massive throw for them to lose this game.
Yeah, it would be a pretty difficult spot. He might be making the first step.
Yep, that is definitely a misstep there. Truinvis takes the kill, and that is a free pickup under the support. There are some pings from DMU towards the Baron.
Well, that's a rogue one because the Herald is still there for Porp. Porp's just going to deploy. I think 4v5 is winnable for Grey Warwick.
Well, we will see. They are approaching. Spark is one of the first in the line. Rapture comes down, doesn't hit onto anyone. It's just forwards for the time being. Truinvis,
look at
the Ghost goes straight into the middle of the fight. Thonk is already dead.
Oh no!
It's the Mega. He's got the flash, but he can't find the engagement. Spark is just stand on the backside. Soxo flashes forward looking for Spark, but Xmas gets him into the wall, and he's taken out. The Kog'Maw is no more, but Spark has to run away from the passive. He is dead as well. It's now all on Pop. He's going to get polymorph. 2 items on the bench. He has quite some damage, and Pop goes dominating. Flashes away. Truinvis can't catch up, but Samj flashes in for the shutdown, and the MUT1 managed to win the fight.
Oh, if Explis gets the double jump in that fight, it is over. But he just falls short, and everything starts to crumble. It looks like the Herald also died as well, so they won't even be getting that charge through onto the inhib or anything like that. And now Drake's good. However, Thonk is teleporting in. He has the flash ult.
Let's go. Let's see if he can do it. No, it is a bit too late. Truinvis gets away with the smite. Instead, Thonk is going to take the stack from the hacker, and I guess a stack is a stack.
Yeah, a Porp is spawning in 5 seconds. They could look for this Baron now. So we'll dive on into the replay real quick. And yeah, just look at Explis here. This is a winnable 5v4. They do a great job of getting through onto Spark and taking out Thank. But look, he doesn't get the hop, so he cannot get the ultimate off there. And there's still good damage going out. But Spark, standing on just the edge of that Victor stun, loses so much health, gets taken down, and then just does not keep an eye on that Kog'Maw to be dropped once again. I mean, Porp is doing good work, but Explis just has to wait for the Mega Gnar to run out before he can rejoin this fight, and then they get cleaned up. Now, what's going on in live? Has the Baron been started? Where are we at? What's the situation? I hear something. It has. It's just been done. Just picked up by Warwick.
Yeah, so Warwick, despite, losing the fight, arguably still managed to pick up the Baron. I think the big thing that happened there as well, that you didn't mention the replay, is Truinvis managed, forces Spark to go up with that Onslaught of Shadows, and then the Gravity Field from Samj to zone him away from the team. So Spark either has to take the stun or doesn't contribute to the fight, and, it all ends in the same way. Jinx isn't very useful.
He does both.
So, yeah.
Oh, it's a rough one. Oh! Okay, wait, did they change this about Quick? Was Manager's gone for the old, Quick Blades?
Yeah, I think so. Quick Blades still...
Did they change Kog'Maw?
In what way?
Because I've tried this before. The thing is that Kog'Maw W has a real long cooldown, but it does not... Quick Blades doesn't reduce the W cooldown during the W. It has to run out, and then you start getting crits, and the Quick Blades will then reduce the cooldown. And that's... depending on the way the fights work, he might be able to get those pot shots in, but usually in my experience, the Kog'Maw can't actually get the... When the W is on cooldown, Kog'Maw is not allowed to get the autos that would then bring the W off cooldown. You need that bit of range. So that one could be a bit rogue for Manager, but at the same time, maybe it's just going to give him a lot of W uptime. I mean, to be fair, when Baron's up, or Baron's been taken, he can now hit these, whatchamacallits? The Baron power means... Oh, he doesn't. No, he has the Hurricane, actually, so he just needs to get, like, one auto off, and then his W will be back up. So, okay, I understand. I see where he's coming from.
Yeah, that works out pretty well at the end of the day. But Grey Warwick looking to siege up the towers. A bit of a 1-3-1 setup going on. Explis and Boozy duking it out in the top lane. I don't think Grey Warwick are looking like they're going to actually be taking down those inhibitor towers with this. Okay, you know what? I say that Thonk's going all in.
Going in. I mean, at this point, is it even worth using the flash for Thonk? As all Spark
Here comes True Invis, he finds the Soul of Shadow Spark getting knocked out, flashes away, but he's so very low, and True Invis takes him down. Soksu is just destroying everyone that comes towards him. Double kill picked up by the Cog when Thonk is rushing away, as Grey Warwick, with the tail between their legs, will be disengaging from this fight.
Running out, and I mean, Spark is taken out, and Manager is now starting to put up the numbers again. If the Cogmore is untouched, you can have a pretty good time in these fights, and Manager was just allowed to completely run rampant, pick up a couple of kills. Again, more objective bounties means more gold going over to DMU, as they'll pick up that one turret, move through onto a second, which I believe also has a bounty on it. Yeah, they'll be able to grab that. Yeah, a little bit of extra gold going over, and they've now gone from about 8,000 gold, I think it was, in deficits to only 5. So they are starting to get on a little bit now as find their way back into the game.
Yeah, that is a massive gold swing, and I mean, Grey Warwick fought this team fight split up completely. You know, they're just going in one by one into Soksu, and if you do that again, that can cost you the game, basically. So Grey Warwick, you gotta not make any more mistakes, because you're on thin ice.
Yeah, Hench is terrified right now.
Did he bet on Grey Warwick?
He put 78,000 channel points on Warwick. It's not...
Oh, no.
The odds on that can't be good, because he makes up 99% of the pool. Like, that is a 1 to, like, 1.0001 odds on that. But in either case, the Drake is spawning up in a couple of seconds, just about 30 seconds there. And again, it's going to be so important that these fights are played properly, that Spark is protected, and that Thonk, Explice, and Porp are all just in front, are all just putting the threat through onto Manager. Again, Invis and Bootsy can be kind of just ran through at this point, but given how strong Manager is, even if they go down in like 3 seconds, that's enough time that Manager will consider that to be a long and won fight. And so it will be something just to keep an eye on for Warwick, who now move up, and a good move here to just essentially proxy the wave, as that cannon is being a bit rude, but it will go down eventually. However, Bootsy has built up a nice wave top, and Explice isn't a bit of a risk here. There might end up being a bit of a sort of base race here, as the Dragon is being started up. I don't know if that's going to be worth trading for the potential inhib, though, as Slonk actually ulted for Dragon, so he's not going to have that available for a potential fight.
Yeah, Grey Warwick prioritizing the Chemtech Dragon. I mean, the Soul is very strong, but they still need one more. They lose the inhib tower for it, so...
Oh, that's good damage, though, and they know Bootsy's there. They get the vision from that ult,
and
teleport that's a TP flank.
Oh no, Thonk does not have the feast, but here he comes. Rapture up onto Soksu. If they can burst down the Kog'Maw, maybe Girl King win the fight, but Soksu flashes away, and he is still alive. The Kog'Maw dealing the damage. Let's see the kills coming through. Soksu goes out to Spark, and he is down. Next place picks up the double kill in the front line, makes it a triple, and Grey Warwick, just like that, are going to be able to win a fight and turn this game back in their control. 2 teleports into the mid lane. Explice versus Samj, just checking it out. Explice 2-level lead, so I think he's very much favored, and that will be at least the mid inhibitor for Grey Warwick.
Yeah, they'll pick this one up. They might even be able to move through for a little bit more. I mean, Spark is coming through, and we'll get resets when they move on to the turrets. They could potentially look to end.
Turret stun onto Samj. That is the ace. 16 seconds on Soksu. That's going to be risky, but let's see if Grey Warrior can do it. Yep, they're committing for it. Heathen getting the shield down onto everyone. 9 seconds on the Kog'Maw, but that's the first Nexus Star going down. That's the second one going in less than half the time for the Kog'Maw to respawn. And Grey Warwick, with a 30-minute win, put themselves at a match point.
Once again, you know, getting that one good fight, even on the opposite side of the map. They know what they're doing, and they're able to just run it straight down into the mid lane and pick up that second win. And another excellent showing from Warwick, understanding exactly what they need to do. There's a little blip in the middle there, where we saw just that one fight, where suddenly the Kog'Maw gets a lot of kills. But Warwick were able to recover from that one quite nicely. Again, they played to their strengths. They knew that Kog'Maw not the problem. We need to be getting Porp ahead and getting Explice ahead as well, moving through that top side of the map. And they did exactly that, completely shut down Bootsy. And everything went exactly according to plan.
Yeah, and this 2v2, I mean, the first fight that happened in this game, I suppose. But yeah, Soksu not having that by Arcane Barrage really hurts here.
Yeah, I mean, everything went downhill in that fight, really. I mean, you see exactly where Leozio was coming from. Again, it's just something you have to be aware of when it comes to the Kog'Maw. But again, it was never too much about the bot lane. It was about Explice, who's pulling off, you know, plays like this up in the top lane, getting the advantages out. And I mean, when this play comes through, that Bootsy dies spot lane, and then they get the kills up in top lane as well with triple. That's just absolute, just obliterating the motivation for DMU there. That suddenly, you're losing on both sides of the map, things really start to go downhill. I mean, they had some strong showings here and there. With manager getting that the movement as necessary, but ultimately, Warwick were just winning on every lane.
Yeah, and whereas the games definitely have their close moments, this kind of feels more excited than I was expecting coming into that. I mean, DMU really have to ask themselves the question of what isn't working? Why do we just keep losing the games now? Because you don't have any more room for experimentation.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, it's not playing to the win condition, right? Like, again, the Kog'Maw looks like the win condition, but as I outlined several times before the game, and then as was demonstrated by Warwick during the game, for Kog'Maw to be the win condition, you have to play through Bootsy and through True Invis, and that did not happen. And it just meant that, again, in all these fights, we saw in the replay of that final fight there, the front liner just immediately ripped through. That's a reset for Spark, who can then contest with the Kog'Maw in the 1v1, and everything just crumbles for DMU. So again, you need to be aware of what the actual win condition is and how to play to that so that they can secure the dub. The same thing happened in game 1, where they didn't have the control that they needed to actually get Samjay to be able to do anything on that LeBlanc, and it meant that suddenly Porp and Spark were able to just take over the team fights. So it seems that they know what they want to do and what the win conditions are, but it's how to get there seems to be the problem for DMU, and Warwick are not having that issue.
Not at all, but Warwick 1 win away from taking the title in the winter 2021. DMU, they have to pull up something, but they do have some time to think, as we will throw over to a short break before we'll be back for the Game 3, so don't go anywhere.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Welcome back everyone to the British University Esports Championship powered by Intel League of Legends Finals. Grey Warwick are 2-0 up, and Dr. the MUT1, they're up against the wall.
Yeah, they are sweating a little bit, we'll say, in these games, as they were doing okay, in games 1 and games 2, but everything did start to fall apart just a little bit, and both times it was like, it looks like there's a chance for them to get to that late game, and then suddenly, boom, 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 it's over. And that's very scary, because now they have learned firsthand that these games can just end. And they sit here now in game 3, and any mistake they make, there's going to be that part of them that's thinking, that's our inhib, that space, because they've never even lost an inhib. Like, the game has just ended,
Yeah.
So,
literally.
Once that tier 2 mid falls, they know any mistake could just be the end of the game.
Yeah, and you have to believe it's definitely quite some pressure. I mean, DMUT1 coming in as, the champions of Winter 2020. They came third in the spring, so not defending champions by any means, but they definitely have better recent historical run than Grey Warwick, who have finished 5th and 9th last year, which is definitely nothing to be proud about. So Grey Warwick kind of on their way to reclaim, I guess, the former glory, but DMUT1 are definitely the ones who, just by looking at the stats, you would be expecting to be favorites in this series, even.
Yeah, so you would think, but after watching these 2 games, we know, a little bit more, and we've seen exactly how it's panned out. Warwick have been the ones, taking the games, taking the dubs, taking control, and I wonder now what is the play for DMU moving into this third match, because we've had Soxu on the hyper carries 2 games, and it hasn't looked too great, and also last game the solo lanes were going downhill real quick as well. So the good news is it can't really get much worse than having 3 losing lanes, which is how it was last game. So we've got the only way is up from here if we're DMU, but at the same time it's like, okay, well, this is clearly what they want to play, this is clearly how they like playing, but we did not have what we needed up in the top lane. Bootsy's been solo killed multiple times, so his Samjay just got, let's be honest, rolled in the mid lane in that game. And that means that you're not able to get the advantage onto manager that you need. And even when you do have the advantage onto manager, sometimes he's misstepping in these fights, he's getting caught, and it's all going downhill real quick. So DMU, they'll need to just sit back and be like, okay guys, what are we actually doing here? What is the plan? How do we take over? Because I don't think that they're going to win a third game, the third game, if they go for another front-to-back hyper-carry style comp.
Yeah, and a big part of the success in their renewal match against was True Invis on the carry junglers. But Grey Warwick have clearly learned their lesson since the last match, because Evelyn and Viego are just getting banned out both games, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. And it really feels like DMU have hit a wall where True Invis is playing Hecarim, which, yes, can carry, but is mostly an engaging and enabling champion. And they just can't find someone who can reliably get games from start to finish just as well as True Invis could.
Yeah, I mean, True Invis has been doing good on the Hecarim, especially in the first game, right?
Yeah.
And he's been doing his job. But as you said, a Hecarim can take over a game, but he does need the elements around him. You can basically win a game with Hecarim just off of your 2v2 with your mid jungle, and that can be enough. But you need that. You do need to have that strong 2v2, and they were getting it a little bit in game 1, but then there was that throw, and in game 2 it wasn't there at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Hecarim is picked up yet again, because A, True Invis's champ pool is being banned out, and B, because he's been doing well on the Hecarim. It has been an option for him, and at the same time, maybe they think that's something they want to switch up. But Hecarim is flexible; it can be put into multiple comps. But we are here into the picks and bans of our third game, and once again these sides have not changed. It will be again DMUT1 over on the blue side with Grey Warwick on the red.
And DMUT1 chose blue side. I think that's important to highlight. They don't think that the counter picks are the problem. They think something else is the problem, and this is the last game. You have to show everything you've got here for DMUT1, because you don't get any more chances if you lose. And technically, yes, if you win, then you have at least one more game, but you can't really hold back. You're not in a position to do so right now. But the bans so far staying the same.
Yeah, again, gotta keep that Camille away from XBliss. We saw him get one solo bolo when he was playing a tank.
Yep.
We saw him get, a little bit more when he was playing something aggressive like the Gnar. So what's he going to do if he's on an actual carry threat? We can't allow it. We've got to keep that one away and similarly take that Fiddlesticks from Orp. Meanwhile, identical bans all 3 games for the first phase of Grey Warwick.
Oh, okay. Ooh. That is a Graves. So they're putting True Invis on the carry, assuming it's a Graves jungle.
Yeah, and that one is a interesting one for me because, you know, True Invis has been doing good on the Hecarim, especially early, and he's been getting the ganks that have been benefiting the team. I think that's something he'll struggle to do, you know, over on the Graves. And you see, Porp go ahead and just lock on in that Karthus, and that is something that can go to be a very good matchup for Karthus if Porp plays it right.
Yeah, and it already sort of sets a scaling precedent for Grey Warwick, which is a bit of a shift, because I don't feel like in game 1 or 2, Grey Warwick wanted to scale. Now, it almost doesn't matter what lanes you pick. You have that Karthus late game that you will want to be playing around. Let's see how DMU2 will respond to this. Lucian already you want to be aggressive, you can't let Karthus scale.
Yeah, let's see what lane that Lucian's going to be going in. It's probably bot lane after his changes.
Yep.
And it will be paired up with the Nami, most likely, as it always is. But I don't know if that one's going to be enough. I mean, it is going to be a strong bot lane, and it is definitely a switch up for DMU, right? And that's very important. As you know, we said the hyper carry thing just wasn't working. Maybe we play something where we can get an early snowball going. It's going to be much better for Manager. So I do like that change. Whilst Heathen is on his 3rd game of Karma today.
Yeah,
and that's something that's not going to have the best of times, you know, versus the Lucian Nami. It'll be interesting to see what the response will be for Spark. I was thinking something like it's just an Ezreal. You play it really safe and just sort of get out of that lane. You know, and Aphelios, that would be pretty dangerous to play something so short range and disengage focused into this burst. But he's going to do it. This could be a very painful lane for Warwick, and I don't think it's even going to be the kind of one where you can just sit back and allow yourself to get bullied for the first 15 minutes. This is not something that an Aphelios can very easily absorb if they want to weak side their bot lane.
Yeah, it's definitely going to require some sort of X factor from Grey Warwick, because as things stand, it's looking like they've got a weak side bot lane and a jungle that wants to scale, which generally means that you're going to get slapped around. And with a Lucian Nami, that can be even more dangerous. Now, phase 2 bans have stayed basically the same. We still don't see the Orianna. We still see the Kiana taken away from Thong. Let's see what Grey Warwick ban out here. I mean, it has to be top lane or mid again.
Yeah, I think it's not going to be the victor this time around. I think they're pretty happy with that one. Instead, it will be the LeBlanc, which does imply to me that they're not thinking about that Cho'Gath again. So it'll be interesting to see if that's something that will actually be banned by DMU or not, because again, like if you're banning LeBlanc, if you're playing Cho'Gath, you're happy to fill LeBlanc, but at the same time, maybe it's big brain, maybe it's a bait. And they do that to make the, to make DMU think that they won't play the Cho'Gath. They go ahead and lock it in anyway. But instead, that's a bit more like it. Okay, the Braum is locked on in, and that will be leaving the Karma for either Thonk or XBliss.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, now that you mentioned it can go top lane, I sort of just assumed straight away that Thonk will be piloting that one, but Braum provides a lot more safety, especially against Graves. I just love this. Like, as a Braum player, whenever I see a Graves on an enemy team, I just click lock in because it's so fun to deny everything that champion does.
Oh, but it'll be having a great time down the bot lane as well. I mean, great time is very subjective.
Yeah.
Great time relative to what you can have versus a Lucian Nami. The Karma's going to get absolutely just curb stomped, but the Braum can sit back and at least defend Aphelios, keep Aphelios safe, and it's very hard to engage into an Aphelios Braum later on in the game. The Karma would just get absolutely bullied and be made completely irrelevant. Braum is already irrelevant in lane, so he's happy to be in this situation where you can just, protect Spark on that Aphelios a little bit more. I like this a lot, and now we'll see how the lanes are going to go, because you can happily place Karma up against that Malphite in the top lane if you want to, and then you can fit yourself a different, more scaling mid. At the same time, you actually do want an AD mid if you are playing with the Karthus, and so whilst the set has been locked in, I don't think I would be that surprised if it actually ended up being a set mid lane to go up against the Sylas. We will just have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah, but a massive change of sort of style from DMU1. You can already see their comp is actually proactive now around. You've got that Lucian Nami bot, you've got a Graves in the jungle, you've got a Malphite. That's the freest engage in basically all of League of Legends, just press R. So I like the adaptations coming into this potentially final game.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely playing for the early game. None of that scaling, none of that getting Manager up and going for the late game. They are just ready to go bam, 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 move through, power through, 1 item spike, 2 hour spike, end the game. They are ready to move ready to just try and steamroll. And I think that honestly they had strong early game in game 1. They didn't really have a chance in game 2, but this time in game 3, they could very much be the ones in control. As we do see that Set ends up being that mid lane pick for the Warwick side. They have to take that trade, and I like that a lot. I think that's going to be a reasonable enough matchup versus the Silas. You have now the AD threat to go alongside your Karthus as well. And what I'm really going to want to see when we get into game is just if Pauper's gone for the exhaust or not. Because I think when you take that, it completely swings the matchup versus the Graves. And it makes sure that Trovis can't ever really invade. It will also give Karthus a lot more ganking potential, which could be useful if he wants to move in into mid lane. Because you're never ganking bot. I mean, no, you probably are because they're going to be pushed up after taking a lot of trades. But you do want to try and get a little bit of something going in the mid lane if you can. And exhaust is really going to help enable that. And if DMU can't get the ball rolling, if Porp either manages to counter gank them or they can't get the plays that they want, or they just get 2 Drakes and they end up with just like a 2k leader or whatever, that's not going to be great. You're going to have a free scaling Aphelios, or relatively free scaling Aphelios, and you're going to be raking in the cash with that Karthus once he starts getting the items, starts getting those first strike procs, and it will all go downhill pretty quickly. So there's a lot of pressure on DMU, not just to win the early game, but to win the whole game, lest they be taken out in a 0-3 finals.
Yeah, it was actually something that I wanted to, maybe talk more about, because we don't know what rune Pop went for, and before the series even started, I remember we had a discussion of First Strike versus Dark Harvest on Karthus. So, do you think First Strike is just straight up the better rune here, or is there a case to be made for Dark Harvest, maybe?
Yeah, I think it is it's the fun shiny rune, which I think is why you'll probably just end up seeing it. But there's a case to be made for Dark Harvest in terms of the late game fights. But as we said, getting 5 procs of your Dark Harvest late game is a lot of damage. But at the same time, all the gold that you will get from First Strike will probably add up to potentially be more damage. If you get the extra 2k, you spend that 2k on getting your death cap or something ready for a fight. That will be more damage than having the Dark Harvest in that fight instead. So there are sort of layers to it, but at the same time, I mean, just the other thing about First Strike is that it makes your ults feel a lot better when they don't do anything. If you have Dark Harvest, you ult, you don't get a kill. You're like, I'm useless for the next 3 minutes. If you First Strike, you don't get a kill. You're doing the Woody Harrelson, just like, I didn't get a kill. As you dab your eyes with the 400 gold you just picked up for free. So, you're okay with it either way when you up on that First Strike Karthus, if that is the rune of choice.
All right, fair enough then. I'm trying to think. So Karma versus Malphite, that's pretty boring. I assume we don't talk about that. Mid lane, Set versus Silas. So you said, about Set potentially being a good pick. In what way? Like, what will it enable Warwick to do?
It's not really going to enable Warwick to do a lot.
Fair enough.
But it's definitely not going to enable the Silas either. Set mid lane is not an enabling champion. It's the absolute opposite. He's a very good neutralizer. And it just means that these traits that Sam J might want to pull off on the Silas aren't really going to be happening. And then once we get to the late game state, sets of the fight, bada bing, bada boom, someone missteps, they are just getting suplexed into the middle of the enemy team, be it the Malphite, be it the Graves, or the Silas. And on top of that, you do get a really strong 1-item spike or some early spikes with that set, which can help towards those early dragons and Rift Herald and things like that. So it's kind of a relatively chill lane, unless Sam J doesn't respect that, and Sam J tries to overtrade, jumps in, boom, stun, punch, W, dead. Like, there's a world where Sam J, dashes on in and then immediately gets suplexed under a turret.
All right, and we're on to the Rift. Third game of the match. Still the same sides. Grey Warwick 2-0 up there on the match point, and they are going for a bit of an invade, but they are going to get swallowed up by Soxu and Idol.
Ooh, who's going for the flash stun? Let's see it.
Oh. Nope, it's just the bubble from Didal. Wait, no, they keep going for it. Thonk using that face breaker. Flash forward from Spark, but he gets ignited at first blood picked up by Didal, and he then gets the second kill. Support gets the kills.
No, that's really worth for Warwick, because Manager doesn't even get an assist. True. So even though the first blood goes over to Leosia, Spark gets at least like an assist or something from that, so he's coming back to lane with an extra potion. The other thing is that Leosia actually started bubble, which is huge. The whole thing about the Lucian Nami is the power that Leosia will have by buffing Manager, either, you know, with the E or with the W. The W level 1 trade is huge. The bubble, not going to do it. As now, you know, Xbliss and Thunk will make their way up to defend this top side. They don't see that ward, and so they don't know that everyone is here quite just yet. We'll see if they end up just face-checking into 3 people. As, I mean, the red buff hasn't been started yet. As, Xbliss, no. You think at this point that Invis would just do the red? I mean, Xbliss can just flash out.
Yeah, that is true. True Invis lost what? Is it 20 seconds?
Yeah, and Xbliss saw True Invis, so he knows that Invis isn't doing the red yet, so he'll now walk up and see that being done, maybe potentially force the smite, and that would mean that Porp would be able to go and trade over the reds there. I mean, Xbliss should know that this red is actually still being done, as he might just go for a blind Q over the wall, because you can still see the little icon. Oh, he's got the ward down.
Yeah, he's got the ward.
Okay,
it's not
I
going
forgot
to
you got
go
the ward.
for it.
But, yeah, I mean, Porp can just walk on over and just go attempt the other reds. You see that Thunk has the control of the mid lane right now, and Porp will get the advantage here. Also important to note, Porp has gone for the exhaust. Gotta be a little bit careful there. Spark tagged up.
It is exhaust and true strike for Porp, so exactly how you said it would be. And yeah, Spark getting chunked down low, but hits level 2, so the worst possible scenario in the bot lane has been avoided, which is, you know, where you are level 1, enemy is level 2, and you can't do anything. You always hate that. That's a double bubble. So you see, the thing with Brom E, the thing with Brom E against Aqua Prison is, if you block it, it just hits on you automatically, so you don't want to stand next to your AD carry with this up.
As now Porp finds his way in. I mean, there is no flash on the Ozia.
Yeah, it's going to tag on with the Winter's Bite, but Porp is also getting a lot of damage down, and then Soxu picking up the kill. 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Soxu's kind of okay with that one, as he gets the double buffs off the back of that. I mean, the exhaust was blown by Porp to guarantee the kill onto Leozia, but Leozia got tagged up by the slow at the same time, so the exhaust wasn't too necessary, and that meant they didn't have the exhaust to actually stop the damage that was coming out from Manager, who is now maybe getting a little bit dove, but...
Nah, that seems to be just fine. Hold on, Aphelios moment. No, Aphelios moment. Teleport got interrupted.
TP cancelled.
I think that was... Was that a double?
Yeah, it was Samjay. Wait, it was a double. Wait, where's the Malphite? Oh, Malphite's just there on the screen. Okay.
Okay, fair enough.
I was looking at the mini-map.
Kind of Spark and Heathen. This game is just all over the place. Samjay is going to get tagged up by the passive from Bro. Travis goes over the wall looking for a Spark, but he can't get it through the Unbreakable. Finally finds the kill, but it's a double kill picked up by Boozy. Teleport in from Xbliss down to the fight, and it's 2-for-2. We have a 5 versus 5
still
in the
alive
river at 4 minutes. That's the kind of game I like to see. Thong trying to chase down Boozy. Is he going to be able to do it? Yes! Finds the face breaker, and it's a shutdown picked up by Porp.
Okay, I wonder if we can get a replay of that one, because that was pretty crazy for just 4 minutes into the game. I see what you were saying last time when you said it was a slow game because we didn't have 10 kills at 5 minutes. This time we're getting that. Yeah, the TP comes in, Boozy's trying to get the class on, but this is exactly what I mean by saying Set is a neutralizer. He just walks into the choke and completely stops 3 people from moving in. Yes, you know, the Graves can flash on forward and get a little bit of work in, but the second Xbliss turns up to the fight, you know, you see that Thonk has just been stopping 3 people the whole time and staying alive, and that gives enough time for everyone else to come and join in the fight and put out the damage in just the massive AoE. It's really a great spot to fight in for Grey Warwick if they're in the choke. And that's exactly where it was, and that's how they managed to get themselves a load of kills and a load of gold onto Porp as well. Really, out of the gate, snowballing this Karthus.
Yeah, those kills are going to basically be worth their weight in gold. You know, if you're looking for some good return stonks, getting Karthus kills early game is basically the best one there is.
Yeah, but imagine if he had Dark Harvest. That's 4 stacks right there. Like,
true.
Porp could have been rolling in it right now, as Spark is taking a lot of damage. I mean,
yep, and that is the press the attack electrocute.
Yeah. I feel like that sometimes. As now Porp and Heathen are left to contest this one alone. I mean, Samjay is moving in as well. They might just have to give it up, and depending on if Leozia and Manager want to keep the leash going, they could actually contest it, but yeah, there's no smite anywhere near for them, so they'll be happy to give that one away. And a nice bit of scouting from Leozia will also cancel Porp's recall.
Porp losing quite a lot of time here because of that, but it's not like he's got many camps to be farming anyways in the meantime, so Grey Warwick taking a bit of an L here, as Soxu takes another kill on this Lucian. Even early game in terms of gold, but yeah, there we go. We have the gold for individual people, and no surprise to see the lead in the jungle.
Yeah, wow, that's crazy. That's the jungle lead. That's mad. Who could have seen this one coming? As actually, you know, to DMU's credit, the gold is even as they managed to pick themselves up those kills to equalize everything out. It's not going great for Spark. who has gone down a couple of times, but ultimately, Aphelios isn't really the important one here in this game, as that is a level 6 on the set. Moving up, trying to bait Invis a little bit, but whilst Invis still has the dash, Thonk will not be able to pull him in. SamJ will just walk on up and steal away that ultimate. Bootsy lurking nearby, not quite level 6 yet, but might be able to pick it up off of a wave. So that'll be something to keep an eye on, as Spark's guns aren't great.
Yeah, and Hidden's taking way too much damage early on in this fight. Ignite goes down from Didal. He's gonna keep looking from that Nami. He throws down the bubble. Spark now has got the murder guns. Forces a flash away from Didal. Exhaust comes down, and Soksu dashes forward. Takes the kill to Hidden. Spark flashes in, and he manages to pick up the kill. Looking for the second one. Can he close the gap? He's looking. The Aqua Prison connects. And actually, Didal getting away.
Yeah, I mean, good work from Spark to cycle his guns there to get the important ones, but now Thonk is making his way in.
Flash showstopper into the kill onto Spark. 3 on the Aphelios now. So Grey Warwick responding, you know, to the pressure in the bowling from DMU by getting Spark ahead. Well, even in kills.
Yeah, catching him up quite nicely, and again, great job from Spark and even to absorb it there, to cycle over to the Severum and the Chakram, and then, you know, Thonk makes his way down for the roam and just hand delivers a bit of sashimi over to Spark there with that suplex. And now looks like the player's just going to be to move on down towards this Drake. And Porp is almost level 6. He might be able to pick it up off of the blue buff and the Gromp here. And if he does, that's going to be a very scary fight for DMU. It's always something to keep an eye on. Yeah, he's basically there. He'll need to do the Gromp as well, but he will be having available or having access to that there Requiem, as he just smites the Gromp to get it as fast as possible.
There we go. Level 6 has been hit for the Karthus. Spark still on the murder gun. SamJ finds the stun, but is getting stunned up himself, and Pop just gets taken out by Soksu on the side. The Requiem will be coming down already, but I don't know if Grey Warrior get anything back here for this.
Yeah, Manager a little bit overstepped, but he should be able to get that dash up real soon, as he's just waiting. Can anyone walk up? They're a little bit too scared, and nobody will be able to walk up, and he'll be able to dash out as a double bubble.
Prison, and here comes SamJ, picks up the shutdown already, and Thonk on the front side is going to use that Haymaker, tries to get some damage in return, but Trinvis picks up the kill to Thonk, and suddenly DMU T1 find a massive fight in the bot lane, and will take the dragon as well.
Yeah, it's a great bubble and a great pick over onto Porp as well, and good moves from Manager to play so aggressively to dash on in, because it also means that Porp doesn't get the, the first strike. Because he's the one being targeted, he's the one being hit, so he doesn't even get the free gold that he could have got with the ultimate. The ult is dropped early, you know, there's no Dark Harvest, so it doesn't really do any damage. He doesn't get the gold from it, and nobody ends up going down on the side of DMU, who are also able to pick up the Drake, so they can be very happy with that fight, and you can see that Manager and Soksu is just looking a lot more confident here on the Lucian, as opposed to, you know, the Jinx and the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and that is kind of what I wanted maybe to see from DMU2, because Soksu was popping off on that Kog'Maw last game. Now on the Lucian, getting played around, you know, to a good enough extent. And now, picked up the Gale Force, you've got the Imperial Mandate on Didal. This is really looking like DMU2 are giving themselves a solid chance of winning this game.
I mean, that is a huge amount of burst, but again, Porp is on the Karthus. So if Grey Warwick can just hold out and wait for Porp to have that Requiem available again, then there's a world where, you know, Leozio and Manager, they go really deep to try and pick up these kills. He even absorbs it, and then suddenly a Requiem is dropped on top of them and the fight is over. Meanwhile, Thonk is having a great time in mid lane as well. The wave is dropped, and
yeah, Spark is just headed here. Soksu kiting back, picks up the double. Lucian Nami, everyone, you don't really win the 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, he even thought he saw an opportunity to turn it around, but I think he didn't have the Unbreakable available, and so he couldn't, you know, tank the wave for Spark there. I don't know if he had the Guardian up either, because he was pretty far away from Spark, but either way, he flashes in after Spark has gone down, and that just means it's a second kill handed over for DMU again. Too much strength down there in that bot lane, with both of them having the finished Mythic. That is a very scary lane that Warwick really will just have to respect, as now the turret is picked up. Spark and Heaven are back, but Truanvis is right there on the spawn, and a teleport is coming in as well.
SamJ is looking to make the life of Grey Warwick bot lane living hell, but here comes the Requiem. That's going to be a nice paycheck from Pop, and SamJ caught over on the wrong side of this wall very much. Showstopper coming down. Thonk takes the kill, and Grey Warwick managed to turn the play around.
Yeah, as a tiny bit of pedanticism, I don't think it's actually a payout for Porp, because I think he did tag a Q onto someone earlier, which meant that he already got the proc, I think. But they get the kill either way, so you're still happy with it.
Works.
Well, I mean, it's something to pay attention to when you're playing like a first strike champion like Karthus, where you're like, maybe I don't want to get a small bit of poke because I want to get the bigger cash out, if at all possible. But at the end of the day, it's not. And they pick up the kill. They pick up a plate in the mid lane. It doesn't look like they'll get any down bot, but Truinvis dashing forward does have to be a little bit careful. Again, the exhaust is there for Porp, which makes it real easy to just land those Qs and completely shut down Truinvis, or potentially Manager, depending on who it is that wants to overstep.
Yeah, and I guess now that we see more of those fights, okay, let's take a look at the gold lead. Over 1,000 gold in the bot lane. Kind of to be expected, but it's glad to see Soxu is, being made the carry.
Yeah, he's definitely getting ahead on that Lucian, getting where he needs to be, getting the funnel, and again, just playing. We said after game 1, I was like, okay, if they run it back, that's understandable. And then after game 2, I was like, all right, let's not run it back. let's stay away from the hyper carries. It's not working. They've done a complete switch up in style, and it's really paying dividends down in that bot lane.
Herald is going to
this
be...
time they actually get the swap up into the Herald. And this time they will be securing the Herald as well. Although Bootsy, getting a bit of a flashback, has to be careful down here on the bot side, but does have the ultimate available. Spark, though, swapping out to the Chakram means that Bootsy's going to have to be real careful. I don't think there's that much of a threat of a dive here, though, as there is one up top lane. Thunk TP's in.
Yeah, but Soxer's just getting
we got it
by Pop.
Oh, no, the Requiem.
That's the 700 gold. Requiem has been hijacked by Samji.
But he has to get far away.
Okay, here comes the Requiem.
Can Thunk cancel it?
Can he get to the base? No, wait, he survived! He survived! Hope somehow is alive, and Thunk, how is he basically getting kills here? He's still alive! X-Man's got the shield, and Sam J, who will be able to finally pick up the kill. Here comes the Requiem from Paul, but Truinvis is still alive, and X is trying to run away from Sam J. The chains not connecting. How are there kills all over the map? Can we stop fighting, guys?
They were putting out the damage on bot lane, and then suddenly the Requiem comes in. Porp gets the recall off fast enough because Samjay is terrified to drop the Requiem because he thinks that Thunk is going to cancel it. And Thunk tried. He was chasing so hard to try and cancel that Requiem. He just doesn't cancel it in time. I think he was like probably mid-ult cast when the Requiem finished hitting. But he still does manage to get into that 1v3 and somehow live for an extreme amount of time before being able to then pick up, at least one kill and buying a lot of time before then going down.
Right, another engage in the bot lane. Soxu is going to get stand up. Spark picks up the kill. Brom pretty good at locking targets down, and now Didal attempting to run away. Actually, no, he is the one doing the murdering. But now the Winter Spite is going to finish stacking up. Didal still on the run, has got quite a lot of healing. Bootsy is coming down bot as well, so Spark could be in danger if he's in range of that ultimate. Flashes forward, is looking to take down Didal, but Bootsy connects with the unstoppable force and finds the shutdown. Now Truinvis and Bootsy versus Pop. Pop is definitely not in a great position, drops the exhaust down onto Truinvis and is now looking to maybe take him down with the Skittles, but in the mid lane we have another fight. Samjay versus Thong, two showstoppers, just throwing each other over the wall, and Samjay wins it by
the minion!
Width of the hair. No, the minion isn't enough.
He was trying. He tried, but it's such a clutch fight, the Silas versus the Set, where there's the Gore Drinker and the Kingslayer, and everyone's, how low can I get? Before, how long can I hold off on using those things? Just how close to a line can you cut it? And Samjay with just 12 health is the one that manages to pull it off in the end. Getting out of that one alive. Meanwhile, the turret picked up in the bot lane by True Invis. And so again, just action across the board.
I mean, this game is a fiesta. I'm gonna go out and say it, but which team is actually, looking stronger right now in this mid game? Because, I guess leave that for later. Soxu actually is going to go down! Spark takes the kill here, and that Lucian has looked so good in the early game, but now 6-6. I have to start asking questions.
Yeah, we're getting a little bit managery here. Soxy, he's again overstepping a little bit. you have to know when the opportunities are for you to be able to just jump in. And with the strength that he has, you know, it feels like there's a lot of them. But that's a Porp.
Yeah, Porp goes gold and just takes the kill to Samjay. Truinvis making the trade up there even, but a kill and a tower dropping down mid. Grey Warwick, they are now in the lead, and we all know what happens from games 1 and 2 when Warwick start going.
Yeah, once that tier 2 turret falls, it gets real scary. Yeah, that's when we want to start being careful, as Porp is showing he has so much power. 2 items finished already. And just putting absolute numbers up on the board. You see, he's only 800 gold ahead, but that is pretty much just the power of the first strike. And he's also busting out that difference. But, oh, wow, actually, Spark, yeah, able to get that 1.1k lead, even though Manager had the advantage early. And that is a worry, because Manager, you know, has to feel strong. I mean, honestly, I don't know if Manager even knows that or expects that to be the case. And you know, Spark isn't exactly tanky, so there are still worlds where, you know, Manager and Leozia, or potentially, you know, Invis and Leozia can just dive on in and try and get that one hit, but they need to know where the opportunities are and how to capitalize best. You can't just play, you can't be like, oh, I'm big, I'm strong, and just throw yourself at people and hope for it to go well, because that is just not going to work out for you. But, you know, True Invis is strong on the Graves, and BUEC has that ultimate available, so there are going to be opportunities for DMU. They just need to make sure they take the right windows.
Yeah, and if Spark and Pulp are ever together and BUEC catches them off, that's a teamfight 1 for DMU. That might not happen very often, but teleporting from Samjay on the flank, Grey Warwick are very much aware of it, and Samjay getting slowed by the Wall of Fame. Gonna drop down that Glacial Fissure, and yeah, BUEC has got that ultimate up and ready, but isn't going to commit.
Yeah, he knows that you get one shot, one opportunity to seize everything he ever wanted. And he chooses to let it slip, because he's like, no, I'm not throwing this game. If I get an ult, it's got to be a good one. He doesn't want to go too crazy quite just yet. So throwing yourself into a Karthus has often got some pretty heavy downsides, as Thonk is able to pick up one turret in the top lane, but is now getting collapsed on. I mean, there's a world where Thonk can pick up a kill here. Yeah,
there's going to be a 3-on-1, but Pop is on his way. Requiem is up going to be quite soon as well. Thonk goes for the showstopper, and no, Soxu just takes the kill, but it was close.
Can he get out?
Yeah, he can.
Can the Requiem come through? It looks like he'll be getting out in time. Pop doesn't have that cooldown available, and the recall is finished off there. And again, good play there. I mean, it looked like Thonk could have a chance to win it, but the stopwatch from Samjay and the movement from Soxu manages to make sure that no stun comes on in, no gaps are closed, and the Silas or the set can't get the damage that he wants.
Alright, this dragon. We are... Oh, Hexgate. Hextech Soul. The first... It is 1-1, and both teams actually have about an even approach to this one. We could see an explosive fight soon. Teleport down from Thonk. BUEC cut out of position, potentially. He's a Malphite, he's quite tanky, average Spark. Gale forces forward. Okay, there's no one to follow through from that knockup. Thonk and BUEC dying. So it is a 4 versus 4 with primary engagements on both teams dying.
Yeah, that means that the Drake should just be started up by Warwick, because they're already there. They have the inside track, and with no engager, you know, with BUEC down, DMU not really going to be able to contest that one all too well. And that second Drake is picked up. You know, it's nothing crazy. We're not close to a soul for Warwick. It's not putting him onto soul points, so DMU are pretty happy to give that one away.
Yeah.
But now it's the next one that they'll have to be a little bit worried about just handing over, as once again, Warwick get a bit of the inside track here, get some prio on mid. They won't actually secure a lot of vision, and Leos is happy to just try and pull the trigger here. As all the bubble.
Didol is going to find that stun onto the Heathen. Heathen drops down. The ultimate still somehow alive. Xblizz with the shield making him survive, but Spark just dies. And we still have Didol alive. True Invis trying to run away, but I think Xblizz will find a kill. And there comes the Requiem. It's a shutdown double kill. Picked up by Pop. We're not done in the mid lane though, because Samjay looking for a kill onto Xblizz. But here comes Pop. Exhaust is down. Samjay goes golden. That is a nice bit of healing. Pop has to know Pop the Zonyas. Xblizz flashes away and is able to finish the kill of 4 for 1 in favor of Grey Warwick.
And now they'll just move on over to the Baron as well. Thonk can tank that one up, and the Leandries from Porp will make quick work of this objective, even without Spark there. And just great play, you know, coming out from Warwick there in that fight. Xblizz, you know, making sure to not even steal the kill there. Hand it over to Porp as they secure that 2v2 at the end as well. But BUEC is making his way in, and he does have the ultimate.
He is alone.
Could just look for the 4-man Manager making their way over as well, but BUEC can't quite find it, and the Baron will be secured. Can they get a fight in now?
Maybe a pick at least. The calling is gonna come out. Here comes the unstoppable force, and Thonk is dead. So one Baron buff gone. Good response there from DMU-T1 as they try and cut the losses at this point. 4,500 gold behind, but this game isn't over. It's 21-21 in kills. A fiesta by every metric, which means it can swing very wildly.
Yeah, but the Baron is in the pockets of Grey Warwick right now, and there is no Malphite ult for, like 40 seconds. So Warwick could try to just absolutely sprint down mid lane right now and force something once Thonk spawns. We'll see if that is going to be the case. They could also just wait and, play for that Drake, but I think they do kind of want to use the Dragon. Samj just pops the Requiem, which stops Borp from taking the Hexgate. Great move, but...
Wait.
Just drops it because he had it. He was about to time out.
Can you use the Hexgate to avoid Karthus ultimate? Like when you're traveling?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
That seems like it could be.
I don't think so. I don't think you go on target would, do you? Well, because you're still in... You go on target, but you still exist. It's not like a Shaco ult where you just disappear. Like, because some abilities just remove you from the game for a second, like Alpha Strike and Hallucinate.
Yeah.
The Shaco ult.
Yeah.
But I don't think that the Gates do that, as BUEC is looking for something. I mean, he does have the flash. If Pauper Spark oversteps here, they are just dead.
Yeah, and Spark, well, not full health, doesn't have the flash either, and Pop going exhaust, so of course will never have the flash, so you can't react to this Malphite ultimate no matter how good your reaction times are. And we have a standoff in the mid lane. Grey Warwick with their Baron buffed up cannon. They're going to be pushing forward. No neutral objectives to be playing for, so we could be seeing an ARAM for quite a while.
Yeah, there's nothing to actually force a fight over right now, but BUEC still has a lot of options for good ults. I mean, that's a very good top squad.
And he goes in, double knockup, Pop is caught in the middle, and Spark on the side. He's surviving, two of his can't get him, and look at Thonk in the backside! He gets everyone, Soxu can't make a dent in this fight, and Spark uses the Gale Force forward. Here comes the Requiem as well. Samj will use the Zhonya's trying to salvage something from this fight, but the abduct goes wide. Double kill picked up by Spark. Grey Warwick find 4 kills, and they break the tier 2 tower.
Oh, we've seen what happens when this turret gets broken, but, true Invis is alive, the health bars are low, so I don't think we'll be seeing an instant end quite just yet.
Probably not.
But maybe we pick up that inhib turret as the wave does approach the mid lane. But, I don't know, low time on that spawn for BUEC. He does have the TP flank as well. Leozia's here. I think they'll pick up that turret and then try to get out as quickly as possible. A dragon is spawning in just 45 seconds, of course, but... Ooh, Spark, let's not do anything too reckless here. Let's
And I mean, as soon as Soxu got ahead on the Lucian, I started saying how he's the carry right now. But let's be honest, Spark is the one that unleashes most of the damage on Grey Warwick right now. Maybe behind Popeye. I don't think I get to divulge into this point too much because Samj is just getting cut out of position. He's dead. The Glacial Fissure finds the slow onto Leozia and True Invis. Just low nap. Spark picks up the double over the wall. Flash from Thonk. True Invis is now getting slowed. Stunned up with the concussive blows, and triple kill is going to be donated over by Spark. DMU-T1, they are scattering. They have been broken. They are running away and praying that Grey Warwick won't push anymore. The dragon is going to be spawning, so it's not the end of the game. Okay, that's the knockout. Spark. This look at it is not going to be enough. Shutdown is going to be picked up by BUEC, but Soxu takes the second kill onto the Heathen. Unfortunately, Grey Warwick bot lane being greedy there.
A great angle from Soxu to get around the Karthus there, or get around. Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Oh, lordy. BUEC was not expecting that one. But, a great angle from Soxu there to get around the Braum shield to be able to continue to put out the damage onto Spark and make sure they get that kill. But ultimately, the Drake is still secured. That was picked up by Porp. Stacking up those Hextech Drakes on a Karthus, pretty scary. As there's finds out Thonk, but I mean, what are you really gonna do in this situation? As the Gromp is taken away.
Alright, so let's just look at the state of this game. True Invis using the Hexgate, got around, but not gonna find anyone. Spark, oh no, Spark is alone. This is the chance that the MUT1 can seize, and they will find the kill already. True Invis taking the gold. Requiem comes down to start us off. Grey Warwick looking for a response. Samjack goes golden, has got the flash. He's gonna shoot immediately, but Thonk pulls him back with the face breaker, and Thonk takes the kill. Boozy has teleported back in. Pop is now the primary target. Keep your eyes on this Karthus, but the showstopper Thonk, that's a massive ultimate, but he's exhausted. He can't quite get Soksu. He finds him, and it's only Boozy and Didal alive. The two champions that don't deal damage, and Bootsy will die. That's a double kill picked up by Pop and Grey Warwick. I feel like that's gonna be the victory march. I feel like that might be it. I, for one, did not expect a 3-0, but Grey Warwick, they have come into the series. They have played the way that they want, and they are looking to take the 3-0 against DMU without getting in the top 4 last year. Grey Warwick are looking towards the Nexus. They're looking to take the championship in the NSC in winter 2021 with a 3-0 over DMU.
What a showing. And a bit of redemption for Warwick University on the MOBA side of things as they recover from the earlier loss today in the Dota finals. The Grey Warwick pick up that 3-0, and again, they knew what they had to do. They played to their strengths, they played to their win condition. You know, DMU had a strong early game showing. They had that aggressive setup going, but eventually, you know, Warwick were able to absorb it, and we saw in that final fight that, you know, if they can just live through the initial engage, suddenly that's when things, you know, like Tonka are going to really start going, you know, off the charts on that set. Warp is ramping up, Spark is ramping up, and a really, really well-deserved 3-0. You can see that. You see why we predicted a 3-2 before the game as to how good DMU were, you know, putting the screws to them. These were not, you know, really 3 stomps by that much of a, you know, well, by any stretch really. It came to a little bit, but yeah, you know, other than that, DMU were putting up a real good fight. It's just that Warwick had their number, and crucially, Warwick knew how to not only play to their strengths, but also to their weaknesses as well. You know, DMU had a plan and wanted to execute it, but they focused on that a lot in their games, whereas Warwick said, okay, what can go wrong for us, and how do we play around that, and how do we play around what DMU want to do as well. They had that little bit of extra, you know, comprehension, that extra bit of thinking, and that method they were able to secure all 3 games in this series.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with the point that Grey Warwick just knew how to play around their strengths and weaknesses, because it didn't really look like they were individually that much better than DMU T1, and even as a team, this was a close game, but there were just those clutch moments, those few team fights where Grey Warwick suddenly find a lead because, you know, they know what to do better, and this is what won them all 3 games. So yeah, they are the better team on the day for sure, but if you look at the individual games, this does not feel like a 3-0 series.
Yeah, it really doesn't. DMU showing exactly why they were here in the finals alongside Warwick. You know, you have to say earning that 2nd place, which sounds, you know, sounds a lot more toxic than it is. You see, they just didn't quite have the understanding necessary, and that was a great ult from Pop in that fight. So I do love the Explicit just like hands over that kill and doesn't get that last auto off, and then here in this fight as well spaces it real nice. But ultimately, yeah, great game for Warwick. Great setup on the day, and yeah, there's not too much more to say other than they knew how they needed to play each game, and they did it.
Yeah, and I mean, Warwick as a university coming back basically, you know, from a pretty mediocre last year. So I, for one, welcome that very much. You know, this team is looking pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's it.
You see, I don't want to toot my own horn too much because I am a Warwick student. I always believed in those guys.
Well, you were winning no matter what in this series. Like, you're playing both sides.
Exactly.
It's like, do I want the Warwick squad or the Polish squad? You know.
True.
See, I had it ready to defend DMU if they won. I'd be like, well, you know, I used to cast Baltics, and Baltics is now part of Ultraliga. So, you know, there's a connection there. Me and Poland, we go way back.
Exactly.
You know, day one. I've always been a Poland fan. I've always said that.
Since 966.
Is that when Poland started?
It's either that.
Is that when Poland dropped its first hit?
Yeah, it's either that or 996. I never know for sure, but you know.
Wow, you don't know? You're a fake Poland fan.
Not wrong.
Don't know when they dropped their first hit? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Name 4 of Poland's albums.
There is the national anthem that's pretty banging.
Okay, well that's a gimme. Who's your bias? Yeah, when it comes to Poland, personally, the Winged Hussars are my bias.
Oh yeah.
Are they Polish?
Yeah, they are.
They're Polish, right? Yeah. That's literally the only thing I know about Polish history. There's a Zinzowskin and a really good song by what's that band called? Is it
Sabaton? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tune and a half.
It is. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if DMU were playing that on repeat, they would have crushed it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like literally just have to play Sabaton and like Samjay doesn't get the buff, but I mean 4 out of 5 people do, so you know.
Look, I'm English, and if I hear Winged Hussars by Sabaton playing, I'm getting a buff. Like
true. And also, I mean, Samjay is honorary Polish anyways for playing the whole split with DMU. So
that's fair.
That's literally how it works. Either way, back to sort of what we were talking about previously. Congrats to Warwick.
To do, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Congrats to Warwick. I mean, that was just a clean series, honestly. Well, not much to say. It felt like in the third game, DMU tried to push them, tried to do something else, but it felt like Warwick just played the same style all 3 games, and it just worked.
Yeah, I mean, Warwick, again, they just understood what they had to do in each game. They also understood what DMU had to do in each game. And now we'll go ahead and bring Ginny back on into this show. And I'm excited. I want to see how this... Oh, that's it. All right. I wanted to see how we were going to fit the transition. I liked the transition the first time. I wanted to see what we had ready for this one. But
some pretty cool transitions happening today. But what's even cooler is that technically you're both right and both wrong at the same time, because they did win, but it wasn't a 3-2. It wasn't as close as neither one of you thought it was going to be. How does it feel to be wrong? Let's focus on that first.
Feels Pog, I don't care.
Feels Pog.
Yeah. Like I'm used to it. You know, I'll take it at this point. I'll split the difference. I had an average day on the board. You know, on the board, 1 dub, 1 loss. That's better than DMU. So you know.
Okay.
I
mean, they just got murdered on the rift. You didn't have to do it here.
That's true.
You don't have to kick them while they're down. Come on, Harry.
Okay. They could be doing worse. They could be Roehampton. So you know.
It's just okay. I feel like this is just gonna spiral out of control into like an abundance of toxicity. I love it. I'm here for it. But some incredible games we have seen today. Again, I feel like there's this theme happening this weekend with the NSC finals. It's just that the teams that are expected to like not perform as well, or maybe they're like a bit of the underdogs, because you know we did speak about DMU T1. They have had an incredible track record. They just don't do so well, and then it's just like kind of like mind-blowing really to see. But really enjoyed watching the games. Really enjoyed the space gliding on Cogmouth. What was that? Can we talk about that for a second actually? It's just that fight in the top lane, just pops the ghost manager is just like, what was that scripted? Like,
yeah, I mean that guy was getting nutty with it for that 30-second period of the like 25-minute game. You know,
I think he did fine in the other fights.
For
that was like
50th of that game, he was popping off.
Are you sure your math is like adding up? Like, is it really well?
I think that's right. Yeah. Half a minute in a 25-minute game. If it was a 25-minute game.
I don't do math. So.
Oh yeah, as a business student, you're just like, I don't need to know my numbers. I'm gonna make them up anyway. Like, if I'm cooking the books, I don't need to know how they work.
That's like counting, man. Come on.
If you don't know how to cook the books, you're not gonna have a good time in business.
True, if you don't know how to cook the books, you don't. You're not a true business student. But you know what? It is what it is. DMU didn't cook the books, and neither did Warwick. It was a clean 3-0. Would we say clean? I know Kaxa mentioned something about wanting 10 kills in 10 minutes, and they were like, you know what? Hold my beer, guys. I will give you game 3. And it was an absolute clown fiesta, which, to be honest, is a bit more enjoyable than seeing the very like strategic, 5-head, big brain, on paper kind of gameplay. I prefer the fiesta. I fully agree with Kaxa, so that was really nice to see. We do have confirmation that it's going to be Heathen from Great Warwick that's going to be doing the interview, so it was a support player. Really trying to make my brain work here. We saw him on Braum. We saw him on Karma.
Yep, that's it.
That's it.
I was Karma games 1 and 2 and Braum and 3.
Braum and 3, okay. So, no, he did a great performance on every single one of the support picks. Honestly, better than my supports in solo queue, especially Harry.
Well, you know. Well, yeah, at least let him play Karma.
You don't want to go there.
Okay, sorry for playing fun champions, my bad.
Sorry for going 0-7 in your game, Genie.
No, I didn't apologize for that.
Okay, don't have to apologize for that. But yeah, we're gonna just have a couple of minutes to maybe come up with some questions. But hello, Heathen from the Warwick Esports Center. Pug, congratulations on your win. How does it feel?
Thank you. It feels really nice. We've been fighting tooth and nail for this for like a good semester now, and it's. I mean, we fell out in Newell, like we lost that, so just winning NSC now feels amazing. Like all the hard work and stuff just paid off. So really, really good.
And paid off, it did. You guys went 3-0. Run us, maybe we'll start off by the first game. So first game wasn't looking too hot. You guys did make like that comeback. How did you guys keep that momentum going on into the second game? Because the second game was just very one-sided. The third game, a little bit of a clown fiesta, but how did you guys keep that momentum going?
I think it's just about making our own plays, just making sure we played our own game and we didn't get bogged down by what they were doing and so focused on them. So we just like focused on our own champs and what we wanted to do on the map and with the objectives and stuff. I think was the main thing.
And focusing, on your bot lane, so you played some Karma, some Braum, especially the third game. There was a lot of pressure put down on the both of you in that bot lane. How do you not tilt?
Strong mental. I don't know. It was especially the first game. It was very tilting. I felt like we played 2v3, 2v4 the majority of the lane, and it should be a winning lane for us. I think the matchup like the 2v2. So, but like losing that or like going down CS and like not winning trades and stuff, because we have to play careful of the Hecarim and the Blank. It felt a bit rough, and it was tilting at times, but we got good teammates and stuff to like back us up, and we know like if we're giving stuff bot lane, like we're gaining more top lane and stuff. So I don't know. It's a trade, I guess, and I'm happy to take it. But it does feel kind of tilting. I'll agree.
So it's always going to be team gap, guys. You heard it here first.
Oh, it's always jungle diff if you lose.
It's always jungle diff. No, I 100% agree with that.
Yeah, of course. As you saw like behind as well. Pop is clearly ending.
That was the jungler?
Yeah.
Well, so jungler pulled through. The rest of the team pulled through, so you guys did absolutely incredible today. Gonna start off here with Dota. Do you have any league-specific questions, that you want to ask here?
I mean, not too much. I mean, in those games, it did seem like you had a very strong understanding of, how it is that you guys wanted to play out the comps and also what it was that DMU were trying to do. So is that something that you put like a lot of focus on as a team? Is just like being aware of basically how can the game go wrong and trying to play through that? So not only focusing on like your win conditions, but also your loss conditions. Is that something that you tend to like take a focus on?
Yeah, I'd say so. I feel like it's important in League not to think about yourself, but also like on the entire game. So like we'll talk about how we're winning this, like how we're playing this fight, but also how are they playing it? How do they want to win it? Like what are their moves and stuff? So yeah, fully. We don't have anyone like dedicated to doing it, but it's usually like just 2 or 3 people talking about the game. Like how are we like potentially losing this? How are we winning it? Like what are we doing from here? So fully, like the focus is on both teams for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's like for me personally, I always say that the biggest skill for like a league team or a league player to have is just to think about your opponents. And it's like that was one of the things that like Damn One was like #1 at doing like last year. It was like that's their whole thing. They just knew what the other team were trying to do. When everyone is so focused on executing their own plan, thinking about like how to counter your opponents just is such a strong skill to have. And obviously you guys demonstrated exactly why that is here today.
Yeah, fully. And I feel like just like having that in mind, keeping that like in the back of our minds the entire time meant we were always one step ahead, allowing us to go 3-0, I'd say. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that insight. I'm going to throw it over to Kalxa here. Do you have any final questions? Maybe you want to ask them where they're going to be hosting the celebration party, as you are from Warwick after all.
I mean, I will afterwards because I might want to join. But the actual question that I do have is, last time you played DMU-T1, the game looked nothing alike. So coming into this one, did you just have a specific plan against them and it worked out? Or like, how basically did you manage to make it look so clean? Is my simple question.
I don't know. I think last time we played, we lost 1-2. So I think that's just like a wake-up call. Just we've always thought we were the strongest team in the tournaments. But losing that one just like meant we had to like rehash our entire game plan and like the way we viewed the game. But it also meant we knew what we lost it the first time. They didn't win it. Like we lost it for ourselves. So just like taking a step back and just thinking about the game more cleanly and just like clearly and clearly. and just playing their own game, not getting in our own heads, which is what happened last time. I feel that's why we lost. So I don't know. It wasn't like a massive change. It was just like we just don't need to like tilt. We just need to just play our game and not lose it, I guess.
Makes a lot of sense. So basically mental diff, I would say, and jungle gap. That's kind of what we came out from this entire conversation today. Thank you so much for being here and taking the time to do the interview. Do you happen to have any final shout outs, Ethan?
No, thank you to everyone who supported us, I guess. And we'll see you at UEM. Yeah, UEM.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Enjoy your celebration. Keep it COVID safe.
Thank you. Will do.
Okay, everyone, thank you so much for being here today. I'm gonna start off by throwing it to the casters. Do you guys happen to have any remarks about these games? Anything you guys want to say before we start talking about the giveaways again? Kaxai, do you want to take it first?
I mean, honestly, I'm just, really happy that I actually got to cast this series, even though I always hope for 5-game bangers. It makes me happy to see Grey Warwick do this well, and honestly, it was also a pleasure casting with Dota first time. I had a lot of fun.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. What about you, Doctor? What do you want to say?
I could just have a massive ego right now, just be like, I got nothing.
No, you can't do that.
But yeah, no, it's a good time to come back here, NFC once again. See Warwick bring it back, as they've been a bit of a, a slight fall from glory over there. Admittedly, when you've got like an 8-year history, there's always going to be some high points and low points, right? So it's good to see them come back. DMU putting up a great fight, because I've been hearing about DMU for quite some time, but I think I've ever really cast them before. That was nice. And again, cast with Casca, always a good time.
Always a good time, and thank you guys so much for being here and actually giving us a good time, because your casting was absolutely incredible. It was really clear, lovely to listen to, two of you just debating whether the items and the picks and the masteries are all great. So that was absolutely incredible. Thank you guys so much for being here. Everyone watching at home, we are going to have some Rocket League at 8:30 p.m. There are still going to be giveaways, so if you do ! giveaway in the chat, that will show you the details of entering the NSC drop giveaway, one of which will include a Christmas jumper. Monster drop has supposedly finished for the League of Legends, but there will be another one for the Rocket League, which will be at 8:30, as we mentioned earlier. So just type monster drop in the chat in one word during the Rocket League game, and you will enter into the competition. If you are having a viewer party, which honestly I would recommend for the NSC, whether it's in person or online, just make sure to take a picture, put it up on Twitter, using hashtag BUEC Winter 2021 and hashtag Socks for Socks, so you can enter into the competition for some NSC branded socks. And who doesn't like some socks with this cold weather? Because honestly, I'm kind of freezing at this point. So I'm gonna throw it over to some ads. We're gonna be back at 8:30 with some Rocket League. Make sure to stay tuned for that one. Hopefully another banger, and then we're going to be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. as well. We're going to start it off with some Rainbow Six Siege, followed by Valorant, and then we're going to finish it all with some Overwatch. Thank you guys so much for being here, and we will see you in a bit.
name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESL UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSC. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, oh, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with trying to do that. But the management help you through it. They teach you the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESL UK, where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? It's just talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do. So slowly you get better at, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow, because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, the circumstances mean that I can't.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. To the world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart, and Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts. Training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC strawweight champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, I walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused. And to actually have the crowd there, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.
Hello, everybody, and welcome. It's time for the final segment of day 2 of the British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel, sponsored by Barclays and Monster. So again, just a really quick reminder that we do have a lot of things going on here at the NSC, so make sure to drop them a follow on their socials and check out their website so you guys can stay up to date on the latest initiatives in the university esports scene, as they're quite important. Now, so far, within the last 2 days, we have crowned 3 teams. So we have the University of Manchester for CSGO, UCL for Dota 2, and my favorite, Warwick for League of Legends. We are now looking to crown the 4th university, and this is going to be in Rocket League. Now, let's just get this started. Honestly, I'm absolutely ready to see what is going to happen. We've had some incredible games over the last 2 days and really looking to see this translate into Rocket League. So this is actually going to be a weighted best of 9 with 1 round for the Portsmouth Paladins. So honestly, really excited, really want to see this going. Joining me today for casting is going to be Tylactor and Swaces. Hello guys, how are we feeling today? How are we doing?
Feeling pretty damn good. What about you, Swaces?
Oh, it couldn't be really a much better of a day, really. And to end on Rocket League, where it's going to be me and you, Tylacto, going through the wonderful Genora as well, so it's all good.
So, looking at the games so far during this season, Portsmouth Paladins have gone undefeated actually in the last month in the NSE. They're the first seed in the upper bracket, and they have a 1-game advantage in today's grand final, which is quite interesting to see. Keighley has lost to Portsmouth in the upper bracket this year, but they did manage to come back. They really proved to us what they were made of, and honestly, based on the performances of this team, how would you say the overall season went for them, Swaces?
Well, at the beginning, Portsmouth, they had a bit of a dodgy start. They didn't look the strongest, mainly because they were missing one of their main players in Mercy, who throughout the season, when he was able to come in and really help this team out, he turned the team around. Portsmouth Paladins are a side to be reckoned with. They only lost 2 games in the whole of NSE, once against Salford and once against UWE. And that was very early on, as I said, because they were missing Mercy. Kiel, however, they've been consistently at the top level as well. They're a very strong side. They're looking to come and take the game to Portsmouth, but they are at a 1-0 disadvantage. But we have a best of 9. So realistically, Kiel Krakens, even though they are at that deficit to begin with, they have every single chance to go ahead and take this series away and become the champions of this winter NSE. But one of the big things also that I want to talk about is in the lead up to this grand final in the playoffs, they both faced a team called Salford Lions. Salford Lions, I think everybody knows, is rated as one of the best squads to ever exist within the NSE. However, their mentality let them down when they got to the final segment to get into these grand finals, losing 0-4 to both of our finalists, Portsmouth Paladins and Kiel Krakens. So going into this series, they know they're on a good match level, beating that Salford Lions team 4-0. But the question is, how are they going to compare to each other? And I'm so excited to find out how that's going to go.
Absolutely, and that, defeat for the Salford Lions to both teams must have been an absolute incredible mental boost for both teams here. So let's talk a little bit more in depth about these teams. Maybe a couple of things that we're missing here. So there are a couple of interesting trivias that are showing up on the screen. So Psycho and Brett have actually been competing together since before they have joined university, which is incredible. Talking about the power of friendship right here. And then the entirety of Keighley, again, the entire team is studying some accounting and finance, which I find quite interesting because they have 2 things to bond over. So they must be also quite a tight-knit group of friends. What else can you really tell us about these teams, Tylacto? Is there anything we're missing? Any specific player we should focus on here?
Yeah, no, I think it's cool the things you've already brought up. I mean, when Bread came into the Portsmouth roster and we all found out, everyone was sort of like, so Portsmouth are going to get even better. And you're right, playing together even before university, even though Kiel might have studied accounting and finance, all of them at the moment. I'm not sure how that helps them with Rocket League, but maybe that gets them more in sync. They can run the numbers, but the only numbers that matter, as you're mentioning as well, that Portsmouth unbeaten in the past month. It's because they got their 2 10-point weeks in week 3 and 4. Kiel, of course, did the exact same, but they're not unbeaten because, of course, they lost that upper semi-final matchup in the playoffs to none other than Portsmouth.
Yeah, and that loss really, I'm assuming is going to have a little bit of a weight on the mental of the team coming into the games today. Also, again, the Paladins, they do happen to have a 1-round advantage. Tyler, could you maybe explain this a bit further? How come were they able to secure this 1 round? And what are you expecting to see based off of that?
Yeah, so Portsmouth come in with the 1-game advantage, and that's effectively their reward for going through the upper bracket. They're unbeaten in this playoffs bracket. Kiel, of course, dropped down, and my goodness, what a run they've made since dropping down. 12-0 across the 3 best-of-7 as they absolutely demolished BCU, Warwick, and Salford, of course. That one being still a result that sits heavily, but regardless, they come from the lowers, and while, of course, you could say they did lose to Portsmouth, and that's not a great sort of record for them to go by. Last time we ran this format, of course, it was Salford with the 1-game advantage over Bournemouth coming from lowers, and Bournemouth just won 5 in a row to win the best-of-9.
No, that's quite exciting, really, because the games that we have been seeing the past couple of days is the teams that are expecting to win are not winning. So are we going to see this translated into some Rocket League action? I am not entirely sure, but, we'll see. Soises, do you happen to have any predictions? What do you think is going to happen today?
Ooh, predictions. This is always the bit that gets me a little bit nervous, okay? Because it puts pressure on not only us as casters to know what we're talking about, but the players as well. I'm sure they're probably listening in, ready for the intensity that is going to be these grand finals. But based on how we were talking about these teams, and especially Portsmouth really popping off when they have that main player, Mercy, in their roster, I reckon Portsmouth are going to be the ones taking it with the 1-0 start as well. Although you've been saying that normally the teams that have been predicted to win aren't the ones to come on through. Portsmouth, they're too strong for Kiel, and they're going to do it here.
I'd love to hear that. What about you, Tyler? What would you like to say?
I'm not so sold. I do agree that Portsmouth, the Paladins, certainly come in as the favourites. Kiel will be the underdogs, but I have faith in them with just how much they battered Salford in that lower bracket. I mean, Portsmouth beat them and granted probably weakened their mental to go down, and they were certainly not happy going up against a hot Kiel that had just 4-0 swept Warwick, all warmed up on the same day. And yeah, we can look at that series in the upper bracket. We can say it was a 4-2 win for Portsmouth, but outside of that first game, which was just like a 2-0, I believe, every single one of the games was decided by just 1 goal. Yeah, Portsmouth are probably still going to win here, but I could see it going a whole lot of the distance. If you wanted a score out of me, I'd probably say 5-3. I reckon Kiel can get a fair few games here.
Okay, so I guess you are definitely expecting the games to go the full 9 rounds here. Really gonna have to keep an eye out for that. I did miss the green screen memo here, so I feel kind of out of place. I do have one stocked off in the back, but I didn't get the memo, so sorry about that, guys. So for those of you guys at home, I know we're going to be crowning the 4 championship tonight, but don't worry about that because you also can maybe get some goodies. Intel is doing a giveaway. They do happen to have a Christmas jumper in one of the drops, which is really exciting. Monster Energy is doing a Monster Strike giveaway as well. So if you type Monster Drop in the chat right now, you should be entered for that competition. Again, if you are having a watch party at home, or just in a Discord server or whatever, just make sure that you tweet one of those pictures. Make sure it's COVID safe. I feel like I have to say that. I feel like it's my responsibility here to just remind you guys, please make sure it's COVID safe. And if you do go out to party and celebrate the wins, make sure it's COVID safe. Use hashtag BUEC Winter 2021, hashtag socks for socks, and you can get some NSC branded socks because trust me, socks are needed. It's just getting cold and wow, I don't really know what to say. Like, I haven't seen the sunlight today, so I'm not really entirely sure what the weather has been like today. Maybe one of the casters here can help me. Like, what was the weather like, guys?
Cold. Yeah. Definitely required socks. I did not go outside without my socks on.
No.
You're asking 2 fellow gamers who've also had the chance to go outside. We probably haven't really even touched grass in about a week, to be honest. So yeah, we're the wrong people.
Have you touched grass this week, Tyler? I'd like to ask.
Not with my bare feet. I was wearing socks and shoes. I wouldn't say I bent down and touched the grass physically, but I have been outside. But it's still a good advert for the socks.
I think that's quite impressive that you've actually been outside. The green reflecting on the green screens here today. So thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. I'm gonna throw it to you guys so you can do a little bit more of some in-depth analysis. Do your caster thing. Good luck to you guys today with the cast, and good luck to both teams for the games today.
Thank you. Shall we do the cast thing? Swasis. I mean, I went for 5-3 specifically. I want a score out of you and why.
Okay, so... Oh, why are we going even more in depth into this, Tylacto? This is just making things more and more difficult. I reckon that Portsmouth Paladins, if they can start off strong and contain this Killcracken side, who we know when they go on the attack, they can be so scary, I think I'm going to go very similar to you, but 5-2. Okay. We're almost looking at I reckon it's going to be around 6 games. Portsmouth, they're going to do really well in the first 2. Kiel are going to have a bit of a team talk, sort of figure out what Portsmouth are doing on the field, how they can counteract that, take the next 2. Then after, Portsmouth are going to be absolutely annihilating them from there onwards. It's going to be a battle of tactics, but in the end, Portsmouth, I think they've got the better solo players to really come into the series, which is why they're going to take it all home.
And it's still all about who takes it all home in this playoff bracket. If it was down to just the Swiss League play, Salford would have taken it. Reminder, these are our second and third in the standings who have made this run. Both of them 4-0 swept Salford. I mean, Portsmouth, they got the bye, seeing as they were top 2. They, of course, played Kiel 4-2. Kiel won their first game against UWE to get to that point in the uppers, and I've already talked about their lowers run. They've had quite the gauntlet, and let's not forget Kiel are the Summer Series champions. In theory, they come into this with the crown on their head. I mean, they've always had a great, strong roster, even when, especially with Time Constant playing, who I imagine is watching as well, trying to cheer on the lads. But Kiel has always been like a nearly team. Even when they won Summer, it was immediately just sort of like, it's Summer. Doesn't really count. Like I feel like they really need this, but they still come in as underdogs.
Well, they may be coming in as the underdogs, but I think that actually releases a bit of that pressure on you going into any series at all, because then you're not expected to perform as well as your opposition. Portsmouth are the ones with the pressure on them right now, because they've been performing fantastically throughout this NSC, and even in the European Rocket League scene, they have done just as well a job, beating the best that we can see of all the universities within Europe. But can they bring it home to the UK to play at that same sort of level, Tylacto? Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how good each team is on paper. It's all down to how well they perform on the pitch right here, right now.
Yep. It's only this one series that matters. I'm so excited to see it. Of course, the players, they need to make sure that they're comfortable in the lobby as well. And I want to bring back up what we saw back in spring, because Salford again came in, maybe not as favourites like Portsmouth do against the Bournemouth team coming from lowers, but that it was effectively a 5-0 demolishing round. Like, how often are you going to see a sweep in a best of 9? Ooh. That one game that Salford never actually won because they got it from coming from the uppers, well earned, of course. It was unsavoury to watch, and that's why it's so fresh in my memory, because like Skiz has said in chat, it's just how we put it here. Summer is just not canon.
Well, it is going to play a little bit, Salford, they're very good, okay? But the thing is, they're not here, are they, Tylacto? They're the ones to make it through. That's the whole point. They may perform fantastically in one section, get some new, fresh talent in as well, but they haven't been able to attack properly. So I think that is the big difference going into it, that these teams, they've sort of been together for a little bit of a while now. Portsmouth Paladins, Psycho has been there for years on this team, and that's also going to bring so much experience to the roster and so much calmness as well, to have that knowledge of one of your players being able to be at this level for so long. Psycho is just recognized in the scene, isn't he? Everybody knows him, and whenever you come up against him, you kind of go like, why? Why of all players and all teams have we got Portsmouth Paladins and Psycho as well on their side?
Yeah, and you pick out individual players like that, and I look at the numbers from their semi-final series that was 4-2 Portsmouth as well. I already brought up that every game was so closely decided. The numbers also really well match up as well. It's crazy how close all of them games were, but also it was represented statistically too. Poddy, if you look at that individual performance, he was at the bottom in pretty much every single category. I don't want to call him out, but I want to look for him to try and show up here and put it right, because clearly, that's below standard for him. He is a very strong player. It's just that when you're in the same, you're up against the likes of Psycho, Mercy, Bread, it is hard to grab the entire series by the scruff of the neck and have the impact that is required, because the one thing, Swace, is that was different between the two teams as a whole statistically was the defense. There was about 2, 3, 4 saves, it was about 3 by the way, being made by Portsmouth in comparison to Kiel, and yet the shots count was relatively similar. Kiel's defense, just as far as I'm concerned, not of the same structure as Portsmouth, just not as reliable under big series pressure like this.
Well, that's a big thing, especially, and defense is all down to communication and understanding everybody's role wherever they are on the pitch. Depending if you're behind that first man, behind that second man, or if you need to cut in front of someone because you know someone's got a little bit too close to each other. It's just about reading the game, making sure that you're organized and understand exactly what you want to do in the rotation in defense. Then from there, you can work with whatever your opposition are going to be throwing at you. Portsmouth are going to be throwing everything at Kiel. That is something we know for sure because they've got every kind of attack that you can even think of, whether they go for aerial play, solo, on the ground, passing, dribbling. They can do it all. So Kiel, in their defense, they're going to have to be solid. They're going to have to be secure, build up that brick wall, which quite simply needs to be so strong because Portsmouth, they're relentless on attack. They just have so much dynamic in the attack that they can break anything down. Even if it's bulletproof, bomb-proof, you need it to be that little bit stronger than what it always has been before.
Yeah, that's the big question is, can Kiel do that? Based off both our predictions, we've both said, probably not. I mean, even against Salford, I'd say Salford, on paper, look, they have a more potent attack than Portsmouth a lot of the time. Kiel didn't really have to defend in that series in the lower finals because they just kept them in their half the entire time. And when it truly matters on the line like this, not that it didn't in the lower finals, but Portsmouth are a team that often rises to the occasion. I don't think Kiel are going to be able to keep them out of their half, and we're going to have to see how is the defense playing, how is Poddy playing. If you're having a great time, looking forward to the playing in chat. I see plenty of you are typing Monster Drop, as you should, but don't also forget that we do have an Intel NSE drop, type exclamation point giveaway in terms of details on how to enter that. That's going to be a beautiful drop as well. Just one lucky winner, and hopefully I was going to say hopefully it'd be me, but I think if either of us won the giveaway, it wouldn't look very good, would it? I have entered, though.
Rigged.
I'm trying.
Oh, yeah, same.
No shame.
We both have. Yeah, no shame at all.
Why
of course
wouldn't
we're going to
we?
enter into this. Exactly. We have monster energy on the line here, Tylacto. The players have got quite a lot of money resting on this. However, we've got the chance to have some delicious monster energy, who was proudly one of our sponsors for this event. So, this game, all right, it is massive. This is going to bring so much pride and so much joy to these teams to be known as the Winter Champions. So it's going to be absolutely crazy to see where these guys go. However, we are going to be thrown into a short break to get the teams ready on the field. And right after it, we're going to take you straight into the action.
My name is Jake Merton, otherwise known by my online nickname as Jakey Boy Pro. I am 26 years old, and I currently work as full-time online events manager / producer for G2 Esports.
Hi, my name's Kat. I'm Vice President of Warwick Esports, and I'm a second-year student at the University of Warwick.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society, and I also do a little bit of casting of Counter-Strike and Valorant in my spare time.
I would certainly say getting involved with Epiclan has driven my passion further. I've had many talks with all of the different staff at Epiclan that have been really helpful in, guiding me on where I want to go. They've recognized the passion and they've really wanted to help me drive and improve, and it really has pushed me to the point as to where now I can do it full time, and I couldn't think of doing anything different at this moment in time.
One of the greatest things for me about Warwick Esports is the ability to talk to so many students from other disciplines. It's very hard at university, unless you're in a society, to meet people from other departments. And I think that's the thing I love most about Warwick Esports, is that I'm able to meet those people. I'm now looking at doing a business master's purely because of my friends who were in the business school that taught me, things like writing pitch decks, how to, business management, all those things.
So I'd always been interested in esports. So the moment I came to Southampton, I instantly joined the SVG server, asked how do I get verified, where do I find a Counter-Strike team? Like, I want to do this. This is the most amazing thing to me. And I got signed up instantly. They put me in a team with a bunch of other freshers, and I'm in that team to this day. My teammates are probably some of my closest friends. You're not always going to land in a team with people that then become your close friends. I think I really lucked out and we've really gelled well. post-lockdown, we've been able to socialize. We actually went to Epic LAN a couple of months ago as 5, which was one of the most amazing experiences of my life. Never been to a LAN before, never done it before, but to do it with some of my closest friends and best teammates that I could ask for has been an absolute dream.
Working in this community really has benefited me in ways that I would never have imagined. There was once a time where I wouldn't like to, go out of my way and talk to people, but I am a lot more confident when I'm outside in person and just being, sociable. It's much easier to be able to, sit back and have a conversation with someone more than it was 2 years ago when I wasn't working this line of work.
At Warwick Esports, we're very keen on breaking down that barrier between only being online, like that stigma of, gamers in their basement, that kind of thing. We're very keen on breaking down that barrier, and we do pub nights very frequently. We go out and we do Sports Sunday, where everyone just goes and plays football. I cheer from the side, but everyone goes and plays football. And I think those kind of things make people feel like they're part of something rather than just another username in a Discord, which I think is why we do so well. People feel part of something, so they stay.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, we have the game started. We were so excited to get in that we nearly missed it because we were just talking behind the scenes about it here. We do have Portsmouth, as you can see on the overlay spaces. They have that game advantage, but look at them 5 chonky boys. You've got to get your way all the way to 5 to win this best of 9 grand finals.
5 matches to win it all. That is so many games that you can go on through. And imagine, Tylato, if we saw a reverse sweep in this. Do you reckon that would be the first ever best of 9 reverse sweep if we managed to see this on stream? Surely it is, right?
I do think so. I can't think of any in history. There's a limited number of best of 9s in all of Rocket League history, of course. It's the Paladins in their iconic purple keel, forced onto their away kit. In the black, the Krakens trying to rise up from the deep of the lower bracket. We've already talked enough pre-match about it. Let's get straight into it as we've had the first minute through and we are still scoreless.
Into midfield, Deuce turning aggressively, bumped by Psycho, just continues on annihilating him as well. Mercy into the air, gets a flip, reset, 0 boost, takes it past K3, Poddy though. Able to collect that touch, another touch towards net, dangerous for Bread2K, does comfortably take it out wide. Once again, Bread2K, lovely second touch. Can he make it 3 as well? Stays close to the ball, however, he does misflip. Who's now in control, challenged by Mercy very quickly into the corner. Another chance from Psycho, shot a net, saved by Poddy. And the first chance for Portsmouth Paladins just goes amiss.
Look how physical Psycho's getting with K3, trying to set a tone for the series. And it's certainly not a romantic one. No love lost on that shot from Poddy. That was a rifle.
That's a beautiful finish straight away. Poddy wants to make the save as I pass that over to you to then take it down on the attack to fire that first goal in. 4 kill Krakens to quite our surprise, Tylacto as well. Portsmouth Paladins, a lot of the pressure originally in this first game off this best of 9. Mercy in the midfield. Want to get it past Poddy. Bread2K though does just that. Deuce off his own corner sends it long downfield. Bread2K once again pops it high in front of that black net. Hit away by K3. Mercy now over to that left-hand side. Bread2K there to collect it. Poddy well positioned to take it wide once again. Mercy though fastest to it to put it back into the centre. Krakens though in defence. We're talking about how they looked a little bit shaky originally, but they're doing quite strong so far, Tylacto.
They are. I'm very reassured by the fact it was that man, Poddy, who gets the first goal, not just for Kiel, but of the series. I was highlighting him as statistically underperforming in the semi-final matchup between these two, and he nearly made his score count through there. He was dangerous again with the delayed flip from the wall. He can't quite reach that one, but Kiel are looking threatening.
K3 into the center, Psycho. Just get that initial clear away, and again into the middle, Deuce. Into the center, Mercy off his own backboard, just send it out to this left-hand side. K3 quick to get onto it, into the corner, gets another touch, past the defender, down in the middle, chance now, into the center again, Psycho. Off his own backboard, the defense from that position looking quite strong. Wow, Bread2K sending it far downfield, K3, 0 boost. Awkwardly just gets the smallest touch to send it wide, back into the middle, K3 again awkwardly in the backboard. Will be Psycho to get it cleared away. Poddy to the midfield, Bread2K sends it high into the center, but Kiel Kraken's holding on.
I think K3's done a really good job there in the net with limited boost. He had to decide whether he'd have time to go to the backboard or not. Quickly assessed it and realized he did not, but suddenly the tide has turned and Portsmouth are starting to ask questions of their own.
Psycho. Livery set doesn't do too well. It gets it past K3 though, into the center. Bread2K hounding under the ball. Is taken away downfield. Poddy. Musty flick in the air. Tries to get a bump as well. Psycho. We've seen him everywhere on the field so far. Does get that away. Mercy miss on the ball. Allows Deuce to come on through. Sends it down that left-hand side. By Bread2K. Bread2K once again going up for this Poddy. Good clear away. Isn't quite good enough, Deuce. Quick reactions in the defense to make the save. Psycho not relenting the pressure whatsoever, but K3 will force it through.
And we talked about the defense before this series. Can Kiel open it up on the right note and keep a clean sheet here? They're going to have to try and hold on to tie up us straight away in the first game. Poddy, he's present again in the midfield. He's really had a great performance so far, but it'd be nothing if Kiel concede late here. Psycho and Mercy connect. It's off the backboard, but into free open space. Bread has to go and fetch. He's got the mid boost. He's got the ball. He pops it into the corner, but K3 graciously in position to accept that one, and Psycho has to pick it up. Portsmouth, the Paladins, are running out of time here in this first game. It's down off the ceiling corner. Kiel, are they going to have another chance here? Can they finish off this game? It's off the backboard once more. Portsmouth, the ball cannot touch the floor, and I think it just might. Dewes kills it off, and Kiel tie us up.
Wow, Kiel. Quite not the start that we were expecting. Straight away taking Portsmouth Paladins to the cleaners from the looks of things with that first match, holding on and not conceding a single goal as well, which realistically, that is quite a surprise to everyone, including ourselves, Tylato. Portsmouth Paladins, they had a few very good chances, but the defence, which we were kind of having a bit of a go at for Kiel Krakens earlier on before the match started, we've been proven a little bit wrong here.
Yeah, no, it's interesting to see. I'm happy because it's really, I think, what Kiel needed. Portsmouth have shown that if they do get the first game of a series, and convincingly so, they can run away with it. Of course, we saw that against Salford, but Kiel, they'll be the ones threatening to do that. Of course, they got a long way to go here, but it's exactly what they needed to open up. The question is, how long can they keep that clean sheet? And well, this is now the 6th game in a row that these two teams have faced each other, and it's been decided by just the one.
Wow.
Keep that count going.
Unbelievable stat. Yeah, hopefully we do, because these games are on fire for us at this point in time, as game number 2 is set up and right on the way. Ladies and gentlemen, Kiel Krakens tying us up in this best of 9. Portsmouth Paladins looking to try and come back quick.
Of course, we're doing predictions for every single individual game there. So I believe Hivo's just made a very large profit off channel points. Was it rigged? Clearly. Kiel, are they conspiring? No, I probably think not, to be honest. They'd much rather just win the series entirely. Bread, going to have to do things on the defensive early on, and I think if Kiel can get another early goal opening up here, this is when suddenly warning signs have to start. The alarms really going off for Portsmouth, but you would expect them to be growing into this series after getting used to Kiel coming in. Mercy nearly with an incredible double touch, but it was not meant to be. In Kiel, they come on the counter.
That would have been an astounding way to get themselves back in the series, but this isn't the way they want to do it at all. Bread2K pinching it off his own post to somehow clear that one away from his purple net. That would have been A horrible start for Portsmouth Paladins. Looking like Dinero's claim earlier, of all the teams that have been predicted to win, have not done so at this point so far. Kill Kraken's holding strong. Mercy though, good shot towards net, just off the upright. K3 back to the center will be Psycho. Trying to find that waterfall down into the middle. Does get it. Mercy though can't quite touch the ball. Bread2K looking for the double. Do so. Well prepared to send it wide.
Psycho. He's going to keep up the pressure. Mercy though is a little bit too close. Can't get himself around the ball. The pass, you could say, a little too heavy. Bread. He strikes, and it's another belter of a shot. This time it's Portsmouth with first blood.
There we go. Finally, Portsmouth Paladins, the team that we know so well to be just destructive on the attack. The clear there from K3, not really going in his favor. Tried to put it to the side so it would just go down that right-hand side, which he was aiming for, but in the end, the ball just slipped out into the center of the field. Good chance here, though. Drops it down. K3 set. Bread2K makes a save. Deuce running back to his own defense. Does lose possession of the ball, however, he stays strong and stays close to it and just diffuses that attack straight away.
And if I had a penny for every time someone asked why there was a game on the board already at the start of this series, then soon I'd be able to buy a can of Monster Energy. If you don't want to buy one, though, you can actually potentially win one, a stock drop entirely of Monster Energy if you type the word Monster Drop, all one word, lowercase, in the Twitch chat to enter. Although, if you don't want to do that, that's fine, because it gives me more of a chance of winning, though. You probably should do that. It's pretty cool. Kiel, they've been trying to score. They think that's quite cool, but they haven't quite managed it as we approach half-time in this game too.
Absolutely love the way that you go on about all these things. You're like, oh yes, here you go, chat. Just type in Monster Drop to have your chance to win. But yeah, don't do it because I want it all. Excuse me, come on. We're the casters here. Of course we deserve to do it. But at this point in time, I'm thinking Kiel Krakens kind of deserve a second goal at this point. They've been holding so strong the defensive end, just denying any opportunity. Even K3 there, only just managing to make a touch on that ball. And now it will be Poddy out wide. Gets that first touch. Again, goes into the center dangerously. It was away at Kiel Krakens conceded first off in this game too. Then out wide, K3, zero boost in a tank. Does manage to get it round Psycho there. K3 again, pressuring Mercy to make a touch. Mercy again, not able to make that one, which was actually a bit more easy to make rather than the one K3 was pressuring him for.
Yeah, that's a wild pinch from Poddy, that one. That's going to be picked up nicely by Deuce, who you have to say in the past year or so is probably one of the most improved players we've seen in University Rocket League, but he might have to improve over the course of this series if Kiel are going to pull off this upset. They're still down here in this second game, even though it means the third on the damn overlay. We got 80 seconds on the clock, and they're still pressuring into the purple, if not for that clear for now from Psycho. Now it's Bread, keeping it close. Psycho will follow it up. Can he get a second here? Nowhere near. Goes across the body, but he's stretching to reach that one. Two whiff on the Portsmouth defense, but K3 has to rise up into space just to get a touch on that, and it's not really materializing for the Krakens.
They are making that initial start on the offense, but they can't seem to find that finishing touch. The last pass into the center for a teammate to run onto. Portsmouth Paladins, they're not looking the most secure in their defense either. Every single time they go forward, they have a little bit of a panic. Not looking comfortable at this point so far, but maybe a 2-goal lead could be the answer to that. It's wide open for Psycho to slot it away.
That's big. That streak of 6 games decided by just 1 goal is in serious jeopardy right now as Portsmouth pull away through Psycho, who gets himself on the score sheet. It's been a low scoring series, and I think that's testament to just how high quality it has been, not just on the defense but in the midfield from both these two teams. Kiel really pressing forward, trying to get that equalizer, and they've left themselves open at the back.
Still looking for a chance here now. Deuce flying in to try and get that shot through. Psycho a little bit faster though. Poddy, great touch to the backboard. Psycho, last man back, needs to make that touch and does. K3 though into Poddy. Oh, it's a huge chance. That does go and miss with 10 seconds left. That could have been the lifeline that Kiel Krakens are asking for, but I think this one's all done and over. Lacto. Portsmouth Paladins with that 1-0 lead in the series will extend it all the way to 2-1.
And it's tense times. Of course, both these two teams, in terms of Rocket League, are partners here with NSC. Uni Rocketeers, the European stage for Rocket League and the university level. And of course, Portsmouth, They won the first Winter Cup in Europe. They may not have the same luck in the second, but you talk about Kiel in comparison, it's nothing like it. Kiel both times failing to get out of their group, of course, because the second time they didn't show up. I'll never fail to mention that. In terms of the caliber of their results, it's why one of the many, many reasons why Portsmouth come in as relatively heavy favourites. I just think that Kiel are a team that do look more in form, the likes of which we saw against Salford. It's just they need to pull it out another 4 times here to get these games on the board. It doesn't matter for them how close they are.
Well, I think the fact that they managed to take that first game is a huge morale booster for them. Although Portsmouth Paladins, the fact that they were down in that, and they were held quite proficiently by Kiel Krakens, that, you know, they've got to latch onto that hope that they can beat this Paladins side, no matter what they come up against. They have the potential in their roster to hold strong in that defense and be relentless on the attack. We've seen a few times now where they've gone for that infield pass, but they haven't quite managed to get that final connecting touch to put the ball in the back of the net, which is what is missing for Kiel Krakens. And if they can fix that issue and really start putting that second man into the midfield ready for that pass into the middle, I'm sure they're going to bring the game right back down into that purple half, where the Paladins, they're residing quite comfortably, but I'm sure that's going to be shaken up anytime soon.
Yeah, it's painful. We looked at that last chance where I think it was Dews finding the pass across field towards Potty, who was stretching and stretching. It just seemed so forced, a lot of the Kiel attack. They didn't really have the opportunity to be patient at all because Portsmouth got that first goal. And with how structured we've seen their defense, it makes sense that Kiel really have to feel like they've got to push the limits in order to actually get the goal past. You know, it's crazy that they sort of try and force that. It's just, I just feel bad really for Potty. I feel like I really wanted him to get that goal late on and we'd have a crazy tight end to that game, but it just wasn't meant to be.
I see. It's so sad as well to know that if he had made that touch, the 1-0, the one goal change would just be different all the time, and it's so sad to see that we can't do that, and the streak has been broken finally. But here we go, look at that, Portsmouth Paladins looking to break the defense of Kiel Krakens quickly. Need to do it quite well in that second game. Kiel Krakens wanting to be a little bit stronger in this one though. Mercy brings it down that left hand side. Potty there collects the 100 boost and the ball. Can't really hold on to possession though, as his teammates looking a little bit too far wide. Going down now into the centre off the crossbar, getting close, K3. Getting the long clear downfield. Mercy to pop it over to that left-hand side, Dews. Lovely air dribble straight to the sky, looking to dunk it down from Mercy. Mercy though holding strong for that one. Potty once again putting it into the centre. No one from Kiel Krakens. Looking to close that down too quickly though, Tarlito.
It is. And most importantly, I'm looking for that first goal. Portsmouth will really take command. That's a great save from K3 of this series. If they can strike first here again, Kiel, if they're going to keep their heads above the surface in this series, I really feel like they need to strike first here. They're on the defensive, but doing great defensive work. They do transition now through Potty, who on that ball, the delayed Musty, beautiful pass to the back post to Dews. And that's what we like to see.
My word, Potty! Relax yourself, buddy. Look at that. Straight up the corner of the power he managed to put onto that ball to just make it fly across net. Brett 2K stranded, not having a clue how that happened, and simply slotted home Kiel Krakens 1-0 early on in this game 3.
And they might get two
actually.
Straight off the kickoff. Dews with a double, and it's a cheap goal for Portsmouth. Uncharacteristic for them to give this up, but you guarantee Kiel are going to take it with wide open arms.
Wow. What a turnaround we are seeing from Kiel Krakens. I said that they can adapt, and it seems that they have done just that. They're finally getting the man into the center of the field to receive that quick fire pass, which Kiel are so good at instigating, and they were lacking that final touch to get the finish away, and it seems to have arrived at this point, Alexis. So I'm excited to see what they can do to carry on, and this in the center again, K3. Shot is saved away.
Saved away entirely down to the other end. A pinch from Psycho. Could have been scary. Bit of own goal potential, but Kiel are going to look to hold here. You can imagine a 2 advantage should be more than necessary, given that we saw them hold out just the 1 in the first game today. But they are down 2-1 in this best of 9 grand finals, and Portsmouth Oh, they might have had a chance there for Psycho, but back on the defensive, rotation in time. Keel, clear it away again.
Mercy on this ball. Hands it off to Bread 2K. Body in the center, puts it into that purple corner deeply as well. Mercy, though, staying close onto the ball. Fantastic control. Doesn't quite do enough to stop K3, though, from taking the ball away from him. Psycho now extending on that clear look, making it dangerous as well to that backboard. Who's actually overextending on the pass. Once again, though, Mercy putting the pressure right back on. Looks for the backboard. K3 there, ready and waiting. Does get that clear. Following on as well. Lovely 50 into Poddy. Poddy there. Puts it into the corner. Trying to read it as well, but the touch not really going in the way that he wanted it to, especially as it just rolled around. If it was able to bounce out back into the center, I'm sure K3 would have been there to eat that right up.
2 minutes on the clock. Portsmouth still need to. That was a dangerously long clearance, and Dews did allow it to come off the post here. Maybe Portsmouth are invited in for tea. No, Poddy sends them right back out the front door there with a clear up on the crossbar. Challenged nicely by K3, and Q are looking to press here. Double will be denied by Mercy comfortably on the backboard, but he won't get a double of his own. That's okay because it gives the ball to Psycho, but he drops the ball quite literally, and Bread has to scramble back. K3 with the flip reset. It'll get it on target, but it'll be dealt with no problemo. Dews, he keeps up the pressure, and Portsmouth are really starting to run thin on time here if they want to mount this comeback.
Red 2K, though, looking to try and extend their chance, especially to reduce the deficit to 1. Down into the center. Mercy's there, and a brilliant top left corner finish will reduce it to 1.
Ask and you shall receive, Bread. That's a lovely, lovely flick. Dews not got the backboard covered. He thought he had the cover there from Poddy, but you have to say that is a potentially very costly whiff. Portsmouth are back within 1, and if this one slips away from Keel, could really change the tone of this series, but they're trying to fight back here. They might want to restore that 2-goal differential. Mercy forced on the back foot by a dunk from K3. Poddy, nice shot, tries to pick out that top corner, but it's a little off the mark. Bread from the wall will send it deep into the black, and K3 trying to poke it back out. Dews realizes he's got time here. Will try and keep the ball close, but he jumps a little early here, and Mercy can force the 50. It's underneath, but the pass a little too far for Bread in the midfield, and Portsmouth still need 1.
At this point in time, they're looking like they're able to retain some more control on the ball. The pressure hasn't been enough to break down this Kiel Kraken's defense just quite yet. They're playing the 50s so smartly, but there's not much they can do with the 50s if a demo takes you off the field.
Psycho completely assassinating the back line here. K3 sent to Disney World, and the net completely open. Portsmouth tie it up.
What a play that is, taking the last man in K3 out of contention to even try and make that save. Now all Portsmouth Paladins need to do is find that 3rd goal, then I'm sure they're possibly going to start running away with this series. Unless Kiel Krakens can have something to say about that. Mercy quickly to the left-hand side. K3 so quick to read that play. And the second Dews into the center. It's dangerous. Poddy's there. Saved by 2 of the Portsmouth Paladin defenders. Now downfield. Good chance into the center. Dews shot on net. Back to K3.
No
puts it
way.
down. The double's there. Shot from Dews. Saved by Circle on the line. Poddy does go through. They put it away on 0 seconds. And Kiel Krakens are level.
What a team play. Psycho's clear, just shut down by Poddy, who was too quick for all 3 defenders. What interplay in the midfield between Dews and K3. They were 2 up. They were brought all the way back, and right at the dead, Kiel snatch it right back. And what a series we have on our hands.
Oh my goodness, Steve! Steve! What? Dialecto, what do I even call you? Your name? I don't know. Gamer, national name? It doesn't matter at this time, because this is simply mental, what we are witnessing. Portsmouth Paladins looking like they had the comeback shut down at the last second by Poddy. That was unbelievable from Kiel Krakens. I love how they showed no fear in the final seconds of that game just to send it to overtime. They knew they had the opportunity, and my goodness, did they take it.
It just feels like goals like that are the sort of goals that elevate an entire team, not just in terms of ability, accomplishments, but reputation too, to try and fight for this crown of top of the UK. Who knows how much further they could go as well, disturbing the flux in Europe. And it all starts here. If we can see Kiel continue to show up, who knows what we'll continue to get out of them. But the thing is, no matter how miraculous that play is, Swasis, can they continue to replicate it over the course of the rest of this best of 9?
That is a question that shall be answered in due time. So far, though, Kiel Krakens doing well at this point. Good chance for Bread2K to double tap down. Does miss the second touch. But over to that left-hand side, Poddy quickly getting onto that ball. Bringing it down in front of the net. It's a pinch downfield. If that was on target, that could have put a bit of pressure on the Kiel Krakens defense. Duzo high into the center. Mercy. Not much boost in attack, making it a little bit difficult for himself. Still managed to find that touch. Poddy up very quickly, in control of the ball. Brings it past 2. Bread2K, though, coming in to recover. Not the best touch into the middle. Mercy, though, helping him out and getting that sent all the way downfield. K3. Now letting Deuce to go for this ball. Up to the sky. 0 boost in attack. Another flip reset in contention. Hands it off to Poddy. Poddy quickly over to the backboard. Bread2K. Reading that touch quite nicely as well. Booming it all the way downfield. K3 actually struggling for boost. Missing his own corner here. Challenged by Mercy. Aggressive turn by Psycho. Dropping out into the midfield. Poddy touches it downfield. It's wide open at the moment. Mercy racing back, and Poddy, the bounce doesn't really go in his favor, and we stay at 0-0.
And that's a little bit of favour going in the way, the fortune I should say, for Portsmouth, but no complaints. Kiel still focused on the task at hand. What a play from Portsmouth. They can't even focus on that. That was in the back of the net before they even blinked their eyes.
Wow. That is simply ridiculous. The recovery from Psycho so quick. On coming down from that initial pass, the 1-2 from Portsmouth Paladins doing justice for what they've gone through so far. They're quite fortunate, though, at the same time for that ball rolling up earlier in this game. And because of that, they've been able to come back here to Lacto and actually take the lead.
Oh my, the double from K3, but it's not quite on target here. Can Doos recover? My goodness! Can Doos recover? He's Spider-Man, and Kiel tie it right back up.
That is quite timely, that he's Spider-Man as well. At all positions to go into. Look at that, the Doomsy. Perfectly placed. Just annihilating the Portsmouth Paladins defense. They had no idea what was in the mind of Deuce. They thought he was going to put the pass out into the center, but no. Deuce turns around and says, all right, I can do this all myself. Time to surprise you all a little bit of finesse, but actually, it's a bit of surprise in the Kiel Krakens defense, leaving a wide open net, which had to only just about be cleared away.
It was a little bit scary. Portsmouth could certainly have pulled away, and it seems inevitable that they might at some point, but Kiel have been continuing to hold and frustrate them. It's 2-1 in their favour on the evening, 2-2 in the series. Oh, and we nearly had 2-1 in the game. Dooz's shot blocked. A huge save from Psycho.
Fortunate for Portsmouth Paladins, they were in the right spot. Oh my goodness, Poddy struggling. Another demo coming out from Psycho. Of course, being feared of, as at this point in time, it seems like Paladins are switching up their playstyle, Tarlacto. They're going to go for the physical sort of style, where they're just ending the lives of Kiel Krakens in the defense, as it seems to be at this point the only way they can break it down.
K3 slamming it forward. Poddy trying to play disruption, but Bread seen that one before, and Dooz's shot will again be saved by Psycho, who is just collecting saves at this point. He's got a whole little collection. Mercy will not get the flip reset double, as much as it was close to being on the mark. And when will Portsmouth really take command? Will they? Can they? Is the question here. They're going to really keep Kiel in their place, the sort of uprising that they're trying to do. They won summer. Can they be a real big team? They're trying to prove it here, and in the grand finals, I'd say they've already done it, but they need to work on their showing up to tournament still. Portsmouth, can they keep them right there? Can they keep the throne to themselves and get their second UK title here in NSE? Bread, I think he's answered it.
My word, Bread2K. The pass from Psycho, these two players working together wonderfully like a well-oiled machine, but Bread2K, that's going to steal the show with a double tap. Perfectly finding that top right corner, and the angle on top just makes it that little bit more spicy.
Let's just have a few seconds of silence for what he's just done to Kiel's defense there.
Oh no, they're going to...
he doesn't stop. This man does not miss. Top bin simulator.
Word. That's unbelievable. This time Mercy was the one to place that ball perfectly into the center. Portsmouth Paladins, they've got the player called Mercy, but they're showing none at all to Kiel Krakens.
Can't believe I actually asked Portsmouth when they'd take command, and Bread just steals the microphone off all of them. He doesn't even let his teammates answer. He just answers for himself on their behalf. An incredible set of goals. The first being an absolute peach, and the second being a peach of a finish here. Kiel, can they respond in the remaining 50 seconds here in Game 4? Oddy, for the bump, but Bread, he's already got it. This man's got the offense, he's got the defense. What can this man not do in this game? We saw a momentous performance from him against Salford as well, and I'm seeing the likes of the sort again right here.
Oh, that was a good chance for Portsmouth Paladins to get their fourth of this Game 4, but fortunately was put wide by Psycho. I think this one may be all done and dusted, to be honest with you, Tylacto. Kiel Krakens, they can maybe get one more goal, then it could breathe a little bit of life into them. However, it can also just take the momentum for them into that next game. Also, Paladins really bringing this game to be quite back and forth, and Bread 2K, the star player of this match, really showing what Portsmouth Paladins have to bring to the table. Not only can they make the passing plays, but they can also do the solo wonder as well. Bread 2K, the star man of that Game 4, but can he carry that on into the next few games, Tylacto?
Yeah, it was a mic drop of a game from Bread, you could say. We're seeing a little bit of a change, a few 2-goal wins in a row here, as it feels like the team really that just starts pulling away in these games is just getting the confidence to go on and grow further. That's not exactly how that previous game went, because, well, it wasn't really growing. It was just a slap in the face from Bread, and he said, we're winning this game. I told you so. And that's it. That was just the end of it. And he was right. It's 3-2 to the Paladins now in the series, but they still need 2 more. And, well, I feel like Kiel, from what we've seen from them, they're more than capable of still striking back.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been so back and forth in the games we've had. It's currently 2-2, but obviously Portsmouth coming in with that 1-game advantage through the upper bracket, which is kind of helping them out quite a lot right now, because if it kept on coming through at this rate, Kiel Krakens would simply be at the point of where they're in line to be able to go and get this next game. So Kiel Krakens, they're looking solid right now. They just need to get the 2 in the row to bring the advantage to the other side of the field. But Tylacto, Game 5, or the 6th one based on this best of 9, is right underway.
And Manfield, I say that DFH, I've clearly not played this game enough. I'm really a rookie to Rocket League. I've barely even booted the game. Yeah, Manfield's looking a little bit stormy. It's got looking an awful bit like DFH, but clearly it's just a reskin. Sonics would probably do that. They'd release a map and just call it a new name, and it'd be the one that they probably would do that. But no, who will probably win this series is a question I no longer know what to answer for. In theory, both of our predictions are still possible, but how are you feeling about your 5-2 prediction in favour of Portsmouth right about now? It's on the ropes.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to really be holding too strong for that one anymore, Tylacto. Kiel Krakens, which I'm happy to say have proved me wrong in what I would call a prolific manner. They have been disgusting in front of net. However, you say not yet. Can they continue the performances that they have been having, or will Portsmouth Paladins continue to run away with it, especially showing their dominance in the previous match? Looks like there is a possibility, but Kiel Krakens right now, they're heavily on the attack.
Oh, that's a lovely pass. You talk about that. It's a sweaty goal from Kiel K3 with the simple pass around the keeper. Call it keepers. And Portsmouth are behind once more for all of Bread's efforts last game. Kiel continue to try and stay level.
Doesn't really matter if he played well in one game if you can't repeat that in the next. All in all, that's going to happen is Kiel Krakens are going to take control of it. Look at it again now, just rinsing and repeating this passing play into the center. Dues 9 times out of 10 the one to receive it and be the one to fire the shot in. And he seems to be doing it quite well. They picked the man in that center quite wonderfully, but it's a 2-on-1 situation, which quite simply, Portsmouth Paladins were always going to win.
And Bread is the man who continues to be the thorn in the side of Kiel, making a case for MVP here in the British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel. I think I know what Portsmouth are powered by. It's definitely Bread.
Or could it be Monster Energy or Intel for that matter? Obviously, Intel being the ones powering this event, thankfully, and Monster Energy being one of the very few sponsors that we have, allowing us to run wonderful events like this. But Deuce here, he's the one actually running the show.
Heel just will not go away. I can imagine how annoyed Portsmouth are probably being right now. They know they're the favourites. They want this winning. Kiel are just like, no, I'm going to continue to ring your doorbell, run away, and then you answer it, and you close the door, and then come back and ring the doorbell again. And Kiel are making quite a strong case here. Not sure any lawyer would actually ring a doorbell again and again, but probably wouldn't stand up in court. Kiel are trying it, though. It's a little double off the ceiling, and that's not worked too great. I think this is going to be the easiest goal we see all night. And look who's there to collect it. It's Bread with his 4th in a row.
Well, seems like Psycho is becoming a bit of a psycho with these demos. He's always the one to be producing them, and always the one to clear the path for his teammate, specifically Bread2K, for the majority of the time to put the ball into the back of the net. And it's a system which is working for Portsmouth Paladins. I'd like to see them continue with this style, as currently Kiel Krakens, they're not really making the changes required to deal with that. Maybe pick up the pace a bit in defense, try and be a bit more aware, or go for a few demos of your own, because in the end, if you do that, Portsmouth Paladins, they're not going to have the manpower available to them to push forward and be that aggressive on the attack.
Okay. Well, can they continue to be on the attack? Bread says certainly so. Portsmouth will be that. And doing just that on half-time. 2-2 here. Psycho on the back foot, though, and Bread going to have to play it to the side. Poddy shows up again in the midfield. His literal natural habitat has been this series, as the lesser spotted Poddy will appear again at the midline to make a great challenge. And he gets the delayed flip on target, not quite. It comes off the post. And all of Portsmouth clearly thought it was in, and it will go in. They were still in the back of the net, so K3 just puts it there.
Poddy pressuring the Portsmouth backline into having to just collect and burst each other in one position on the field. But K3 did come a little bit late. Thankfully, the shot was perfectly placed in that bottom left corner, just out of way enough for Portsmouth Paladins, where they couldn't make that touch. Thankfully for Kiel Krakens, that as well. Taking a 3-2 lead now. That is quite something sublime that we have seen. These two teams so well matched against each other. We could not have asked for much of a better grand final, could we, Talato?
We certainly could not. Kiel making an absolute treat of this, but Portsmouth and Bread in particular showing us why they're one of the favourites and considered strongest teams here in the UK. Poddy, what a save from Psycho. He's like, we've had enough highlight reel plays here. Denied.
Do you reckon he's screaming that down the mic right now? There's no actual comms. It's like, yes, no more for you. Get out of my way. It's my turn. Look at that Psycho. Could he get his double? No, dues. Doing it on one end is denied by Psycho on the other.
Could have been another goal to put Kiel 2 to the good here. Portsmouth, a huge game if they can wrestle this one back. But Kiel, oh, that's a huge dunk. A massive risk taken in the midfield. And Mercy showing none of it will tie up Portsmouth.
Oh, dearie me. Poddy just caught off guard because of a mistake. I believe that was K3 with the ball just hanging above his head. And this is a chance for Portsmouth Paladins to take full control of this series. If they win this one, Tylacto, my prediction may still be on the cards. We were putting it off earlier on, but this could be the redemption of my choice, except from if Dude's going to do something here. No, it is immediately taken away. Maybe the scoreline extended to 4-3 for Portsmouth. No, once again, K3, this time staying a bit too closer to the ball.
Psycho makes a great interception there in the midfield, and an early pre-flip will force Dews back into his own corner. Gives time for Bread to push up the field and force it right back here. Kiel cannot afford a mistouch at this point. A flip reset is lovely to find Dews, and it's a solid 50 from him, but Bread is back. Clearance straight down the middle. K3 answers swiftly. Now it's Mercy. Soft touch from the backboard on limited boost. Bread will poke it and hope for a loose touch out of the Kiel defense. But if it's not going to come, then we could have overtime. Still 15 seconds, though, at the end of regulation. Risky touch from Bread has invited in Poddy's challenge, and it is dunked out. K3, maybe late drama here. He's blocked out in the corner by Psycho as Dews sends it right up towards the backboard. Big clear from Bread. Drop down across towards K3, a whiff, but I think indeed we will have overtime here in this game 5, which is technically 6 because of the bye that comes to Portsmouth coming in through the upper bracket, and that's a bit of a mouthful.
Damn straight, it's a mouthful, but what else would have been well as well is that late drama that we were talking about. We've already had one Tarlacto, we don't need two, because otherwise our brains would explode. Potty down into K3, shot put high against the backboard. Mercy there, quick enough to get that taken away. K3 though, right back into the mixer. Doos hands it off to Potty. Potty into the center. K3 now dropping it down dangerously in front of that purple net. Bread 2K though, once again on the backboard, which is the position which Paladins have been most comfortable in, and Kiel Krakens for that matter. The backboard seems to be a position of attack where neither team can really create a lot of opportunities. So whenever we see that infield pass being more direct is where either team can really take control and advantage of what sometimes can be poor defending from either side. Mercy, lovely control in that midfield, brings it over Potty. Psycho off the sidewall to try and drop it down, but Doos will get that clear away.
Big touch from Potty, though. Relieves a lot of pressure, and Portsmouth are going to have to build from the back again. You're right to highlight the lack of backboard-related goals. We have seen a lot of great lateral play. The only backboard play hugely I can remember seeing is that disgusting double from Bread, and it is up the Kiel backboard here, following a little bit of a whiff from K3. It's a bit messy on the Kiel defense. Doos will take control, though. A late dunk. K3 has to make the touch this time and does. We'll look for the flip reset, finds it. Bread dunks anyway, though, here, and I feel like we're just waiting for that one dodgy 50 or loose touch, and we could have a huge chance fall either way, but it's certainly sitting a lot of the time in Kiel's end. Portsmouth much swifter to deal with the ball on the defense, so as I say that, both of them hiding on the backboard. Psycho, I should say, for Portsmouth, clearing it out of that corner. Mercy from the backboard will find him downfield. He sends it across, but nobody there. Plenty of people home for Kiel. They're very, very defensive right now, and I wonder how long they can keep that up, given how we highlighted the amount of saves that Portsmouth are much happier to make. We're 2 minutes deep into overtime, Spaces, and we still feel no closer to a winner.
I think that is the perfectly explained way of what is going on right now. Both teams holding quite strongly whenever they are forced deep into their own half. Also, Paladins, if they can start going for a few more demos, once again, I'm sure we could see quite a large opening, but Potty looking to bring that to the table. Flip reset, nearly taking it under that last man. Uzo missing the ball. Mercy trying to challenge the last man for Kiel Krakens, who was positioned very far forward. Mercy once again pops it high into the center. Psycho, no boost in a tank. He's for Mercy to follow onto that for the second time. Pinches it to the center. K3 though, or prepared to get that cleared into Doos. Psycho intercepting that first touch, which wasn't the cleanest from Doos. Into the middle again, but also Paladins scattering away from the net as they wanted to go and collect some boost, opening up a chance here for Kiel Krakens. Potty trying to drop it down. Psycho well positioned to get it clear.
You always kind of get these two types of overtimes, right? You get the super emotional ones, which are like find and make chances, but you also get the ones like this that are more like wait and see. When will that chance come? And it feels a lot more tense. It may not be as roller coastery, but it's certainly more anxious, and I think that might just be it. It is that one mistouch on defense, and Potty is going to get it off a dunk from Doos. It's Kiel tying up the series.
Wow. Okay, just as we predicted, it was going to be one dodgy place on the field where they weren't able to take control, which opens up the chance for them to take the victory. And Kiel Krakens, they're keeping up quite proficiently with Portsmouth Paladins at this point. Not something we expected. My prediction's now gone and out of the water. It's just not there in the slightest. But yours, Tylacto, it's still on the cards. It's here. It's ready. But do you think that it is going to come on through?
I just need Portsmouth to get the next game, and honestly, I think it will. I'm like so on the money here. If I could have done a channel point prediction for a specific 5-3, then maybe I'll be having a very lucky day. But honestly, with how close these two teams are, and with that huge mental gain that Kiel get from winning an overtime of that length, we could easily be going all the way to 9. And it's not very, very often you get to say that in Rocket League.
Wow. That's unbelievable. However, you're talking about Game 9. We do not have Game 9 around the corner. We have the Game 7 technically on the cards as either team fighting for match point. That is where we're at now, Tylacto. Match point is the next step in this series.
It's more than match point. It's championship point here in the British University Esports Championship, powered by Intel, who will overpower their opponent. I am so excited to see here on Utopia Coliseum, and I'm just as excited to get the name of the map correct first time.
I'm going to test you now. Every single time we go into a match,
Please,
you are going to have to
I'll never get it wrong again. It will become so frustrating. You will just tilt me.
You're not the one meant to be getting tilted. What are you talking about? Maybe
Okay.
if your prediction does go AWOL, then, I'll give it away to you at that point. But no, you used to be a professional player, Tylactor. You should have the knowledge in your back pocket to understand what the map is. I think everyone knows that this is Utopia Coliseum, as it is one of the most beautiful maps in this game. But can either team produce something which is a little bit more stunning to look at? Maybe Bread2K can pop off as he did previously with a wonderful set of double taps and sniping out the top corners. At this point in time, no, Portsmouth Paladins pressuring the attack. Poddy will be there to get the clear.
It's a very nice recovery from Poddy. Psycho had sort of caught him unawares with just how hard across he had pre-jumped, and Poddy, realizing he still had his flip in the bank, got across and cut out the danger swiftly as well. Want to avoid them defensive touches going into the midfield, and exactly what you want to try and force on the offense. Big bump from Red, forcing Kiel right back into defense here, and it's a lovely huge 50 from Psycho here. Portsmouth, whether it's physical play or up close and personal. What a save from Dudes. That one was awfully close to finding the back of the net, but no, we will stay 0-0 here in the opening 2 minutes.
I thought that was guaranteed to be a goal. I even sat back in my chair thinking, yep, that's it. Dues won't be able to get back up to that one quick enough, but somehow he does manage to do so. Kill Krakens on the back foot so far in this match. Looking to try and push out from the defense. Maybe the fake will do it. Dues shot on net is tame. That was Bread2K to send it down to Psycho. Psycho's touch. Led by K3. K3, good 50 on Bread2K, who is now stranded on zero boost, trying to rotate out and maybe cause a bit of carnage on the back line. Does open up a tiny bit of space, but Psycho also needing to rotate away from the play. Psycho now takes it past one. Mercy trying to get that slight redirect on the ball to push it towards net. However, it's a big mistake. Poddy has a free open net to shoot at, and Kiel Krakens will take the lead.
And we've talked a lot about Bread's standout performance for Portsmouth, but I have to say Poddy has really risen to the occasion here in the grand finals. For all I said about his statistical downplay in the semis, where Portsmouth, of course, took the series 4-2, Poddy has been the man for the Kraken so far. And if he can continue to do that, that was probably his least impressive goal of the bunch. No. K3, big save required, and he'll make it. Soft shot. Poddy now, he's the one who finds his way out the back of the net and takes the ball with him.
The man you mentioned, not only proficient in attack, but defense. He is a stone wall in the way of that goal. Look at him again. Psycho trying to come up with a bit of a trick play there. Had nothing against Poddy, who read him like an open book. Now K3, opposite side to that left side. None of them. Poddy, the one there to meet it. Psycho again. Quick to send it to Mercy. Mercy high over to the backboard, looking for the double with Poddy. My word, we can't stop saying his name at this point, Tylactor, because simply he is here, he is there, and he is absolutely everywhere.
Dudes, he's the one on the ball, but he's challenged early by Mercy here. Psycho will look to find him. Delayed flip. Mercy was desperately trying to reach it, and for all his fantastic mechanics, you have to say Kiel have done a relatively good job of keeping him quiet. But can that continue to be the case here? Kiel trying to defend a 1-goal lead, just like they did successfully in Game 1. Psycho right at the front door there, shut out with a stone-cold block. A little over a minute to go here. Kiel now looking for a second. Poddy, surely not. From the backboard, the post. Oh, it was so close, but not close enough. Portsmouth straight away down the counter on the other end, but Mercy cannot finish the dish into the top corner here. And once again, the Paladins back onto the back foot. Poddy, he pops it into the corner. Mercy building from the back again. Dues from that side wall, delayed flip, poking it, but Psycho off that backboard. K3 realizes he's got time, plays it across to Poddy, but the block comes through.
My word, that would have been such a sublime passing play to finish this off and give the advantage to Kiel Kraken. Another chance though. Dues trying to force it through. It looks like wide open in the net. Poddy trying to backflip to get it back into the center, and he does manage to do so as well. Bread2K quick to bring that one out as well. K3 quick to intercept, trying to put it back into the center. Does manage to do so. Dues high into the corner. Psycho now takes it to the ground. Can't retain control of the ball. Bread2K, zero boost in a tank. Makes it awkward for himself, but however, he does stay close onto it. The bomb's coming through. Another big chance is taken away and wide. However, it is still not over. Mercy Down into the middle, Dues will send it to the ground, and Kiel Krakens will stay right in this one, and not only that, but take the lead in the series. What a turnaround we are witnessing, Tylacto.
It's crazy. I mean, both our predictions wrong, but that literally does not matter anymore. If the favourites, Portsmouth, the Paladins, are going to take this, they're going to have to take it in a game 9. Hell, they even need to get there first. Kiel move on to championship point by the finest of margins. They are just one game away, Swaces.
That's unbelievable. This could be the last game of the winter split for the NSE Championship bracket. This is it. This is the moment that Portsmouth Paladins need to recollect all their experience that they've had together as a team. The plan that they came in with to really shine on through to take down this Kiel Kraken side one more time to allow themselves the chance to win the championship. Kiel Krakens with the advantage, but do we all believe that they're going to be winning it here? Game 8 is just around the corner, Tylacto, and you believe that they can take it home here, do you?
I mean, let's not forget just how much better they have looked. You know, they've won 2 more games this evening. Portsmouth are the ones who came in with the advantage, and right now it's Kiel, the ones who have it. They've completely flipped the table, and Portsmouth have not looked at their entire sharpest as a team, because I don't think Kiel have let them. They've come in as underdogs, and they're putting in a performance to remember.
Psycho. Hands it off to Bread 2K. Bread 2K, probably the one to come up and challenge. Does nearly fake him out. Once again, no Dues. Downfield meets Psycho in the center. Psycho able to take the ball away. A3 once again looking to chase it down. Mercy sends it long downfield. Dues bit about a position as well as the third man. The demo coming through. This is the chances that Portsmouth Paladins have been relishing the whole time. And relish they do. Psycho makes it 1-0.
And K3 will get a save medal, but the save he could not make. Bread psyching him out there with the pass. It was telegraphed. K3 knew about it, but he couldn't leave his near post open until he saw it happen, and he couldn't quite get there in time. Bread does a fantastic job of being near stationary, but generating enough power to get it past the final defender. Portsmouth, huge that they score first.
Will be Mercy, another shot. Can they make it 2-0? Poddy. Defensive masterclass in this series. Really showing how to stop any attack coming forward from your opposition. Will be Psycho now. Big boom downfield. Mercy trying to latch onto it. A little bit too far away for him. Red 2K though. Looking for the center ball. Psycho. Managed to take it past one. Trying to get another touch onto the backboard. Maybe a third as well. Can't quite find it. Maybe the fake is good enough. No. It's sent once again all the way back to the other side. Red 2K. Into his own corner, trying to get on the touch as well. Can't find the air dribble. Will be K3. Booms it long downfield. Psycho, bit of time on the ball. Decides to boom it instead. Poddy once again looking for another touch. Start handing it off to Dues. Red 2K, though, the one to finally instigate some sort of control. Shot, though, from Mercy. Out of nowhere will bring the lead to 2-0.
That's a lovely play. The pass again. Provided by Bread, so well weighted, but Mercy, the finish, just as smooth as that Kiel net was open. You can see under the pressure, they're desperate to play wide and separated and have that boost, have that comfort, and Portsmouth playing it direct, give them none of that comfort. It's 2 to the good, Portsmouth inside 2 minutes.
Look at here, actually to possibly make it 3, the ball flying across that Kiel Kraken's neck. Portsmouth Paladins, it is the last chance that they have. They're on their final life, but they seem to be using it quite effectively at this point in time, just holding Kiel Krakens to their back line. Not really allowing them to even enter the attack at any stage here, Tylacto. If they continue on doing this and hopefully bring it in to the next game as well, if they do manage to hold off Kiel Krakens for the whole of this game number 8, we could have a full best of 9 on our hands, especially if they can finish it off here. No, it is sent out wide.
I just worry a little bit for Kiel in terms of their legacy. This would not be the first time they've failed to close out a series in the NSE playoffs. Who remembers them semi-finals many splits ago on Neo Tokyo, where K3 got one of the most historic own goals we've ever seen. Smiley face in chat, if you remember. Probably crying face if you're a Kiel fan. It was a painful one. I can see it now, and all I can see is Psycho making it 3. Portsmouth, they want to go to Champions Field.
My word. Portsmouth Paladins really instigating the physical play now. They found out that it was their main style earlier on in the series, but they never really went all hammered it until this match here on Wastelands. But realistically, if you want to be putting in a demolition derby, this is the place to do it, isn't it really, Tarlacto? A lot of old broken cars set out on the field at this point in time as Portsmouth Paladins looking evil at this point in time. Dude's last man back. Mercy looking for another touch. Is taken away from him. Psycho again to the backboard, into the corner. K3, last man. Psycho almost just slowly dribbling that ball around him. But K3 able to stay strong. But that's not what they need to be right now, is it, at this point in time? They're 3-0 down. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. Maybe 4-0 if this one goes on through. No, it is sent out wide.
Mercy, they just need to keep the ball in the Kiel end. Kiel, they desperately need one. That's a massive stop from Psycho. He won't be credited with a save, but a save it certainly was, as they're still 3 to the good are Portsmouth heading into the final minute here of game, technically 8. Poddy trying to create a chance, but Bread, he cuts it out immediately as we're looking like it's written all across all the cards in the deck. We are going to game 9. Kiel, this would be a miraculous comeback if they could see it out here, and in fact, Mercy, he should really have made it 4.
It's getting close to this point, Tarlacto, but I want to know, as we head into the final game, what do you think about these two teams? How are they going to react, or what is going on?
Alrighty, Mercy, he is going to make it 4, as my goodness, Portsmouth all but secure us going into that final game to decide the championship. Kiel, for all they've done this series, all the highlight plays as well, if it would come to nothing after this, not that a second place is nothing, truly, it isn't. It's a massive achievement as well, considering how stacked these university teams are in NSC Rocket League, but it will feel like nothing, as they probably don't feel much after seeing that goal go in. Poor dudes, he's made to look a bit silly on the replay here.
Yeah, he's just sort of flapping about, dancing in front of the net, sort of knowing that this one is all over. However, I think now both teams are going to really be utilizing this next minute that they're going to have in the downtime between game 8 and game number 9, Tylacto. They've both fought so hard throughout this series, fighting for their chance to be crowned as the champions of this winter NSC Championship. And here we go. 4-4 in the series. And Champions Field is just around the corner. I don't know if you could tell the excitement in my voice, ear in my face, but my lord. Game 9, Tylacto. This is ridiculous to see.
I mean, ridiculous is an understatement, but one of these games is not like the other. That was 5-0, Swaces. We haven't seen anything like that. That is a shutout, and that is a shutout with a signature and a stamp of authority from Portsmouth, who will be coming into this game 9 with a hell of a lot of momentum and one hell of a lot of an objective to take home this championship. Kiel, they need this first one on the board.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It all comes down to these next 5 minutes. Portsmouth Paladins versus Kiel Krakens, your two teams who have fought their way to this final. And it all comes down to Champions Field, the place where legends are made. And K3, look at the start off strong. No, the first shot in favor of Kiel Krakens will be saved. Straight to the backboard once again, Psycho. Puts it down to the side, Mercy. Challenged by Duz in the midfield. Redsu K there to boom it long downfield. K3 awkwardly having to touch that ball down to the waterfall. Another pass into the middle. Psycho's there. K3 makes a block. Counter-attack opportunity was on for a second, but it is taken away.
Kiel on the defensive early here on Champions Field. Portsmouth, they are picking up right where they left off. As you can see, 3 Krakens hiding around the black net there. Bread, He was stalking that in midfield, thought about it, but he has backed off. Secured the back boost, and his touch-off defense will buy some time for Psycho to move forward, and he wins the race to that ball. It is end-to-end already, and things are no longer being played out in the midfield. This is do or die. And Poddy, my goodness, what a shot that was.
So close to bringing the lead to Kiel Krakens, and what a way to start this game 9. It would be, maybe this pass as well is going to be the opening. It is saved away though. K3. Duzer into Poddy. Poddy racing Mercy to the ball. Does one out. It's wide open. Poddy. Oh! It's an open net. And somehow the own goal is the way that Kiel Krakens take the lead. No way. Tylacta, we're here. You're laughing, but that's heartbreaking for Paladins. Oh my goodness.
I've never seen a goal quite like it. And on a stage like this, all we need is for that to be the goal, to be the deciding goal, 1-0. I beg. That would be the funniest goal ever to decide a game of this magnitude. It is Kiel forward and up in front in the most bizarre of fashions. K3, he tries to make it 2. He's gonna make it 2. And what has happened to Portsmouth?
Kiel Krakens have turned alive in the last bit. They want revenge for that previous match of 5-0. Currently 2-0, 3 minutes 15 remaining. There's so much time for Portsmouth Paladins to still come back in this one. But my word, Tylacta, they have got a hill to be climbing at this point in time. Can they do it? The next 3 minutes will tell the tale.
Poddy, he wants to make it 3. Trying to take it forward and beat player after player, but Portsmouth shut that down immediately. Oh, Mercy! Into the crossbar, a huge infield chance. Psycho on the rebound. It's crossbar again. They've got an addiction, and it's really not the most timely one. Portsmouth handing two huge chances falling by the wayside.
That was the opportunity to have another chance in this match, in this series, in this championship point for both teams. Poddy, though, look at their extend the lead to 3, does miss the ball. Mercy down this right-hand side, Nomish boost in a tank, looks for the pass into the centre. K3 holding strong, does come forward now, gets a good 50 as well. Demoed, though, for his efforts, taken away from the game. Poddy now on this left-hand side. Psycho go for the bombs, does find him, it's a mistake on the back line, and Portsmouth Paladins, they have a chance here.
The disruption is enough, as they couldn't score 2 easy chances, but they'll carve one out of nothing. There was nothing behind Mercy's shot, but Dooz, in his attempts to flail away from the bump from Psycho, has turned it in at the Kiel back post. And Portsmouth, they are back within 1.
2 minutes 15 left on the clock. Still time for Paladins to bring it back to a 1-goal game. That is where they are right now, but if they can bring it to a draw, we could be looking at an overtime. These two teams have fought so hard throughout the season, and so hard to be here. Psycho! He will tie us right up to Tylacta, and it's all to play for once again.
And in the blink of an eye, Portsmouth have 2. It's a backwards backflip shot from Psycho into the open net, and Kiel, well, if they thought the job was done, they were certainly mistaken. We're all tied up in the series, all tied up in the game, and the next goal could very well decide it.
K3 long downfield into Mercy. Mercy again taking it back down to the other side. Poddy the one to intercept it. Dooz now coming forward dangerously and quickly, looking for the infield pass, something that Kiel Krakens have been so dangerous for. K3 though, can he take it all the way? No, Psycho, quick to react, makes that save. Still in the middle though, danger is not over. Poddy, shot on net, just above the crossbar. Dooz getting the read, the shot as well. 2 players from Paladins required to make the save. And my oh my, Kiel Krakens, they're on the attack. They're looking dangerous. K3, flip reset onto the backboard, maybe a chance here for Dooz, who will strike the ball in, and the scoreline is 3-2.
What a pass, forcing the defense, and Dooz loads up the cannon and fires away. Kiel are back in front, but Portsmouth, they've responded before. They could respond again, and there's still over a minute on the clock, Swaces.
Could this match get any more crazy? Psycho, is he the one to do it? Shot on net, Poddy last man makes a save. Brett 2K now into the corner. Dooz bringing it down low, gets that long beam and clear away. Something Kiel Krakens will be so thankful for. Still dangerous though, Brad2K once again hounding the back line. And the demo coming through, Psycho. Once again, about to being attacked, double tap available. Brad2K shot just wide, 45 seconds left now, Mercy. Into the center, gets it past one, but the boom downfield on target. Brad2K quick to react, does make the save. Dues now to the center. Poddy's there! And it's now gonna be 4-2. Portsmouth Paladins, the hill has turned into a mountain.
Poddy, has he done it? Kiel are 2 to the good again, but this time, such limited time for Portsmouth to do the impossible. Can they do it? They've got the ball off kickoff, but Mercy, he's given no time by Dues. K3 challenged early, Poddy, the touch is there, but Dues is back. The ball's going sideways when it needs to go forwards. No one's in the midfield. Mercy has to go and get it, and Portsmouth are running out of time, and Kiel, for all they were doubted, for all we doubted them, they're gonna beat every single team in this playoff. They beat UWE, they beat BCU, they beat Warwick, they beat Salford, and they have beaten Portsmouth here in the grand finals, and it will be Kiel Krakens taking the British University Esports Championships.
Oh my word. That is not much of a better grand finals that we could have asked for. Kiel Krakens, congratulations. You are our champions for this winter championship within NSE. What a pleasure that was to cast. I have no words to describe what was taking place on the field, because quite simply, it was just, Dialecto. I'm lost for words. This is unbelievable to see.
It wasn't just a series all the way to Game 9. It was a series stacked full of highlights. There was hardly a bad goal in there. One of the worst goals we got was in Game 9. I mean, it was certainly the most hilarious, but Kiel won it with aplomb for no matter how much Portsmouth fought back. Look at that musty pass from Poddy as well. Early on, the signs were there from Kiel, and they've only gone and done it. They've won a major championship here in NSE, and it's a canon one too.
That is simply unbelievable. Poddy, Dues, and K3 were sublime on the field today. Everything went in their favor, from being a game down as well. As De Niro said from the start, she was mentioning the fact that no team today that were predicted to be the ones to take the championship were actually able to do it in the end. Portsmouth Paladins falling at the hands of Kiel Krakens, and simply none other than a best of 9 to decide it. Kiel Krakens, what have you got to say about their performance, Tarlacto? Because simply, it was just unbelievable what we're seeing on the field. Everything seemed to be in perfect shape for them. No matter what pressure they had, they always fought back perfectly.
I mean, I don't even know if it matters what we make of their performance anymore. We've been in awe of it throughout that series. No matter how good Portsmouth and Bred in particular were, at times it wasn't quite good enough. I can confirm that we'll even be able to get an interview with K3, the man himself, as well. So I wonder what he'll think about it. It'd be so great to ask him how he feels after that. And of course, I'm looking forward to it. Still, imagine finally, getting over that boundary for Kiel. The rumours have always been there. Kiel, they're such a great team. Are they the third best team in the UK? Well, I mean, they could be even better looking at this. They're certainly the best as of today. And this is the sort of highs that we've known Kiel to be capable of, but they've never really shown and brought it out until now.
Exactly, and it's got to be such a proud moment for them, especially from being 5-0 down as well. Is simply a factor in the series which made a big difference, because I thought it was going to be all over at that point for Kiel Krakens there when they lost 5-0 and all the momentum was in Portsmouth Paladins' favour, but they obviously talked about something between that second to last game and the final one to just turn things around, make sure they had the right mentality to go ahead and win the whole thing. What a performance.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is that they clearly got that crazy own goal to get them the lead in that final game. I know what we should get. The thoughts of Janira. I wonder what she thought of that series, because I know how incredible it was to cast, but I wonder for you, how incredible was it to watch?
Honestly, that was such a tug of war of a series. I know I mentioned earlier that the teams that were expected to win didn't actually win anything today. So I feel like at this point it's not a caster curse, it's just a hoster curse or something. Like, I don't know what's happening here. Like, but honestly, it was really incredible to see. We went the full 9 games here. There was some overtime as well. Just the teams were so incredibly close matched, and we saw this throughout every other game this weekend as well. The teams are just really performing, just bringing out everything that they have here.
I'm so out of breath to know what was going on there. And I'm sure you sitting in the back lines and everyone watching from home was just loving every single second that was going on. Because in the end, when series are as close as this, there's nothing that you can do but show love and support for everything that was going on the field, which just makes all the difference and shows why this community is so wonderful to be part of. And I just can't believe what it would all be like without this sort of thing going on. NSC is such a wonderful place for people to come together, and this is one of those moments. I love every single second of it, and it was a pleasure to be casting it with none other than Tylacto, and obviously you, Janiro, being our host as well.
It was absolutely incredible to have you guys here. Listening to the cast itself, you know, you guys just adding so much energy and momentum to all these things that we're seeing. You guys are doing an amazing job, really. Honestly, congratulations on that, by the way. Like, that's an achievement on its own. I'm assuming you guys must be a little tired after the whole 9 rounds, but we got a little bit longer to go. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to keep you here. I'm holding you hostage.
I'm fine. If it means an interview with K3, I'm completely fine.
Yeah.
Okay. This is your own overtime here, guys. We're also going full 9 games. So talking a little bit about the expectations we had when we came into this game, really, we genuinely thought that the Paladins were going to be taking the game. They had the 1-game lead. One of you was making jokes about a reverse sweep.
Yep. Ooh, oh yeah, you are correct about that one. Maybe that was me making the call on that there, but it didn't really come through, did it? However, how cool would it have been if it did happen? But it didn't kill Krakens. They didn't want to do the reverse sweep. It would have been amazing to see, but either way, we got just as good a series out of it anyway.
That was an incredible series. Amazing content. Wouldn't expect anything less from the teams here at the NSC. Now, we have confirmed that Q3 is going to be the one here for the interview, and he is joining us today here live. Hello, Q3. How does it feel? Congratulations on the winning. Hello.
Oh, my goodness. I still can't get over it. It was just... like right to the end, the nerves were extremely high. We kind of figured out that their tactic was demos and bumps, and it was really, tough to keep composed and keep organized in such stressful scenarios. But I'm really proud of the boys. Speechless, really. Not much more to say.
Really proud, as you should be. You guys came into this game with 1 round actually for Paladins. How did you approach getting into these games, really?
Honestly, we took it like it was 0-0. We just took it 1 game at a time. We knew it was a long series. That's the longest series I've ever played. I don't think I've ever gone to 9 games in a series. So, that was, it was just 1 game at a time. We knew we had it in us to beat them, and just keeping composed and just. We slowly got closer, and the belief starts to come along. But the 1 goal disadvantage, it honestly, it wasn't really a factor for us. We just took it like it was 0-0.
And that's absolutely incredible to see, because taking it game by game kind of was a bit highlighted here. The 8th round, it was 5-0. Honestly, before that, it was a tug of war. It was give 1, take 1. And then we saw the 8th round. It was 5-0, and I can just hear Tylacto and Tracy's go like, "Oh no, this is like the momentum here. It has built up the Paladins, or what is Keely gonna do?" But you guys really just took it back. You guys just went 2-0 and then 2-2, and we were like, "Oh no, it's looking a bit shaky." So what went through your head then?
The 5th game on, I think it was on Wasteland, or the one where they beat us 5-0. Honestly, I don't even know what went wrong there. It was just a bit of a tough start. They really were successful in their demos and their aggression. We couldn't really get out of our half. And then I think once they reached about 3-0 with about 1 minute remaining, and we were realizing that we were going to be looking towards, the final game, we kind of just put that behind us. I think that's one of the most important things, is being able to just put that completely behind you, not let them get any momentum going into that final game. And we had a really good start in that last game. They equalised, and obviously things got a bit nervy, but honestly, Doos and Poddy, that ice is brilliant. Like, they guys were kept composed, they kept organising. I don't even know what else to say. Yeah.
I can tell you're absolutely buzzing with this win, as you should be. Like, congratulations. Going into the future and the path from here, what do you guys really want to focus on? If there's like one key thing you think is very important for you.
Okay, Tylacto's in the call, and I know how he knows about our scheduling and making it to tournaments and stuff on time. So you'd be surprised, but our main goal isn't actually towards our gameplay. It's actually making it to tournaments on time and actually being there as a full squad. So, aside from all the gameplay and stuff, I'm happy where we are as a team. I know there's a lot to improve, but yes, we do need to sort out our scheduling. So that will be the we've shown that we can win money. We've shown that we can compete against the best. We want to do it on the biggest stage of all, and we've done that today, and we're going to do that in EURC as well. So we'll look towards both of those tournaments, and we'll see you next season.
Really wishing you guys the best of luck with that. I'm gonna throw it here to Tylactor, because you were mentioning a couple of things about them having to show up on time. But are there any other questions or remarks you happen to have for this team?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, congratulations. That is one of the most entertaining the most entertaining series I've ever watched, let alone casted. That was fantastic. You've had some very pinnacle and controversial moments in your Unity Esports career. We know about the own goal, but what was for you your highlight? Sorry. Was there any actual good, like a highlight moment for you out of that series? Like, when you think back to this series and this huge win today, what is that moment that you're going to remember?
Wow, there was a lot. It was just, honestly, like, it sounds a bit cliche, but just when they equalized in that last game, before that happened, I saw myself, I visioned it. I was like, we're gonna win, we're gonna do this, and then they equalize, and you start doubting yourself. And then I think I did like an air dribble or something, and then it was a free shot for Doos, and he just buries it top left corner. And I was just like, my teammates are so good. Like, to have that composure and to put that in the corner. I'd go and hug him right now, but he's a couple miles away, so I can't see him. But I will be giving him a big hug when I see him.
That's great. Yeah.
That's so wholesome, and absolutely love to hear that. I'm gonna throw it over here for the last kind of comments and any questions that you have, sources that you want to ask the team, or maybe K3 in specific.
I mean, there's just a plethora, isn't there, that you could just go through with a book. K3, my word. Do you think that... Well, I mean, I know my personal answer to this. I think that the whole team popped off for you guys. You were all ridiculous on the field. The way that you were saying that you fought back, the fact that you had that belief is just unbelievable to know. I'm so happy for you guys to do that, especially knowing how hard you've worked, the difficulties you've faced, to come back through and win them. Do you think, though, specifically, because my man of the match, I believe, is Poddy. Poddy was ridiculous today on the pitch, wherever he was in defense or attack. He was threatening everywhere. Do you think it was just, everyone popped off? What do you reckon Poddy had that little bit extra?
No, I do agree with you. Obviously, I mentioned all do scoring in that game 9, but just overall the series, if you need someone to be solid, someone to give that good comms and to put that mid pass into you, then Poddy's your man. Like, honestly, like, I know if I'm putting the ball mid, he's going to be putting a rifle on net. So no, but when it comes to the comms and stuff, you were getting a little bit agitated because demos and bumps are a little bit of an annoying way to lose. So I think in the comms department, I was kind of trying to cool us down, but in the gameplay department, it's definitely thankful to Poddy and Doos.
Well, from what I can tell, you guys are just a wholesome, great team, just really working well together. And absolutely happy to hear that. I'm just so excited to see you like happy and bustling with the win. So again, congratulations to you guys. Congratulations, you guys really, really deserved it. Thank you so much for being here. We're gonna let you go celebrate. Maybe call some of your friends and family members. Tell them that you did great. Do you happen to have any shout outs before you go? Any shout outs?
Shout out to Time Constant, filled in every now and again. Shout out to Loza, filled in every now and again. Shout out Keely Sports. They honestly, it's a great group of people, and I'm sure a lot of them are in the stream, and we got a lot of support from the servers. So it's really nice to see that a lot of people support us. Shout out my mom downstairs, who made sure that she wasn't on the internet so that I didn't lag out the series. Yeah, shout out to the parents and all that stuff. But yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy your evening.
Bye.
Well, that was a lovely interview after such an amazing game. Just the energy coming off was incredible, really. Casters, also your energy was absolutely incredible as well. Really helped through the last couple of hours of today's stream. Do you guys happen to have any final marks or shout outs? Gonna give it to Swayze's first. Anything you want to say here?
Co-caster I had with me in the booth, because I don't think I'd really want to spend it with anyone else. The random weird remarks he comes out with at times always puts a smile on my face, because, you know, he's an odd one, but everybody loves him for it. So thank you to Tylacto for having such a brilliant time. Thank you to Kill Krakens and Portsmouth Paladins for providing such a wonderful performance on the pitch. Thank you to you as well, Janiro, for being a fantastic, lovely host to take us through today's action as well. And thank you to NSE, Epic Land, everyone involved, Monster Energy, Barclays, Intel, I don't care who it is. Thank you all. It has been an absolute pleasure to be part of, and I hope to be here again soon.
Absolutely wonderful. What do we want to add to that, Tylacto? I feel like that was a pretty good speech.
I can't top that, but I can certainly give a shout out to TDB, who has won the Monster Energy drop. Loughborough, former Loughborough player, definitely not rigged. He'll enjoy that. He will enjoy that for sure.
Okay.
I am happy for him. I just want to say that this was the best timeline. Kiel beating every single team in the playoffs, winning it in Game 9. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Would you like me to ship you some Monster Energy?
I mean, you clearly have some spares.
There's some more here.
What? What is with all this there? How have you managed to get... Did you win about 1 million of these stack things or something?
Rigged.
Influencer perks, guys. Influencer perks.
Okay. We saw it is. Me and Tylacto aren't quite at that level. Hopefully we'll get there, but not for a long time because we're weird.
We're down here.
If you're ever down in London, you know, I can give you some Monster. It's a pink flavor, honestly my favorite, to be completely honest here. But guys, thank you so much for being here today. It was absolutely incredible.
How do we just...
That's about my height in real life. Okay, guys, I'm 5'3". Stop it. But everyone, thank you guys so much for being here. It was a blast to be on today. So tomorrow we're gonna have some shooting with Rainbow Six Siege, Valorant, and then some Overwatch. Just make sure to tune in. We're gonna be starting at 9:30 a.m., which is bright and early. A little bit later than today, but still bright and early, guys. Don't forget, there is the Intel giveaway, so ! giveaway to figure out how you can enter. There is the Monster Energy drop. If you want to stock up on some of that Monster Energy Monster drop, there will be 3 more chances for a win tomorrow. And then there's the NSE branded socks. All you have to do is post a picture on Twitter using hashtag BUEC Winter 2021 and socks for socks, and you will be entered into the giveaway. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I had an absolutely amazing time. I hope you guys enjoyed the content. Tomorrow, we'll see if the legacy will continue of the underdogs winning all these championship titles, and we will see you then. Have an amazing evening. Bye.
My name is Jake Merton.
Hi, my name's Kat.
I'm Edwards. I'm the treasurer for the Southampton Video Games and Esports Society.
My name is Cameron Doig. I'm a former Epic Land team leader for their esports media. Used to freelance for ESO UK and run the Dota tournaments for NSE. And now I'm a software developer and in-game manager for Blast. Going into my first Epic Land thinking, I have to run a Dota tournament after having only worked one event previously. It is a stressful thought. It's a stressful time dealing with trying to do that. But the the management help you through it. They teach you like the basics of how to deal with everything, how to run a tournament, how everything should be smoothly handled. And then you kind of have the step up with ESL UK, where they then massively teach you how to run live events, all of the logistics that go with that, how to kind of liaise with a full-on production, you know, how to do tournament ops, player management, all of that.
I didn't know half the skills that I know now before I came to Warwick Esports, because it forces you to do so many things that you hadn't done before. So I'm technically head of partnerships, but I'd never done anything about that before. I had to learn all that from scratch. I'm vice president, so I do a lot of project management, and I've had to take courses specifically on that so I can learn those kind of things. You learn other things you don't even consider skills. Things like just conversing with people and talking. I didn't know networking was a skill at all. I was like, is this not just something everyone has to do? Like, it's just talking is fine, right? But actually, it's such a skill that you have to learn. Esports is such a versatile industry. You end up doing so many more things. And I think that has made me a much more well-rounded individual.
Working with all these different groups definitely makes you better socially. You meet a whole bunch of new people every event you do. So slowly you get better at, you know, interacting with these people.
The most unexpected skill was definitely casting for me. I had never thought about casting. Counter-Strike or Valorant wasn't even around when I first joined university. I just hadn't really thought about it. It was just something that when you watched a Twitch stream of a Counter-Strike Major or a League of Legends Worlds, there was just casters there. Although it was really hype, I'd never thought about pursuing it myself. And then with the opportunities that came along with UKV and through NSE, suddenly I'm, you know, doing the Counter-Strike and the Valorant finals for the University Tournament Championship, which was absolutely amazing. And then also getting on to go and do Epic LAN. I did the group stage for Epic 33, I think, which was something I'd never ever thought I'd get to do. I'm not the best player, but at least I was able to contribute to the esports scene, the university scene, and be involved in these amazing tournaments.
One of the best things about the community is how helpful everyone genuinely is. Like, everyone genuinely wants you to succeed. I never had to go about anything on my own. There is such a wide range of skills between so many people that you're never really alone. And that's something I was really grateful for, was that whatever I had to do, there was always someone who knew how to do it and could teach me to do it.
I always enjoy teaching people and helping them grow, because it's something that I've always had myself. I've always had a community that's willing to chime in on a subject that I'm not too sure on. I always feel that helping other people grow is such a rewarding and nice feeling that I'm never going to turn anyone down unless, you know, the circumstances mean that I can't.
That isn't sports, they said. When someone told you to stay in your lane, you knew the right answer. The mid. You wish competitors GLHF before the match begins, and hopefully you're dominating more often than not. Video games bring us closer, even when we're apart. And Barclays has seen this. From grassroots teams starting out to the pro circuit players, we're cheering on esports from the virtual stands. We know that gaming's many faces can truly make a positive impact. We're there with you, whether you're making the next great game or just looking forward to playing it. Squad up, we're Barclays.
Come with us. The new generation. The next level. Sending it big.
You're in for a good run. Let's go.
Come with us to the track, to the trails, to the slopes, to the surf, to the fight, to the race.
Look at this!
To the 4 a.m. starts, training harder, pushing further, hitting back, hard. To the fans, to the followers, and the haters.
But it doesn't matter.
Come with us to the blood, to the sweat, and the broken bones. You rehab. We never quit. We never give up. We take control. To the world titles. To the world's first. The world's best.
UFC Strawweight Champion.
Come with us. We're just getting started.
It's going to be so much fun, I promise you.
This weekend at the British University Esports Championship, we have live stage finals. We have hundreds of students here from over 20 universities. 8 weeks of online play have led to this one moment. Just everything you could want in one weekend. It's jam-packed.
The finals were incredible. Like, walked in today and I was just blown away by just the standard of everything. It's been brilliant. I've had a really good day.
The level of competition here is intense. I've had so much fun participating in the tournament, from the online to the offline events, and to finally come here to finish it all off, I've had a great time.
Then you go on the stage, you see everyone, you see the setup. It's a bit scary, but once you get into that game, it's so intense, you're so focused, and to actually have the crowd there, you know, cheering when you do well, it's a great feeling.
The atmosphere's been super friendly today. It's really nice to see people from different unis getting to talk and link up, playing and getting along with each other, even though at the end of the day we are all competing for that final prize.
It's not only about, you know, being really good, competing, being a pro. It's also about the social side of it. This opportunity to meet other people, have fun, and make friends.
Competing in the NSC Championship has been an amazing experience. Playing against people the whole season has been amazing, but the event itself has just been top class, really. It was perfect. Glad we grinded it the whole season.
We entered this tournament with not maybe a lot of experience. There's a couple of players on our team who have played at LANs before, but for the majority, none of us have had this opportunity. And obviously we come here today and we've won it, and NSC has enabled us to do that. It's just amazing.
Nobody likes being left out. That's why Special Effect are helping people with physical disabilities to play video games. But this isn't just about having fun. The gaming setups we create are personalised, so people can play to the very best of their abilities. And that opens the door to inclusion and independence, confidence and creativity. Help us level the playing field and create more magical gaming moments. Because it's everyone's turn to play.